Crozius was speechless. You have won my respect. Brayshaw stared at Han Chuo with blazing, glittering eyes, sending more chills down Han Chuo's spine. Meanwhile, Brachia's body, which was as flexible as that of a snake, turned as stiff as a corpse that had been embalmed for 1,000 years. His body was stuck in a bizarre posture of advancing towards the battlefield. He wore a terrified expression of disbelief as he stared blankly at those wildly dancing bloody shadows within the stone forest. After a long while, Brachia revealed an ugly smile and mumbled to himself, "It seems that I really will call him Daddy. This man, is he even mortal?" The whole War Demon Valley suddenly turned silent. Each and every one of them wore stupefied faces. Their gazes towards Han Chuo were filled with reverence and respect. A character who could destroy tens of thousands of lives in just a moment was much, much more terrifying compared to those devilish shadow warriors. "Retreat, retreat! Damn it, don't enter that stone forest!" "What the hell is going on?" said Yeki as he flew over aboard a warhawk. At this moment, his tenacious heart turned heavy as though it had been filled with lead. It was obvious that he felt an unrestrainable fright from his shivering voice of anxiousness and helplessness. There even seemed to be a hint of sobbing to it. "Yeki, what is going on? Didn't you tell me that War Demon Valley only had this tiny bit of strength? And that we could very easily take down the valley?" As the head of the Shadow Warriors, he had seen and experienced all kinds of situations throughout his career for so many years. The scene where tens of thousands of experts were massacred in just a moment, that was the first time he had encountered anything like that. He, too, lost his head. Even for this blood-soaked butcher who treated life with insignificance, when he saw the appalling scene of devastation below him, he felt a scalp-numbing, flustered feeling. A human silhouette soared into the sky. The body was badly mangled. Large chunks of flesh loosely hung onto its skeleton, as though they would fall off at any moment. Squinting for a better view of the person who suddenly rushed out from the stone forest, those inhuman slabs of flesh, that nightmare-inducing body drenched in blood, Zachia was horrified. Repressing his wrath, he asked, "Ironstone, is that you?" "Lord General, yes, it's me." "What a dreadful attack! All dead? Everyone? I alone managed to escape. My goodness, what happened back there? Yeki, you cursed fellow, who in the world did you piss off?" Ironstone warrior, whose appearance wasn't visible, said incoherently as he trembled. "Who did you actually offended?" The Scarlet Fiend warrior was angered to the point that her charming body trembled and her towering bosoms along with it, attracting wild and fanciful thoughts to any observer. I have no idea myself. What do we do? What should we do now?" After being questioned by the three shadow warriors, this master of Venomfang Castle was at his wits' end. The scene below was just too terrifying and brutal. Yeki was terrified at the bloody turn of events. "We cannot do anything about what has passed. No one will enter the stone forest again. Luckily, nothing happened to the few of us. The hatred this time must be immediately repaid with drawing blood. Otherwise, we shadow warriors will have failed our king," Zachia coldly shouted like a deranged man. He then turned to the thousands of Yeki's trump-card warriors mounted on flying creatures and said with a murderous voice, "We will take down War Demon Valley, or we shall all die in the valley. You all should be very clear with the king's methods. There is no third option." Everyone in Venomfang Castle could feel their hairs standing on end when Zachia mentioned the great demon king Golander. Their gazes suddenly turned resolute and steady, determined to not provoke Golander's fury even if it meant they would fight to their cruel deaths right in this place. "Well then, let's get killing. Either all those men inside War Demon Valley perish, or we do." Yeki licked the corners of his lips and revealed a merciless and malevolent appearance. Before Zachia could say another word, he waved his hand and shouted, "For the brothers we have lost, today, we will kill every last living soul inside War Demon Valley. Attack!" On his mark, the thousands of elites of Venomfang Castle that remained stopped looking at the bloody scene of the stone forest below and charged forward at War Demon Valley in defiance of death. Everyone be careful. Those who remain are the most powerful experts of Venomfang Castle, with 3 demons among them. Do not let them enter the valley by all means. We must resist. After being shocked and awed by Han Shuo, Crozius came to gain some optimism. When he saw Venomfang Castle launch the final wave of assault, he hastily yelled, "Mr. Han Shuo, please do us another favor by stopping one of the demons." Crozius lowered his voice for Han Shuo in a never-before-seen show of respect. His manner of speaking carried the tone of reverence. In an instant, all the gazes of War Demon Valley's experts fell on Han Shuo. At this moment, Han Shuo seemed to have replaced Crozius' position, and became the new spiritual leader of War Demon Valley. How could one behave otherwise? After all, the feat that Han Shuo had just accomplished was simply too stunning and appalling. An existence who could kill tens of thousands of enemies in an instant? Even Crozius, the Valley Master, paled an entire spectrum in comparison. Han Shuo, you truly are inconceivably awesome. Jasper jumped for joy. It was only now that she came to her senses from the shock that Han Shuo brought her. Her lovable face was radiating with a bizarre luster that would throw a man's heart into disarray. She did not at all conceal her feeling towards Han Shuo, so clear in her precious eyes. Unlike the astonished expression on everyone else's faces, Han Shuo still maintained that punchable expression on his. In response to the humble Crozius, Han Shuo said mischievously, "Since I'm getting paid, it is my duty to offer a hand in aid. Don't worry, I know what I ought to do." "Many thanks, Mr. Han Shuo. As long War Demon Valley can escape from the calamity today, you may take anything in the valley you wish." Crozius turned his excited eyes towards Jasper, and continued, "Even the most precious thing to me, I'm willing to let Mr. Han Shuo take away." Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself that the Abyss Realm was indeed very much to his liking. He had merely demonstrated an ounce of his strength, and Crozius started to fawn over him regardless of the cost. He was surely a character worth keeping around. "You've just got to concentrate on taking down Yeki. I will help you settle the 3 Shadow Warriors. Just make sure you will stand by your promise," Han Shuo said with a light cackle after shooting a glance at the blushing Jasper. Three Shadow Warriors? Han, Mr. Han Shuo, you will handle 3 Shadow Warriors alone." Crozius couldn't hold back and cried out in great alarm. Han Shuo nodded and replied with the utmost assurance, "That's right, I'm taking them all." Chapter 544, Hey Pretty, One Alive? GDK 544, Hey Pretty, One Alive? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Crozius was not alone. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Han Shuo proclaim that he would take on the 3 Shadow Warriors by himself. Every Abyssal Demon King had fighters ready at their command. The 3 were Shadow Warriors that directly answered to Demon King Golander, with all 3 possessing demon strength. Their formidable power and the mercilessness in their conducts had long struck terror into people's hearts. Although Han Shuo had indeed used that so-called magical matrix to obliterate tens of thousands of enemies in an instant, he was merely a man who had yet to demonstrate sufficiently powerful strength. In the Abyss Realm, where class was distinguished by strength, there were only a few beings who could handle 3 Shadow Warriors alone, and each one of those existences was a well-known expert with extraordinary power. Therefore, when Han Shuo said that he could take care of those 3 Shadow Warriors by himself, these people were beyond belief. Looking all around, Han Shuo saw the expressions on all those around him. Han Shuo shook his head and grinned, "All of you just mind your own matters. Meh, it's merely 3 Shadow Warriors, I doubt that they can put up much resistance against me." Then, Han Shuo turned his gaze to Breakia and added, "Anyway, I'm still waiting for someone to lick my solace and call me daddy." Breakia's face turned ashen. However, he did not dare to retort. Instead, he forced an incredibly ugly smile. He did not say a word as bitterness suffused his heart. Kill them all! The roar that thundered from a distance away was traveling closer and closer before it finally arrived right ahead of the towering city wall of War Demon Valley. All those remaining experts of Venomfang Castle had flown over on warhawks with thick and long python-like tails. Only certain true experts like Zagia streaked across the sky on their own. Crozius ceased to attend to Han Shuo and immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Kill!" Thanks to the destructive blow dealt by Han Shuo's stone forest, the defensive measures on the city wall of War Demon Valley were mostly left unused. And now, with the arrival of the final wave of Venomfang Castle's trump card experts, they were all fired away, filling the sky with stones and arrows that shot towards the crowd like massive hailstones. PFF, puny tricks! Zagia sneered. At the next moment, his eyes burst out with lights of the deranged and the aura of destruction erupted from his body. He charged forwards, and the edictal force of destruction shot out from his palms. Unexpectedly, a big portion of the attacks were intercepted by him alone. Behind him, that ironstone warrior, whose body was so badly mangled that it was hard to distinguish his humanoid appearance, shielded his whole riddled body with an earth armor composed using earth elemental energy. He wrecked towards War Demon Valley with the momentum of a mountain, not in the least afraid of the hurricane of arrows and stones. The Scarlet Fiend warrior, a cultivator in the element of fire, shot out intense element of fire from between her two hands. When it made contact with the ground, raging flames were produced. In a split second, the towering city wall of War Demon Valley was enveloped in an ocean of fire. Meanwhile, the master of Venomfang Castle, Yeki, had his eyes glued on Crozius while charging at him, yelling. He was prepared to fight to his death. A great battle erupted in just a few moments. With the three shadow warriors paving the way, not one of those early-stage defensive attacks launched by War Demon Valley was actually effective. Those remaining experts of Venomfang Castle breached all the way to War Demon Valley with almost no hindrances, causing massive casualties upon their arrival. After the two sides began fighting in full swing, Han Shuo, under Jasper's gaze of astonishment, finally soared into the sky with the skeletal staff in one hand and the Demon Slayer edge in the other. He entered the battle ring unruffled. After flying high up into the sky, Han Shuo let go of his skeletal staff and Demon Slayer edge. To avoid any unnecessary shock, he did not transform his two avatars into human figures and only had them hover in mid-air. The base god soul within that skeletal staff continuously released necromancy magic. Barrages of bone arrows were launched along with all kinds of remarkable necromancy boundaries deployed. The Grand Disintegrator, a destructive and deadly necromancy magic, fell upon those invaders one after another, shredding them into pieces. As soon as the head of the Shadow Warriors, General Zagia, made contact with forces of War Demon Valley, he was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Not a single one of those fighters of War Demon Valley surrounding him could escape his brutal attack using the edictal force of destruction. At every instant, nearly 100 people were stripped of their lives and reduced to pitiful masses of flesh. In his unhindered massacre, this chief of Shadow Warriors was still gnawing on the thigh of a tender, beautiful War Demon guard he had just murdered. The scalp-numbing crunch of her bones crackled continuously. This mad demon was clearly deranged. He shouted like a maniac with the edicts of destruction mixed into his voice, giving all the War Demon guards around him intense headaches and causing them to totter. The Scarlet Fiend warrior and Ironstone warrior were just as undefeatable. Wherever they passed, they would bring demise to War Demon guards in the area. Not a single one of the War Demon guards could escape their carnage. In the Abyss realm, it was practically hopeless to fight against someone a class above in strength. More and more War Demon guards perished at the butchery of the three Shadow Warriors. Suddenly, loud shrieks like the howling of tens of thousands of ghouls rang through the air from the Demon Slayer edge. The Demon Slayer edge turned from merely hovering into a black shooting star, falling towards Zagia at lightning speed. An enormous aura of destruction erupted from the Demon Slayer edge in an instant. Within the aura of destruction, negative energies of ruthlessness, looting, and boundless resentment could also be found. It was as though it wouldn't rest until all things in the world were reduced to ashes. The head of Shadow Warriors, Zajia, who had obviously sunken into madness, suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Then, at the next moment, he saw a black shooting star crashing down at him. The sinister energies that thing above contained was terrifying and massive beyond his imagination. He didn't even have time to ponder where did this black shooting star originated before he was penetrated by it. The demon slayer edge shot straight through Zajia's body and made a clean exit out the other side. Faced against the sudden attack of this avatar of Han Chuo's that possessed a destruction low god soul and the looting energy of Datara, in addition to the negative energies of thousands of resentful souls contained within the demon slayer edge, this feeble Zajia, outclassed, would of course be dead without a doubt. The demon slayer edge suddenly made a 180 and gently latched itself onto the back of Zajia's head. Zajia's soul, which he had painstakingly cultivated to the strength of base god over countless years, was absorbed into the demon slayer edge in an instant. Even his comprehension of the edict of destruction and the remaining energy inside his body was completely sucked dry. After the demon slayer edge flew away from the back of Zajia's head, Zajia's body was just an empty shell that no longer had an iota of useful energy. That avatar of Han Chuo's cultivating in the Edict of Destruction was one of the most peculiar existences. It not only had the characteristics of demonic arts, but it also contained the looting nature of Datara. After the main soul of Demon Slayer Edge had fused with an origin crystal of destruction, it merged with Datara's soul to somehow form an avatar of Han Chuo's, with the Demon Slayer Edge being the physical body to the avatar. Even Han Chuo himself wasn't quite sure how to categorize this avatar of his. Although this avatar had fused with an origin crystal of destruction, it didn't have deep comprehension of the Edict of Destruction. But after slaying Zajia and completely absorbing his soul into the Demon Slayer Edge, Han Chuo managed to gain some of that knowledge of the Edict of Destruction that Zajia had. Although they were merely the comprehensions of a late-stage base god, it could still be considered as having made amends for some of his deficiencies in this aspect. The news that Zajia, the chief of Shadow Warriors, had been slain by Han Chuo's Demon Slayer Edge in just a split second, immediately caused a great turmoil across the battlefield. Experts of War Demon Valley under Zajia's pursuit only observed a streak of black light flash through before Zajia suddenly turned powerless and collapsed. It was when the crowd saw the Demon Slayer Edge hovering in midair that they subconsciously realized who was responsible. Mr. Han Chuo has killed Zajia. Zajia the lunatic is dead. After staring blankly for a while, all those war demon guards who witnessed the scene suddenly began howling and hollering as if they had gone mad. Any listener would easily feel their excitement and exhilaration. No, impossible, that's impossible. Feelings of astonishment and disbelief rose in the hearts of the other two shadow warriors. Both began squealing and flew towards the lifeless body that had collapsed on the ground, wanting to verify the validity of the news. He's dead, that level 3 demon was killed. Holy moly, Mr. Han Chuo is truly more than mighty. Haha, this time Venom Fang Castle is doomed. We are saved. We are saved. General Zajia is dead. For a brief moment, the chaotic scene of war was filled with such clamorous noises of extreme excitement. As this joyous cheering crowded the air, the morale of fighters on War Demon Valley's side surged to an all-time high, with their fighting power climbing to their peak. In the meantime, those invaders from Venom Fang Castle were on the opposite side of the spectrum, with faces as ashen as the dead. After being repeatedly hammered with significant setbacks, they started to show signs of breaking down and crumbling. Haha, Yeki, why don't you stay behind for today, and forever? Crozius felt as relaxed as he ever had. He had initially worried about whether or not War Demon Valley could withstand enemy forces until the reinforcement army arrived. But now, he was thinking about how to maximize the final yield of the battle. Mad and high-spirited he attacked Yeki, all the while in his heart coming to the decision to shove Jasper into Han Chuo's arms by all means necessary. The Abyss Realm worshipped the strong. Having resolved War Demon Valley's crisis with merely his own strength, in an instant, Han Chuo became the new leader of War Demon Valley spiritually. Some pretty, young alien ladies even looked at Han Chuo with inviting gazes filled with amorous feelings, as though wishing they could squeeze themselves into Han Chuo's chest and let Han Chuo devour them. Kazum! Han Chuo shouted. The demon slayer edge turned into black lightning and vanished in mid-air. In the next moment, Ironstone Warrior's obsidian body suddenly exploded. Han Chuo smirked. His gaze landed on the Scarlet Fiend warrior with the plump bosoms, large buttocks, and an unbelievably seductive body. He teased, "Hey pretty, wanna live?" Chapter 545, I'm convinced. GDK 545, I'm convinced. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel? I do. The pretty and flirtatious-looking Scarlet Fiend warrior gazed at Han Chuo, the main culprit who performed 2 game-changing feats, and said calmly, abnormally calm in fact. Afterwards, this Scarlet Fiend warrior put on a sweet smile. Just as a fireball, she flew towards Han Chuo, taking the initiative to throw herself at Han Chuo. Han Chuo wore a tempted smile on his face as he gazed at this arousing beauty. However, when this woman arrived inches before Han Chuo, he suddenly extended his hand and clenched her pale, tender neck. Under the appalled eyes of this Scarlet Fiend warrior, Han Chuo's big hand suddenly twitched. Crack! Scarlet Fiend's neck was broken. Why? The Scarlet Fiend warrior's eyes wavered as she stared at Han Chuo in disbelief, her supple body stained with red blood. She did not immediately die and kept her eyes pointed on Han Chuo with hatred. Oops, were you about to kill me? I'm afraid your methods have been a little too botched. Han Chuo snickered. Before the fiercely burning element of fire in her body completely imploded, Han Chuo injected a great force into her body, tossing the charming beauty far and high into the air. Rumbles. A deafening explosion suddenly resonated throughout the entire battlefield. Scarlet Fiend warrior was enveloped from head to toe by the roaring blaze. It was as though the Abyss Realm had suddenly gained an additional sun, burning and giving off intense heat. Having cultivated in demonic arts to the level he had, Han Chuo could sense the elemental energies between heaven and earth with great sensitivity. When this Scarlet Fiend warrior flew over to Han Chuo in all smiles with the finest agility, she was, at the same time, rapidly gathering and concentrating the element of fire within her body beyond its limits. Having observed all that, her intentions were a no-brainer to Han Chuo. Han Chuo would of course not let her have her way. Such a beautiful woman, what a pity. I guess Brakya won't be calling me daddy after all. What a shame. Han Chuo shook his head as he lamented and gently sighed. Slaughtering the 3 shadow warriors had a decisive impact on the entire battle. After those 10,000 experts were annihilated by that magical matrix, and the 3 demon-grade experts were eliminated, the overall strength of Venomfang Castle had fallen far behind that of War Demon Valley. It was by relying on the terrifying might of the 3 shadow warriors that Venomfang Castle could charge all the way and dauntlessly fight War Demon Valley. However, with the death of the 3 shadow warriors, those remaining experts of Venomfang Castle obviously couldn't rival War Demon Valley. Where War Demon Valley held the superiority in terms of numbers and morale, Venomfang Castle was in a state of free fall, with more and more their forces being consumed and exhausted. It's him. That's the monster that came out from the interplanar portal when it exploded, shouted the Trios expert that Yeki referred to as his second brother all of a sudden, gazing at the high-spirited Han Chuo. Han Chuo, who was still grieving about having to exterminate Scarlet Fiend Warrior, immediately turned to gaze at this Trios from a distance after hearing his cry of surprise. He revealed a bone-chilling grin and said, Hey. So it's you. Didn't expect me, did you? You, that monster from another plane. Why are you helping War Demon Valley? This high-level leader of the Trios race, who once directed a large number of abyssal creatures to attack Han Chuo inside the interplanar portal, questioned angrily as he pointed at Han Chuo. Han Chuo shrugged and said plainly, well, they pay well. There's pretty girls, wealth, riches. Why would I not assist them? What, do you think I would assist your race who has tried to kill me from the beginning? Haha, sorry, but I don't think so. We can pay you even better. As long as you agree to help us, whatever War Demon Valley has given you, we can give you double. Yuki, the master of Venom Fang Castle, insisted as he had obviously recognized the true value of Hanchuo. Don't listen to him. Crozius, the master of War Demon Valley, grew somewhat nervous. He added, I will do all that I have promised you. In addition, my daughter, Jasper, will be yours. Sir Hanchuo, War Demon Valley will not fail you, I can guarantee that. A man must be content with what he has. About your offer, Yuki, my apologies, but I'm a man of stringent principles. In any case, the only person you should blame is yourself for not showing me any of your hospitality from the start, Hanchuo said with a faint smile. He didn't bat an eye at Yuki who had despair scribbled all over his face, but turned to gaze at the bashful Jasper distance away, and winked at her with his villainous eyes. When Jasper, who was observing the area with all her attention, immediately panicked when she caught the meaningful glances of Hanchuo's. She coyly turned her head away and dared not look at those piercing eyes. With his own strength, Hanchuo had slaughtered 3 shadow warriors, establishing War Demon Valley's victory in one move. After Crozius received the answer from Hanchuo, he let out a breath of relief and sneered, "Keep it up, my fellow warriors. After we kill these people, we will occupy Venom Fang Castle in one go. Our countless years of war with Venom Fang Castle is nearly at an end." Tens of thousands cheered at Crozius' call. The spirits of all those men at War Demon Valley surged. By relying on their safety in numbers, as well as the presence of this ultra-powerful expert called Hanchuo, they launched their final wave of counterattack. One had sky-high morale, while the other was in complete despair. The final outcome requires no thinking. The sporadic forces of Venom Fang Castle, which couldn't put up much of a resistance, only grew weaker and weaker as they were being drowned and swarmed by those of War Demon Valley. Hanchuo walked directly to Jasper. The gazes of the populace of War Demon Valley all around him were filled with respect and admiration. Among them, some good-looking young ladies, especially those aware of Hanchuo's womanizing ways, unbridledly threw coquettish glances at Hanchuo while wearing the seductive appearances of waiting on Hanchuo hand and foot. "Mr. Hanchuo, when are you free? I can take you on a stroll around War Demon Valley. Lord Hanchuo, can you please coach me on martial arts? I will follow all your instructions. Yet, give us a chance, please." The ladies of the Abyss Realm are open-minded and straightforward. All those women who thought of themselves as being rather beautiful and attractive, openly cast their fiery gazes at Hanchuo. Other than young ladies with extremely beautiful looks that put forward their invitations in public's eyes, there were even several mature and attractive married women. Those men standing beside them were actually chuckling, as though they saw no problem with their women being so wanton. "He, the Abyss Realm is truly fascinating." "Fascinating indeed," Hanchuo inwardly remarked. He even revealed an amiable smile towards a few ladies with breathtaking looks and swept his eyes over their enchanting curvaceous bodies, causing the beauties to shriek incessantly, almost losing their restraints and throwing themselves into Hanchuo's arms. "You sure are a big lecher." Jasper couldn't help but criticize. That lustful appearance Hanchuo displayed, drooling at the wonders of the women all around him, caused Jasper both happiness and great despair at the same time. In the Abyss Realm, it was proper and to be expected for powerful men to have multiple women. All females in the Abyss Realm would feel that such a thing was appropriate, and Jasper was no exception. Therefore, back when Hanchuo first came to Abyss Realm, he did not cause a great uproar when he declared both Hemina and Sylph to be rightfully his. Jasper very naturally accepted this fact as well. To Jasper, Hanchuo, being as mighty as he was, in fact, deserved to have more than one remarkably beautiful woman. Having grown up in the Abyss Realm, she not only felt not an ounce of disgust at Han Shuo's debaucheries, but on the contrary, she actually thought that such was the behavior of a true man. Therefore, when she saw Han Shuo come all way to her so lecherously, a natural sense of slight jealousy arose in her, but she did not find anything inappropriate with his behavior. Finally, when Han Shuo arrived beside Jasper, he leaned close to her and placed his big mouth next to her ear. He whispered, "Well, since your father has personally bestowed you upon me, I'm not gonna be polite." Among all the ladies in the abyss, Jasper was a comparably shy one. When Han Shuo made such an intimate act in a public place filled with watching eyes, it made Jasper both joyous and somewhat bashful. Her charming eyes shot a glance at Han Shuo before she lightly grumbled, "You bad boy, whatever could you mean by impolite?" It was more of an indication than beratement. Jasper's lovely eyes carried the charm that could hook a man's heart and soul. Han Shuo's heart was captivated. Laughing mischievously, Han Shuo swooped and carried Jasper by her waist. In spite of Jasper's playful shrieking, and without regard for the fact that Crozius was leading a group of men in pursuing Yeki, Han Shuo flew straight towards the back of the valley with Jasper in his arm. The crowd of War Demon Valley who had seen it all revealed suggestive smirks. Meanwhile, those beautiful ladies who so badly wished that Han Shuo would violate them, revealed emotions of envy. Their hearts were restless as well. Mr. Han Shuo. When Han Shuo had almost left the line of sight, Brakya, who had just killed an enemy Raksha, suddenly called out to him. Han Shuo, impatient to conquer the angel in his arms, shot a cold glance of displeasement at Brakya far away. He snorted and said, "Brakya, do you intend on mocking me now because I did not toy with Scarlet Fiend Warrior?" Brakya's face immediately changed and, without hesitating, he answered, "No, of course not." Under Han Shuo's cold watch, Brakya continued sullenly, "I just want to tell you that, I'm convinced." It was apparent that when Brakya said those words, his heart was filled with fear. He was genuine and sincere in making it known to Han Shuo that he no longer dared treating Han Shuo with hostility. That made sense. Han Shuo was a character who could slaughter 3 shadow warriors by himself. What qualifications does a mere Raksha have to challenge someone like Han Shuo? After Han Shuo took a good look at Brakya and verified that he was sincere in his admission of defeat, he coldly said, "Good, at least you are starting to be sensible." He no longer batted an eye at Brakya. Carrying Jasper in his arms, he howled with laughter and flew into the horizon in spirits higher than the clouds. Chapter 546, Breakthrough. GDK 546, Breakthrough. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Jasper's cheeks were blushing, her alluring lips as red as cherry, her thick eyebrows bashfully knit together, and her arms tightly wrapped around Han Shuo. Her heart drummed not only with anticipation, but also some fear. Mischievously laughing all his way, in just a short while, Han Shuo led Jasper to a stone forest near the manor allotted to him. After setting her back down on her feet, Han Shuo curved his lips to reveal a smirk. With his fiery eyes staring fixedly at the timid Jasper, he whispered, "Hee, do you know what I'm about to do to you?" Jasper was flushing red hot. She buried her head into Han Shuo's broad chest and then fiercely thumped at Han Shuo's waist with her small hand. In her soft and lovable voice and breath as fragrant as orchid, she said, "Bad boy, I've known for a while that I wouldn't be able to escape from your naughty hands." "Oh? Wasn't it you who voluntarily delivered yourself to my doorstep?" Han Shuo said with an evil grin. He proceeded with stroking his impolite hands on Jasper's snow-white wings and remarked, "Such beauty." Jasper was long aware that Han Shuo had an unusual fetish for her wings. With her sensitive spot being unbridledly violated by Han Shuo, her heart grew itchy and titillated. Her lovable body started to tremble slightly and her body temperature climbed rapidly. After a short while, she was heavily panting, gasping like a fish out of water. This lady with the looks of an angel was pale and tender, tall and charming, and perfectly curvaceous, blessed with slender long legs, and plump bosoms. She was captivating in every aspect. Her magnificent white wings filled Han Shuo with an even greater desire to possess. As he admired and praised Jasper's beauty, Jasper feigning resistance, Han Shuo's big hands impolitely intruded and fell onto the snow-white skin around Jasper's breasts. Once Han Shuo deployed his demonic arousal technique, Jasper's mind immediately flourished with amorous feelings and her body began to burn up. All of a sudden, Han Shuo picked Jasper up and placed her on top of a smooth and level rock. He lifted the light muslin covering Jasper's beautiful legs and unbridledly stroked her around her thigh and buttocks. As Jasper panted more and more heavily, Han Shuo suddenly groaned and thrust his lance and got into action. After a long while, when Jasper was still languid, Han Shuo again gently caressed Jasper's snow-white wings and softly whispered into her ears, "Jasper, Jasper." She was on cloud 9, lingering and drifting in a dream so beautiful she couldn't wake up from it. Jasper was basking in an inexpressible happiness, resting in the wonderful realm achieved after the body and mind were satisfied to the core. That gentle voice of Han Shuo's was like music to her ears, causing her heart to sink deeper and deeper into the dream, and the more she wouldn't want to wake. Suddenly, Jasper, accustomed to meditating all day for the past few days, automatically and subconsciously started to concentrate her attention and sank into the bizarre realm of meditation. After being satisfied mentally and physically until she could take no more, she clearly felt that her soul's senses had become much more sensitive than in the past. The wind element in her body was like a gentle breeze, and her soul seemed to be drifting about in the sound of the wind. A wonderful realization abruptly entered into the depths of her soul. Jasper could suddenly sense something growing inside here that was surely not her soul. It was some form of energy that was strange and foreign. It was like fine silky threads that tangled all around. When she carefully felt it, she discovered that this thread-like energy seemed to be able to form a connection with the wind element in a way that she couldn't understand. Han Shuo had intended to wake Jasper from her dream when suddenly his consciousness sensed an anomaly in Jasper's brain waves. Han Shuo was alarmed at first, but soon after began to smile. He thought to himself, Jasper has been meditating for many days but unexpectedly, after just one round of drippingly great pleasure, she is so rapidly sensing the mental strength. It seems that sometimes, indulgence really does have a miraculous effect on cultivation. Afterwards, Han Shuo's consciousness turned away from observing the unusual fluctuation deep in Jasper's soul. Instead, he concentrated his attention and slowly discharged a few strands of demonic yuan from his screw that was still tightly interlocked with its corresponding counterpart. He continued thoroughly exploring the wonders within Jasper's body, seeking for the means by which her body gathered the wind element. Time quietly passed. After observing the circulation of the wind element inside Jasper's body for an undetermined amount of time using the demonic yuan, Han Shuo suddenly came to a realization. He gradually gained some insight on the few cyclones in her body. He also came to realize how a regular person from profound continent could cultivate in elemental energies using their physical body. Han Shuo gently exhaled. His eyes were glowing with vigor. There seemed to be some transformation of his realm state, but when this occurred, he could only guess. His heart, which had been constantly filled with desires and cravings, seemed to have gradually returned to tranquility. He seemed to have suddenly come to some sort of comprehension. His heart was as tranquil, serene, and unperturbed as an old monk. But behind this serenity, there seemed to be some kind of unknown transformation waiting to happen. It wasn't just his mind, even his physical body seemed to want to transform. At first, this feeling caused Han Shuo some alarm. However, after pondering for a short moment, a pleasant surprise smothered him. He couldn't help but chuckle. Jasper, who was in the middle of meditating, trying her best to appreciate the presence of mental strength, was roused by Han Shuo's suddenly loud laughter. She looked at Han Shuo puzzled and said, "Han Shuo, what's the matter?" The madly laughing Han Shuo was in a state of absolute delight. He shook his head and did not explain it to Jasper. Nothing, nothing. Han Shuo could feel that after unrestrainedly releasing his heart's desires during this period, the carnal state realm, which he couldn't break through for a long time, seemed to no longer be a bottleneck. As subtle changes happened to his body and mind, Han Shuo realized that as he accumulated more energy over time, he would metamorphosize and break through to the next realm, the Nine Changes realm. When the carnal realm state was no longer a factor holding him back, all that was left to do was to accumulate more energy in his body. At a certain level of energy, Han Shuo's attainments in demonic arts would heighten to the next level, reaching the Nine Changes realm that Chu Kenglan had achieved back then. Han Shuo was already thrilled with what pleasant surprises this new realm would bring him. It was only after asking the question that Jasper suddenly noticed that they were still connected. Her face immediately turned red in shyness and she hastily shielded her half-bare beautiful body. When she tried to gently move her long and slender legs, a burst of aching that was at once tormenting and wonderful spread from the lower part of her body, causing her to let out a gentle cry and her body to abruptly warm up. When Jasper started to move, Han Shuo started reacting as well. He lowered his head to look at the lower part of their bodies. He noticed that there was some blood that stained Jasper's slender white legs. He creased his brows and said, "Sorry, I was too rough there. Let's not have a second round now, you won't be able to handle it." After gently withdrawing his rod, Han Shuo tenderly took out a set of white clothes and covered Jasper's wonderful body with it. Jasper's heart grew calm as Han Shuo gently attended to her. For some reason, watching Han Shuo treat her with tenderness, Jasper got very emotional and her heart overflowed with an indescribable warmth. In the Abyss realm where the strong ruled, women were systematically marginalized. Females, unless they possessed extreme might, would only be treated as objects and toys by the male kind. Although Jasper was Crozius's daughter, as she merely had the strength of a destroyer, she was still bound by the norms of the Abyss realm. As competition was fierce and cruel in this world, with only the fittest surviving, men would usually treat women crudely and roughly. Tender and warm treatments were rare occurrences. For an expert as mighty and formidable as Han Shuo to treat his women with such warmth without the slightest arrogance was something absolutely unheard of in the Abyss realm. Therefore, when Han Shuo showered her with warmth and care by helping her with clothes, her heart simply melted. As much as she tried, she couldn't hold back her emotions and began sobbing. Han Shuo was startled. Not understanding why Jasper suddenly started sobbing, he hurriedly soothed Jasper with sweet and romantic words that he frequently used back in profound continent. To Han Shuo's surprise, Jasper turned even more emotional and tears gushed from her eyes like water from a collapsed dam. Han Shuo was at a complete loss. Thank you, Han Shuo. You really are a good man. I'm just feeling really happy and fortunate that I could be your woman," the weeping Jasper softly explained, revealing a smile as beautiful as a sunflower. Han Shuo scratched his head in bewilderment and wore a confused face as he looked at Jasper. He simply didn't know what to say. "Oh, I think I felt the mental strength. Is it that thread-like energy in the brain?" Suddenly, Jasper, who was crying tears of joy, turned pleasantly surprised. She asked Han Shuo hurriedly, as though she wanted Han Shuo to give her an answer immediately. Nodding his head with a smile, Han Shuo affirmed, "That's right, that energy you felt is precisely the mental strength that I've told you about. In the future, as long as you work hard on meditating, for your soul to fuse together with the element of wind won't be something impossible." Jasper was exhilarated at the thought. Suddenly recalling something, she excitedly asked, "Then, does that mean that I can use the space ring now?" "Of course. Try to enter the space ring using that faint mental strength of yours. Therein, your own mental imprint will be formed. By relying on that mental imprint, you will finally be able to freely deposit and withdraw any material." "Thank you. Hehe, I now have a space ring as well, what a wonderful feeling." It didn't take long for her to learn how to operate the space ring. A small pebble in Jasper's hand would suddenly disappear, then re-emerge in the next moment. She was awfully amused playing with it. Han Shuo silently watched with a faint smile as Jasper fiddled with the space ring. But after a while, he suddenly creased his brows and said, "Those men dispatched by Lord Manticole have arrived. Let's go take a look." Chapter 547, Triumphant. GDK 547, Triumphant. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Inside the War Demon Grand Hall, a middle-aged married couple, a husband and a wife, wore solemn expressions as they listened to Crozius depict the battle that went on. "Just as your lordships can see, Venomfang Castle is absolutely doomed this time. As we speak, a group of our fighters led by Kuno is heading for Venomfang Castle. If it all goes to plan, Venomfang Castle will be captured by our forces in no time." The middle-aged married couple wore a reserved and grave expression as they listened. After Crozius finally finished with the course of events, the man asked in a deep voice, "The one called Han Shuo, did you say that he killed 3 shadow warriors, including Zaijia, all by himself?" Crozius nodded. He seemed to have yet to calm down. He took a deep breath and reaffirmed, "You heard me right. He killed General Zaijia, Scarlet Fiend Warrior and Ironstone Warrior, alone. What's even more terrifying is, that so-called magical matrix he constructed in front of our city wall, exterminated nearly 10,000 experts of Venomfang Castle in just an instant. That's truly frightening," the charming woman gasped, shock written on her face. The man also wore a face of disbelief. He questioned Crozius eagerly, "That chap, what are his origins? Since when has the Abyss had such a terrifying existence?" "Lord Bord, Lord Zinnia, truth be told, Han Shuo claims that he came from that destroyed interplanar portal within Venomfang Castle's territory," Crozius said unflinchingly. "What?" the duo cried out in surprise simultaneously. They glanced at each other. "He's from another plane." Crozius nodded in affirmation. He forced a smile and explained, "I believe that his words are true. During the Great Battle, the second brother of Venomfang Castle's Yeti, verified this information in his own words." Bord and Zinnia stared blankly for a while. But soon after, their gazes turned to glisten as they stared at Crozius. Bord said, "Crozius, you have made a great achievement." Crozius already knew that long ago. He turned a delighted expression and grinned, "Right from the beginning when he first came to War Demon Valley, I could tell there was something extraordinary about him. Therefore, I've been meticulously ingratiating him all along. It was all thanks to his existence that the army of Venomfang Castle could be completely wiped out, saving our War Demon Valley and turning around the crisis. He is now requesting to meet Lord Manticole. I believe that as long as his lordship satisfies some of his harmless demands, our side will definitely have the upper hand in the 5-way war." "That's right. Therefore, the Lord will definitely reward you well this time," Bord said with a gratified look on his face. He continued, "I heard that you have even bestowed your daughter Jasper upon him? Very well done. The guidance that the Lord has provided you has not been in vain." "Lord Bord is overpraising me," Crozius tried to play down his delight. He was glad about his very wise decision days before. "All right. Crozius, how about you bring us for a look at that so-called magical matrix? We are very interested in that matrix which can exterminate 10 of thousands of lives in an instant," Zinnia smilingly suggested to Crozius. When Han Shuo and Jasper returned to the battlefield together, they found out that the battle was over. All along the way, they would find strangely shaped, massive and low-intelligence abyssal creatures peacefully munching on carcasses that covered every inch of the land. Looking ahead, Han Shuo discovered everyone in War Demon Valley wearing the happiest faces. They were inspired by the bloody round of battle. When those people then saw Han Shuo emerging with Jasper, they began to chant Han Shuo's name. They cheered with reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts, and for a moment, his name echoed through the entire valley. Those forces that remained in War Demon Valley were not the main fire powers. They were merely some low-level war demon guards in charge of guarding the safety of the valley and cleaning up the battlefield. However, the cheering that simultaneously came from every direction was still an extremely impressive scene, and it gave Han Shuo a shock. "Han Shuo, look, they adore you!" Jasper exclaimed, pointing at the war demon guards scattered everywhere. Han Shuo scanned through the crowd and could immediately tell from their eyes that Jasper was indeed right. These fighters who respected the mighty would only adore true experts. Although that great demon king Manticole was their actual spiritual leader, it was a shame that not many had personally seen him with their own eyes. But Han Shuo, a new outsider to War Demon Valley, turned the entire battlefield around with merely his own strength right before their very eyes. Han Shuo repeatedly nodded his head as he towed Jasper alongside him, flying straight towards the outer circle of War Demon Valley. When Han Shuo saw that Jasper seemed to very much enjoy this feeling, finding it funny, he asked, "What are you relishing about? Every woman in the abyss would feel happy that their man is worshipped and adored. Hehe, when I see them looking at you with veneration, as though they saw a demon god, I feel that my choice was right. In the abyss, beautiful women would rather be toys to a demon than to be worshipped like a goddess by a low-level abyssal trooper," Jasper explained. Oh! Han Shuo found that explanation of Jasper to be fresh and extremely interesting. When he recalled the cruelty of the Abyss realm, he had to admit that such a practice was correct. They would at least be able to safely live on by becoming toys to a demon. But as the goddess of an abyssal trooper, however, they might very well be killed at any moment for perhaps no reason. Only death was the most terrifying thing in the Abyss realm. When he thought of it this way, he found Jasper's saying to be quite logical. Han Shuo did not remain motionless as he pondered the meaning in Jasper's words. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the city wall of War Demon Valley. Han Shuo looked ahead into the distance at those bloody shadows fluttering about in the stone forest, and gazed at the three demon-grade experts hovering above the stone forest. The corners of his lips curved to reveal a playful smile. Then, with one thought, the demon slayer edge suddenly whizzed out from within his body. A flash of black lightning struck the stone forest like a whiplash. Suddenly, the 10 of thousands of bloody shadows that wandered across the stone forest seemed to have picked up on a distinctive scent as they began to gravitate towards the demon slayer edge floating there in the middle. The demon slayer edge, a weapon forged and refined with demonic arts, was designed to draw and absorb millions of souls from the start. Even though it had now turned into a destruction low god avatar, that characteristic remained the same as before. The bloody shadows streaked into the demon slayer edge in the tens of thousands. It was just like a demon gobbling up wicked beings. Each and every bloody shadow within the stone forest that craved to devour all living things were sucked into the weapon. The scene of bloody shadows entering the demon slayer edge appeared exceptionally sinister, causing a great scare to the three demons up above that were examining the stone forest with gaping holes in what little hearts they had. Within a short period of time, those wicked bloody shadows were vacuumed into this exceptional murder weapon. All of a sudden, dense bloody mist began emanating from within the demon slayer edge. By the time it spread to the point where the three above couldn't see a thing in the space below, the demon slayer edge had transformed into Han Shuo's avatar. Under the cover of the bloody mist, it began to dart about in the stone forest at lightning speed. This great formation that Han Shuo had spent so much effort in building had now successfully served its purpose. Although a certain stela that was extremely wide couldn't be easily withdrawn, those smaller formations that Han Shuo deployed had in fact been altered in some ways beforehand. Wherever the demon slayer edge avatar passed by, all kinds of scattered objects, especially those big and colorful banners, would vanish into thin air. It didn't take long before the stone forest that had initially been decorated with all kinds of strange and exotic objects turned into nothing more than just a stone forest. Those materials used for the magical matrices, especially those useful for other demonic applications, were all collected away by the demon slayer edge avatar. Gradually, the blood mist began to dilute. From what the three demons above saw, the demon slayer edge had planted itself firmly on the same spot the whole time. Later, when the blood mist completely vanished, the demon slayer edge flew out from the stone forest as if it had a mind of its own. It whizzed back to Han Shuo, who was standing on the city wall with a smile. What a miraculous weapon! Xenia shouted. Brilliant rays burst out from her eyes that were firmly fixed to the demon slayer edge. Seeing that all kinds of strange energies within the stone forest under him had vanished soon after Han Shuo's weapon had fallen into it, Crozius forced a smile and softly said, "Well, it appears that this so-called magical matrix has been stripped of any magical power." Borde nodded and said, "Yeah, that Han Shuo must have done something to it. It seems that we won't be able to learn anything from the stone forest. It doesn't matter. As long as the person is here, all other things are secondary." Xenia was a rather intelligent one. She gazed at Han Shuo standing in the distance and continued, "What we really should do now, is to try every means possible to rope him in. As long as he is with us, we will have everything." "You are right." Borde immediate agreed and indicated to Crozius, "Let's go, it's time to have a good chat with him." Crozius nodded and without saying another word, the trio began flying towards Han Shuo. Before they got close, looking at Jasper from a distance, from that infinitely bashful appearance of Jasper's, Crozius knew that his treasured daughter had transformed from a girl to a woman. "Those bloody shadows could harm our foes, but it could also harm our friends, therefore I kept them away." "Lord Crozius, would you take offense to that?" Han Shuo explained plainly. "No. Of course not." Crozius immediately replied with a smile. Crozius now needed to curry favor with Han Shuo, so how would he dare offend Han Shuo? Chapter 548, Wherever you go, I'll follow. GDK 548, Wherever you go, I'll follow. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Mr. Han Shuo, on behalf of Lord Manticole, thank you for assisting War Demon Valley. As soon as Borde met Han Shuo, he performed the proper abyssal etiquette in extending his gratitude towards Han Shuo. He was extremely friendly in his approach. With the intention of locating the interplanar portal of this realm through Manticole, a demon king of the Abyss realm, Han Shuo returned the pleasure with a smile and said, "You're welcome. For Lord Crozius to have provided me with such warm hospitality, as a visiting advisor to War Demon Valley, it was only fair that I resolved the crisis faced by War Demon Valley." "Mr. Han Shuo is too polite," Xenia said with a smile. She shot a glare at Crozius before she continued to Han Shuo, "Given Mr. Han Shuo's strength, to be merely a visiting advisor in War Demon Valley is a great insult to your extraordinary talent. Therefore, Borde and I will immediately recommend Mr. Han Shuo to the Lord. With the Lord's generosity towards his friends, I believe that he will certainly provide you the answers to all the questions you have about the interplanar portal." "Many thanks then." Now that War Demon Valley's crisis has pretty much been resolved, I see no point in sticking around in War Demon Valley any longer. Lord Crozius, if you don't mind, I'm heading to Black Jade City with the two lords," announced Han Shuo. "Of course I wouldn't mind. For a being like Mr. Han Shuo to stay in my War Demon Valley as a visiting advisor really is an injustice to you. Besides, Mr. Han Shuo still has important matters to attend to. As your friend, I must not hold you back from doing greater things." Crozius clearly understood that War Demon Valley couldn't possibly offer enough for an existence who could slay 3 shadow warriors without breaking a sweat. When such a character arrived at Black Jade City, glory, honor, riches and beauties would all be within an arm's reach. Perhaps, he could even need to rely on Han Shuo's help in the future. As the one that wielded War Demon Valley, Crozius was not oblivious to the importance of maintaining a good relationship with Han Shuo. "Then, many thanks to Lord Crozius," Han Shuo grinned. But soon enough, the brows on his face bunched towards the center when the thought of Jasper flooded his memory. He turned to her and asked, "Jasper, about this, what are you going to do?" Han Shuo suddenly recalled that Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph, all 3 ladies had had sexual relations with him, and were all his women. When Han Shuo was still in the carnal realm, he was rash with his actions and paid little regards to possible consequences in the future. But now that his heart had been pacified, he had no choice but to take the three ladies into consideration. In any case, this abyss realm would never be Han Shuo's home. He would return to Profound Continent sooner or later. Han Shuo didn't mind taking the three alien ladies back to Profound Continent. However, as the three ladies were born and bred in the abyss realm, as to whether or not they would even think about leaving their native land and follow Han Shuo to a completely unfamiliar world, he really wasn't so sure. "You are my man. Wherever you go, I'll follow," Jasper said with utmost resolution and not a second of hesitation, shattering Han Shuo's expectations. "Jasper, you need to think about this carefully. I did not originate from the abyss realm. The reason I am departing to Black Jade City is to find a way to leave the abyss realm. If you were to follow me, you might never to return here. Are you sure that you will follow beside me?" Han Shuo asked, astonished at Jasper's conviction. "Jas." Before Jasper could open her mouth, Crozius, who had been thinking of how to curry favor with Han Shuo all the while, suddenly turned dull and called out Jasper's pet name. He was visibly reluctant to part with Jasper, but he stammered and couldn't say a word as he stared at her. Although he had entrusted Jasper to Han Shuo, as her father, Crozius was in no way keen on never being able to see his daughter ever again. In the beginning, Crozius had only been thinking about fawning on Han Shuo and did not actually think of this as a potential issue. But now, having heard Han Shuo's words and recalling Han Shuo's miraculousness, Crozius suddenly felt as though he was about to lose his only daughter, setting his heart in great disarray. "My honored father, please forgive me. I choose to follow him. It is only with him that I can truly know what happiness is. Father, please forgive your daughter for being unfilial." Jasper was no fool. From the moment she learned of Han Shuo's identity and his intention of entering War Demon Valley, she knew that once she got together with Han Shuo, she would need to decide sooner or later. In fact, she had made up her mind right when she accepted Han Shuo. Therefore, Jasper did not hesitate for long before she said these words. Her eyes, however, were still wet with the sadness and sorrow of parting. Crozius shook his head and let out a sigh before squeezing out an unsightly smile. He looked at his child, who had just transformed from a girl to a woman, and said, "I understand. It's okay. Daddy won't stop you. I only hope that, if you really leave for Han Shuo's world, you will find some time to come back and pay your old man a visit." "Understood. As long as the possibility exists, I will come back to see you, father." At these words, her eyes reddened. Although she had made this decision long ago, when it came time to actually leave the only family member she had, she couldn't quite maintain a peaceful heart. Just like Jasper, the white of Crozius' eyes were tinted pink. He stared deeply and fixedly at Jasper with a helpless smile, as though he was trying to imprint the image of Jasper's face deep within his memory forever. "If I can find the way back to my world, then I should be able to come back here as well. Don't worry, if it's possible, I will return to this abyss realm. This place seems to suit me a lot," Han Shuo soothed the two when he suddenly thought of his cemetery of death. All right, if Mr. Han Shuo does not mind, please set off with us right away. The journey from here to Black Jade City will require some time. I believe that the Lord will definitely be very interested in Mr. Han Shuo," Board said smilingly. "Hang on, there are two more women. I will take a trip to my manor and ask for their opinions," Han Shuo said apologetically. When he thought of Hemina and Sylph, his heart instantly filled with some warmth. The two gifted ladies could bring Han Shuo pleasure and joy that he had never experienced before. Han Shuo really was rather reluctant to part with them. "No problem. We will just go there with you. Once you have settled the matter, we will set out together right there," Zinnia said smilingly. She thought to herself, this chap is quite the womanizer. He has only been in War Demon Valley for several days, and he has already fooled around with three beautiful ladies. It seems that I must inform the Lord at Black Jade City about this personality of his. If we were to put some effort into this aspect, this guy might be so indulged in pleasure that he would stay in Black Jade City forever. Han Chuo could tell how much Bord and Zinnia valued him just from their attitude. He nodded with a smile on his face and turned to look at Crozius. After thinking for a moment, he took out a space ring, handed it Crozius, and said, "This space ring is for you. It can hold a lot of items. Also, inside the space ring, there's a staff that can amplify earth element. As you are cultivating the earth element energy, you can try using it. It might even provide you with some revelation in your cultivation." Afterward, Han Chuo gave a short once-through on how to operate the space ring. As an expert in the realm of base god, Crozius' body and soul had completely become one with the element of earth, and he only needed a slight bit of reminder from Han Chuo before immediately sensing the faint mental strength he had. With that, he very easily unlocked the space ring. What a large space! This ring is truly miraculous. Although Crozius' mental strength was feeble, but once it entered the space ring, he immediately understood the wonderful ability of the space ring. He gasped. That mental strength you felt, as long as you take the time and effort to carefully meditate and comprehend it, it will form wonderful bond with your soul, allowing you to use the element of earth in a special way, Han Chuo reminded Crozius. Crozius had been, after all, very generous and lavish during the days Han Chuo stayed at War Demon Valley, giving Han Chuo the best treatment. In the end, even his only daughter, Jasper, was gifted to Han Chuo so willingly as anyone could have let go of their prized daughter, anyway. Hence, Han Chuo felt somewhat apologetic, and decided to return a bit of the favor. Magical ring! That's a magical ring! Bord cried out as he stared at Crozius's space ring in disbelief. Oh! Han Chuo stared impressed for a moment before asking, "You know about the functions of a space ring?" "Of course. Lord Manticole has a magical ring as well. It can store many things. His lordship would always wear it and treat it like a precious treasure. There's no mistake about it," Bord explained as he looked at Crozius with envy. Although Bord referred to it differently, Han Chuo could tell that he indeed understood the uses of a space ring. Manufacturing a space ring required not just a deep understanding of the Edict of Space but also some knowledge of alchemy as well as some unique materials. Although the Abyss realm was huge, the term alchemy had never been heard there before. In addition, those materials required to construct a space ring did not seem to exist in this world. Thus, even if there were existences in the Abyss realm that cultivated in the Edict of Space, it would be extremely difficult or even impossible to fabricate a space ring. To hear that Manticole, this demon king, was actually in possession of a space ring, immediately gave Han Chuo some ideas. "Thank you." Crozius hastily expressed his gratitude after learning of the wonderful abilities of a space ring. "You're welcome." Han Chuo looked at Crozius one last time, nodded his head, and left with Bord, Zinnia, and Jasper. Hemina and Sylph, just like Jasper, were absolutely determined to follow beside Han Chuo and leave War Demon Valley with him. Chapter 549, Son, Do You Want Power? GDK 549, Son, Do You Want Power? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. 3 days later, at Black Jade City. Skyscrapers that more than brushed the clouds crowded every corner of the grid. The streets were bustling with activity, all kinds of abyssal beings coming and going. War Demon Valley really was just a small village compared to Black Jade City where Demon King Manticole resided. All around were buildings like the Giant's Beanstalk. Among them, structures ranging in the hundreds of meters in height were a regularity. Along his journey, Han Chuo had seen at least a dozen abyssal creatures with bodies even more enormous than that of the primordious dragon. Anyone in this place would feel insignificant and minute. Hemina, Sylph, and even Jasper, someone who enjoyed a rather high status in War Demon Valley, all appeared rather reserved and cautious once they arrived at Black Jade City. They also appeared to be more revering, coming from their small hill village. When these ladies arrived at Black Jade City, they were not unlike girls back on Earth who came to the city from the countryside for the first time. They were obviously uncomfortable and awkward, deeply afraid that any of their actions could negatively affect Han Shuo in some way. However, apart from reverence, the trio of ladies carried faint excitement in their eyes. Black Jade City was one of the 5 major capital cities of the Abyss realm. Manticore, one of the 5 overlords of the Abyss, lived in this city. Black Jade City was definitely considered to be an extremely prosperous city within the Abyss realm. For Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph, coming to such a place had filled their hearts with not just veneration but also expectation. Welcome to Black Jade City, haha. Mr. Han Shuo, how do you feel about the big city? Board beamed at Han Shuo. Board had been extremely friendly towards Han Shuo throughout the journey. Huge. Everything is huge. The environment all around, from the buildings to their inhabitants, gave Han Shuo precisely this impression. Perhaps it was due to the sheer sizes of the beings of the abyss that the structures were so gargantuan. If not for all those abyssal creatures moving all around the city, Han Shuo would have mistaken the area for a mountain range. Precisely. Black Jade City is that magnificent. Look, that's Demon King's palace, thousands of meters tall. That is where Lord Manticore lives. Hehe, the people of the abyss are fond of rough and simple structures. Therefore, the taller and bigger the building, the more befitting it is in manifesting the status of our lord, Board explained proudly. Han Shuo raised his head and gazed at the grand scene presented to him. He discovered that the Demon King's palace was indeed the tallest building in Black Jade City. The majestic and magnificent Demon King's palace looked like a malevolent demon god proudly standing over the world. The structure gave off a disdainful demeanor on all forms of life, suffocating any observer with an indescribable pressure and feeling of reverence in the heart. Oh! Han Shuo gasped. His brows were deeply furrowed. This magnificent Demon King's palace had a natural fierce air to it. Piercing the blue dome of the heavens, the structure had lumps of incredibly dense black mist lingering all around it. The dark mist was congealed using the element of darkness and contained defensive energies. With just one look, Han Shuo was certain that this Demon King's palace wasn't as simple as it seemed. That energy it contained must have been for defensive attacks. Those clouds of mist as dark as ink congealed from the element of darkness. Merely from the outer appearance of the Demon King's palace, Han Shuo could ascertain that of the 8 elements, Demon King Manticore had to be cultivating the element of darkness. Every time I look at the Demon King's palace, I get a feeling of reverence from the bottom of my heart. The pressure just comes about on its own. Truly mystical. Zinnia mumbled as she raised her head, gazing at the Demon King's palace. Han Shuo's lips curved to reveal a hard-to-discern smirk, thinking to himself that this palace had actually been altered by Demon King Manticore using divine energy. Those without a certain level of strength wouldn't be able to understand the effect of that mysterious energy around the Demon King's palace. Perhaps Manticore, as the spiritual leader they believed in, used this method to will the populace into handing their convictions to him. Han Shuo, this place truly is grandiose. Hemina exclaimed in admiration. It really is. We finally got the chance to visit the Demon King's city. Hehe, it indeed enjoys a well-deserved reputation. Hemina agreed. In the Abyss realm, one could not simply leave and relocate to another district without good reason. In particular, moving from a low-level town to a big city, was absolutely impermissible. As it was the first time Hemina, Sylph, and Jasper, these ladies who had grown up in War Demon Valley, had visited Black Jade City, it was only natural that they would feel excited and thrilled. All right, Mr. Han Shuo, the 2 of us shall make a move now to have an audience with the Lord. You and your ladies may explore the surrounding areas for the moment. Later, as soon as the Lord commands, we will come over and take you to meet him. Board explained. Sure, go about your business. Board and Zinnia had been fawning all over Han Shuo throughout the journey, and Han Shuo actually found the couple quite agreeable. Besides, This Black Jade City indeed was very magnificent, and Han Shuo was interested in finding out what the city had in store. Therefore, he immediately agreed to the duo. Just as the couple was leaving, a question popped up in Hemina's head, "But Black Jade City is huge, what if you can't find us?" Zinnia immediately let out a condescending chuckle and said, "Don't worry about that, little girl. It couldn't be any simpler for us Black Jade guards to locate a person within Black Jade City, especially since you are all strangers to this city." Black Jade guards, under the command of Manticole, were similar to Golander's trump card Shadow Warriors in that they directly answered to their respective demon kings. Every one of them was a demon-grade expert wielding tremendous power and influence. Although there weren't many Black Jade guards, each and every one of them possessed countless subordinates. The Black Jade guards were responsible for the safety of the entire Black Jade City, so not even an ant could evade their eyes and ears. "Oh, I see." Hemina did not have any more questions after listening to Zinnia's explanation. There were a few traces of fear in the lady's eyes. They had long heard of the Black Jade Guards' reputation. Just like the Shadow Warriors, the Black Jade Guards was an extremely formidable organization. The Black Jade Guards were not in the least inferior to the Shadow Warriors in terms of ruthlessness, something well known by the populace under the rule of other demon kings. "Okay, Mr. Han Shuo, ladies, please enjoy yourselves around Black Jade City. The two of us must report back to the Lord as soon as possible." Borde bid his goodbye to Han Shuo before scurrying off with Zinnia towards the Demon King's palace that was wrapped in divine energy. "Let's go. We shall roam around this Black Jade City." After Borde and Zinnia left, Han Shuo along with the three ladies started their unhurried loaf about the incredibly wide streets. The Black Jade City was huge, far bigger than Han Shuo had imagined. After Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness, he discovered that the Black Jade City was at least 10 times bigger than Asen City of Lancelot Empire back on Profound Continent. All kinds of rare goods that he had never seen before could be found in its various regions. There were all kinds of alien creatures walking about the streets of Black Jade City. Some of them were indistinguishable from rocks, and some even looked like trees. It was completely foreign to him. The three ladies were very intrigued as well and had been chattering continuously along the way. As Hemina and Sylph had taken themselves as slave servants to begin with, the two did not feel upset when Jasper stepped into the picture. On the contrary, they got along well with her. As the group of them had not an inkling about Black Jade City, their curiosities were churning. Whenever they saw anything interesting, they would linger on and investigate. Voices of awe and amazement never stopped echoing from their mouths. A spiteful screech suddenly stung Han Shuo's ears. "Half-breed, how dare you come out of your cave and loiter on the streets? Courting death!" Shooting a glance in the direction of that voice, Han Shuo discovered that 5 or 6 alien teenagers had forced another teenager to a corner. They were punching and kicking at him, all the while spitting bloody insults at this youth. The boy wore a numbed expression, his body curled up, hands over his head, and uttered not a word as he let the few others beat him up. The heavy thuds of the kicks left red marks on his body, soon to turn purple and puffy. Although he was letting himself suffer their beating, nonetheless, the rancor showing in his pair of eyes was bone-chillingly cold. From the looks of it, this teenager ought to have developed an ingrained hatred towards the few alien teenagers. However, as he didn't possess much strength, all he could do was to let them pound him without giving the slightest resistance, firmly holding onto his skull to avoid brain damage. There were bound to be many of such scenes of bullying in any material plane. Han Shuo wasn't one who was fond of meddling in other people's business. Besides, they were in the abyss where only the fittest survived. It was adapt or die. Gradually, this youth, bitter resentment showing in his eyes, seemed to no longer be able to withstand the unending rounds of beating. Even his 2 hands had none left in them to shield his head anymore. It seemed as though in just another moment, he would be beaten to death. Han Shuo was about to pull the 3 ladies away, but suddenly, he saw something. The dark red blood within this youth's body seemed as though it wanted to seep out through his pores. Han Shuo made no effort in masking his astonishment. Then, as though he suddenly remembered something, Han Shuo examined the youth's body with his consciousness. He was jolted and blurted out, "Body of Sanguis." "What?" Jasper stared puzzled at Han Shuo. Han Shuo did not reply. His body transformed into a bolt, passed through layers of people, and appeared before that curled-up youngster in an instant. He extended his big hand, grasped, and lifted this scrawny young one. The boy's eyes were filled with stubborn resentment even on the verge of death. In a deep voice, Han Shuo asked, "Son, do you want power?" Chapter 550, Taking in an Apprentice. GDK 550, Taking in an Apprentice. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Power, power, the youngster stammered, his pair of red pupils full of thirst. Han Shuo's abrupt intrusion caught his abusers off guard. After they came to their senses, the ringleader questioned Han Shuo, Who are you?" In Han Shuo's eyes, the few teenagers were characters so puny that he could annihilate them with just a wave of his hand. He did not respond to their questioning but merely focused on that youngster he held up with his arms. Jasper landed, along with Hemina and Sylph. "Han Shuo, what's the matter?" She looked at Han Shuo gravely, and was rather clueless about his actions. Such things couldn't have been more common in the Abyss realm. Some people began gathering around to watch when they discovered the unusual change in this area. While some found it interesting that anyone would interfere, some were mesmerized by the beauty of Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph. "Three beautiful ladies." The ringleader teenager turned to a delighted expression and impudently catcalled them. With his indecent and frivolous appearance, he began scanning the stunning bodies of the three ladies with his eyes. "Son, do you want power?" Han Shuo ignored the disturbances around him and continued to question the stubborn youngster. Of course I want power." "But, can you give me that?" the youngster said after he gradually recovered some strength with his deep red eyes staring blankly at Han Shuo. Han Shuo smiled and put down the kid. He then extended his hand and placed it over the youngster's nape. A few strands of demonic yuan shot out and entered the youngster's body and they started circulating in mysterious orbits. After Han Shuo injected his demonic yuan, the youngster's blood-red body suddenly turned even more blood-red. A faint stench of blood began overspilling from his body, as though his fresh blood were overflowing from every pore in his skin. "There's no mistake, this is indeed a body of Sanguis," Han Shuo thought. It was a common of those who were Sanguis-bodied that, when they were furious and their emotions were out of control, the blood in their bodies would circulate rapidly, making them look as though they were sprinkled with blood. People with this kind of unique body were the best choice of people to cultivate in Blood God Mantra. They could cultivate Blood God Mantra to an extremely high realm within a short period of time. Han Shuo understood the details and particulars of Blood God Mantra from Chu Kenglan's memories. Back then, standing at the pinnacle of demonic arts, Chu Kenglan once had a subordinate expert that cultivated in Blood God Mantra. That subordinate of his possessed great strength. However, as the person was not Sanguis-bodied, no matter how assiduously he cultivated, he couldn't cultivate Blood God Mantra to the ultimate level. The legends had it that only those with a body of Sanguis could attain the pinnacle in Blood God Mantra to become a blood demon. However, it was very hard to find anyone with a body of Sanguis. Back then, Chu Kenglan had actually tried to seek one with a body of Sanguis so that he could teach the Blood God Mantra, thereby raising a mighty overlord that would be under his control. But unfortunately for him, he never could find any. Who would have expected that in this abyss realm, Han Shuo would actually come across a teenager with the body of Sanguis? This youngster was firm and determined by nature. He was like a rough diamond, waiting to be refined and polished. If he cultivated in Blood God Mantra, given the body of Sanguis he possessed, he definitely could progress at lightning speed and become an expert not to be belittled. Han Shuo suddenly withdrew his hand. This youngster was on the verge of full recovery. His originally powerless eyes were filled with excitement as he stared fixedly at Han Shuo and asked, Can you really give me power? Han Shuo nodded endearingly, be my apprentice, and I shall give you power beyond your imagination. But, I have tried each and every one of the 8 elemental energies, but I couldn't cultivate in any of them. Can I really possess power? The youngster still had some doubts. No matter how hard he tried, that peculiar body of his could not possess strength powerful enough for him to exact vengeance. This teenager was just 15 or 16 years old, but already possessed such unyielding willpower. In Han Shuo's eyes, he truly was a diamond in the rough. Once he imparted the blood god mantra unto this youngster, he would undoubtedly soar and excel in the world. Han Shuo looked at the boy and smiled. Your unusual body is definitely not suitable for cultivating in any of the 8 elemental forces. But with your natural endowments, even wider skies await you. The 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces weren't all that there was in this world. Be my apprentice, and you will understand. Oi! You over there, keep your nose out of our business, the teenage ringleader suddenly threatened. Han Shuo groaned and turned back to glance at the teenagers, with killing intent spreading from his body like smoke. In an instant, the surrounding area was shrouded by a most terrifying sinister energy. The eyes on those arrogant teenagers grew with ineffable dread. That sinister energy spreading from Han Shuo's body shocked them to the point of quivering, and they dared not to utter a word. It wasn't just the few bullies. Those bystanders who had looked on with excitement, weak or strong, were all frightened stiff. Under the cold, attentive gaze of Han Shuo's, not one of them had the nerve to leave the area, but looked at Han Shuo with begging eyes, hoping that he would spare their frail and feeble lives. Get lost! Han Shuo shouted. Having heard Han Shuo's words, the few teenagers dared not to stay in that place a moment longer and left, drenched in cold sweat. As did the onlookers. No matter their strengths, they were too threatened to remain there and continue watching, and swiftly evacuated. Who is that guy? What a frightening aura! No idea. But he wasn't a familiar face, so he must be a foreign expert. Even I, as a level 3 destroyer, dared not to move a muscle. He is a true expert. Let's get a move on. I don't even have the courage to talk when I look at him. After those people fled in panic, Han Shuo turned to the scrawny boy and said, those guys who bullied you ought to be killed at your very own hands, and I will give you the opportunity to do just that. Thud. The boy dropped to his knees and bowed to Han Shuo at once. He exclaimed in a deep voice, Thank you, Master. The kid may have been weak, but he was no dimwit. The strength that Han Shuo suddenly revealed was terrifying beyond his imagination. Especially, when he noticed characters that were usually high up were shocked frozen by that energy Han Shuo demonstrated. He no longer hesitated and promptly decided to kowtow and accept this sinisterly powerful stranger as his master. Get up! I don't care what your name was before, but from this day forth, you will be called Sanguis. Han Shuo nodded satisfyingly and pointed to his 3 mistresses beside him, and said, They are your masters as well. Thud. 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 Sanguis bowed another 3 times before he stood back up and respectfully saluted towards Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph. He greeted the ladies one by one, yelling, Master. Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph calmly acknowledged Sanguis' appellation. But soon after, the 3 exchanged glances with each other and cast their puzzled gazes towards Han Shuo, clueless why Han Shuo would so suddenly want to take in an apprentice. Sanguis, do you have any close relatives? Han Shuo knew next to nothing about this apprentice of his. Now that Sanguis had formally become an apprentice to Han Shuo, it was time to ask about Sanguis' origins. Sanguis' face turned sad, with eyes turning deep red. In a low voice, he said, No, I don't. My mother had recently died of illness, and I had yet to bury her body. Sanguis then raised his head and to look at Han Shuo before he continued, My father was once a mighty warrior, but he died in battle long ago. My parents were of two different races. Since birth, my body has been innately different from that of a regular person, and I couldn't cultivate in any elemental energy. For many years, my mother and I had been relying upon each other for survival. Our days were filled with hardship and suffering. Because I cannot cultivate in any elemental energy, others called me garbage, cripple, half-breed, and so on. I had long gotten used to being bullied and humiliated. Those guys earlier, their families used to be troops under my father's command. Before my father died, they would even deliberately fawn on me, and would never dare say a thing about me. But once my father died, they all turned extremely unkind and mean. Even my mother suffered some very horrible treatment. In fact, her death had everything to do with those bastards. At this point, Sanguis' eyes turned blood red again. His body seemed to be concealing a ruthless and savage beast. Although the beast was ferocious and vigorous, it was firmly tied down and restrained, unable to unleash its savagery. Be at ease. From my hand, I will let you obtain great strength. It wouldn't take long before every one of those people who once oppressed you and your mother suffer 100 times the price for what they did. Han Shuo reassured to this new apprentice of his. Master, give me strength. I want strength. I want strength mighty enough to kill them all. Sanguis shouted with extreme thirst for power as he looked deeply at Han Shuo. Calm down, do not think of anything, open up your soul, Han Shuo said with a low voice. He suddenly extended his left hand and gently placed it on Sanguis' forehead. The most fundamental cultivation method of Blood God Mantra was branded on Sanguis' memories. These are the fundamentals of Blood God Mantra. Practice them carefully. As soon as you grasp all the basic cultivation methods, you will be able to take retribution to your arch-enemies. Han Shuo smiled after he withdrew his hand. As for the moment, Han Shuo didn't know if he could really be at ease with this newly taken apprentice of his. In addition to not wanting him to get too greedy, as a precaution, he did not impart Sanguis with the complete set of Blood God Mantra. Sanguis' eyes sparkled with excitement. Immediately, he kneeled on the ground, still quivering. After giving Han Shuo 3 resounding bows, he said emotionally, Master, this cultivation method seems as though it was specially created for me. It's magical. Han Shuo smiled and nodded, but did not speak. Chapter 551, Kill these clowns for me. GDK 551, Kill these clowns for me. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Black Jade City, Thalia District. The party came to a small and dilapidated house made of stone that contained little more than a few items of crude furniture, a table, a chair, a bed, and an iron cooking pot. On that bed of stone, a woman that had long gone without a trace of life silently lay. Sanguis took light steps into the room and knelt before his mother's stone bed. After a heartfelt round of prayer, Sanguis stood up emotionless, turned to Han Shuo, and said, Master, I wish to bury my mother's body. Han Shuo nodded. Without saying another word, he took out a few pieces of pitch-black stone coins from his space ring and placed it on the crack-lined table at the center of the room. Whichever material plane one was on, burying the dead was not for the penniless. The Abyss Realm was no exception. The reason Sanguis had left home for the streets was precisely to find the funds to properly bury his mother. But he chanced upon his old friends and was nearly beaten to death. Had he not met Han Shuo, this impoverished child wouldn't have gathered enough money for a burial even when his mother's body had rotten. Towards this newly known master of his, Sanguis did not behave overly humble. After he saw the enormous sum of black stone coins Han Shuo placed on the stone table, Sanguis only said in a dull voice, Thank you, master. In the Abyss Realm, black stone coins were of the greatest denomination in circulation. 1 coin could be exchanged for 10 blue stone coins, or for 100 pieces of yellow stone coin. In normal circumstances, just a few blue stone coins were enough for a basic ceremony. Those pieces of black stone coin Han Shuo put down were definitely more than enough for Sanguis to squander. All right, you go take care of your matters. Han Shuo nodded, looked at his 3 ladies standing outside the door, and apathetically exited. With black stone coins, it wouldn't take long to complete, Sanguis replied. After he followed Han Shuo out of the room and said, Masters, please wait here for a while. I need to leave for a moment and will be back very soon. Go ahead, Han Shuo agreed. With the few pieces of black stone coins, Sanguis bolted off. This youngster had a strong and even morbid thirst for power. Even since obtaining the foundation cultivation methods of Blood God Mantra, he had been persistently thinking about the cultivation methods. Han Shuo could make that out from his constantly knitted brows and abnormalities of the blood inside his body. Han Shuo, this kid, he does have very tenacious willpower. But, can he really become the powerful expert to match your expectations? Jasper asked with gently creased brows as she watched Sanguis leaving. Yet, he said that he couldn't cultivate in any of the 8 elemental energies or 4 edictal forces. In the abyss, those who can't cultivate in any of these 12 energies definitely are, just like he said himself, rubbish. How could such a person also possess mighty strength? Sylph too was skeptical. Having grown up in the abyss realm, they did not seem too optimistic about this youngster. Han Shuo put on the smile of an insightful man, turned his eyes to the 3 ladies, and said, the 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces are not the universal cultivation pathways for everyone. Some are gifted and different from birth, and destined for the unbeaten path. If Sanguis hadn't come across me, he might remain mediocre his whole life. But, since he was so fortunate for us to have met, it is a matter of course that he would be an outstanding expert in the future. The 3 ladies were astonished at Han Shuo's explanation. After exchanging glances with each other, Jasper gave a smile and said, I believe you. Hehe, there are indeed many magical things about you. Perhaps it is true that only by meeting you could Sanguis ever expect to excel in life. Han Shuo was actually quite satisfied with this newly adopted apprentice of his. As he didn't have any business to deal with, Han Shuo decided to stay there with his 3 women. He watched on as Sanguis got busy arranging his mother's funeral. Han Shuo and his 3 ladies had actually offered to help Sanguis with the burial. However, that was tactfully declined by Sanguis. He insisted on doing it alone and finishing his mother's funeral by himself. From this, it was reasonable to say that Sanguis was a filial son. The abyss realm wasn't one for overly elaborate ceremonies when burying the deceased. Thanks to the few pieces of black stone coins, Sanguis had properly completed his mother's burial in less than half a day. After completing all the matters and a round of griefful weeping, Sanguis' heart finally regained tranquility. He returned to that tiny stone house. Master, thank you. Sanguis gave Han Shuo another bow as an expression of his gratitude. Get up. Don't be so courteous with me in the future, Han Shuo replied calmly. After Sanguis stood up, Han Shuo's consciousness inspected his body once through. With his brows in a knit, he said, about the cultivation of the Blood God Mantra, if there's anything you are not clear about, you must ask me. Do not ever attempt to cultivate before you are absolutely clear about a technique. The cultivation of demonic arts is very dangerous. Any misstep might cause you to sink into an irreversible state with no hope of salvation. I do not wish to lose an apprentice right after receiving one. Other than being tenacious in character, Sanguis was also somewhat uncommunicative. Having observed him all this while, Han Shuo noticed that Sanguis didn't seem to like asking others for guidance. In fact, as he silently deciphered the Blood God Mantra that Han Shuo left in his soul, he had even started with practicing some of those simpler techniques. Although Han Shuo did not personally cultivate in Blood God Mantra himself, nor would he be able to like Sanguis, Han Shuo's mind contained all the comprehension and memories about demonic arts, which he obtained from Chu Kinglan. As Sanguis did not have any experience with demonic arts, Han Shuo was afraid that something might go wrong with Sanguis exploring the techniques on his own. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Sanguis revealed a somewhat embarrassed expression, and said, Oh, so that's the case. Master, there indeed are many things that I'm not clear about. This type of martial arts is completely distinct from those 12 energies that you know of. If you could cultivate without one bit of hindrance, knowing merely the cultivation methods, you would have my salute. Speak. Whatever questions you have, I will explain to you in detail, Han Chuo said smilingly. Having cultivated his demonic arts to this realm, in addition to the memories left by Chu Kinglan, even if Han Chuo didn't cultivate in Blood God Mantra, he would be able to help Sanguis in resolving the problems he faced in his cultivation. Blood God Mantra and God Slaying Devil Path were the same in that they were branches of demonic arts. These branching martial arts would allow one to obtain substantial progress within a short amount of time. Especially Sanguis, someone of Sanguis kind would make even faster progress. However, even if Sanguis had come to master Blood God Mantra and become a so-called blood demon, it would still be hard for him to surpass Han Chuo, who cultivated in the mainstream demonic arts. With Han Chuo's reminder, Sanguis no longer kept the troubles he faced to himself and sought clarification from Han Chuo on all the things he did not understand one by one. Han Chuo generously answered all the questions Sanguis had and illuminated for him a bright pathway for his cultivation. Sanguis had proved himself to be the most suitable candidate for practicing Blood God Mantra. After he figured out the cultivation methods under Han Chuo's guidance, it didn't take long before he could truly control the blood within his body and operate the energy in his body in accordance with the unique cultivation technique of Blood God Mantra. The power that Sanguis had been so longing for had in fact always been inside of himself. More precisely, his own blood. However, he previously did not know how to utilize this type of energy, and therefore the energy in his body could not be released. When Sanguis cultivates in accordance with Blood God Mantra, the blood within his body circulating, he would look blood red on every inch of his skin. When Han Chuo saw that Sanguis seemed to have sunken into the wonderful meditative state in his cultivation, he nodded, feeling satisfied with his apprentice's wits and effort. As not to disturb Sanguis, Han Chuo silently indicated to his 3 ladies and walked out of the little stone house with them. Apart from chit-chatting, Han Chuo would educate Jasper on some of her misconceptions on the cultivation of mental strength. With the help of Han Chuo, a godly existence, both Hemina and Sylph had started to meditate using the same method that Jasper had used to gain mental strength, attempting to sense the presence of this mysterious energy within the brain. Of the two, Sylph had even managed to sense the presence of mental strength ahead of Hemina, but Hemina wasn't far behind and was on the verge of a breakthrough. "My lord, that enemy spy is in there. I'm certain," a familiar voice suddenly entered Han Chuo's ears. After a short while, those few youngsters that were previously drenched with cold sweat after receiving a great shock from Han Chuo now carried a heavy air of arrogance as well as an expert of level 1 demon strength to Han Chuo. Before this demon, the few teenagers were full of respect and reverence. They obviously intended on using this demon to take care of Han Chuo. Sanguis, who had entered a meditative state not long ago, walked out from his house after hearing the voice. The youngster turned somewhat cowardly when he saw Han Chuo. But when he recalled the origins of the person standing beside him, he suddenly regained his confidence, and daringly pointed at Han Chuo as he shouted, "My lord, there they are." The other few kids that came with him all had their heads high and chests out. As they thought they had found someone they could rely on, all of them started to berate Han Chuo at the top of their tiny voices, as though they had forgotten their humiliating looks not long before. "My apprentice, use that energy you just comprehended to kill these clowns for me," Han Chuo unenthusiastically instructed after giving them a disdainful cold smile. "Yes, master," Sanguis replied naturally. At the next moment, his lips curved to reveal a ruthless and evil grin, while his eyes began to redden crimson. He marched step by step towards those arch-enemies of his as they continued to mock him. Chapter 552, A Real Man Ought to Kill. GDK 552, A Real Man Ought to Kill. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Freeze, shouted the level 1 demon. He shot an icy stare at Sanguis with askant eyes before turning to Han Shuo, saying, "Who are you?" From the moment the demon appeared, Han Shuo could recognize his identity from that insignia proudly woven on the front of his garb, a black jade guard. Only within the Black Jade City would a Black Jade Guard be so arrogant and cold. Although he didn't possess a high ranking among the Black Jade Guards, he could still strut around before others. "Who am I? You will find out soon. But let me advise you this, do not to meddle with my business." Han Shuo ignored the Black Jade Guard's instruction. He put on an unruffled smile and turned his gaze towards Sanguis, who had suddenly stopped following the demon's threats. In a deep voice, he instructed, "Kill these clowns. You don't have to worry about anything else." It was obvious that Sanguis recognized the identity of this level 1 demon. In Black Jade City, the Black Jade Guards were tantamount to the arms of Demon King Manticore. Their strengths and influences could strike terror into anyone's heart, let alone Sanguis, who was at the very bottom of the abyssal society. That kind of fear and dread towards the Black Jade Guards was deeply rooted in his soul, and it definitely wasn't something that could be reversed in just a moment. Sanguis hesitantly looked at that Black Jade Guard whose face was grim and sinister, and turned his head to look at his most mysterious master, who was in no rush. After silently turning over in his mind, that stubborn spirit of his flared up and his heart toughened like steel. Sanguis no longer batted an eye at that boisterous Black Jade Guard, but concentrated his resentful gaze at the ringleader of the group of teenagers. Once again, he marched forward, staunch and steady, making towards the answering bully with the disdainful expression. The demon was obviously annoyed at Sanguis' utter disregard for him. "You better not do anything stupid," he threatened, eyebrows furrowed and angered by this rubbish living at the very bottom of society, but who, as he felt, couldn't tell chalk from cheese. His mind was thereby flooded with murderous thoughts. But before he could take action, a voice staccatoed into his ears. In the next moment, a sinister, eerie sensation rushed into his body like tide water, which made his blood run cold. This level 1 demon's body suddenly turned as stiff as frozen. His creased brows began to crumple. Traces of timidity could even be seen in his pair of ice-cold, merciless eyes. He looked at Han Shuo, eyes droopy at the outer corners and forehead crinkled, yet still wearing a smile, and said in a deep voice, "A mighty expert indeed. Nevertheless, to offend us Black Jade Guards in Black Jade City, are you really itching to taste death?" That sinister energy restraining the level 1 demon did not wane to any degree as that mild and unruffled smile on Han Shuo's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a rather evil and cunning smile. "You are merely a little level 1 demon. You, in no way, stand for the whole body of Black Jade Guards. Hehe, I'd advise you not to act blindly without first using that small brain of yours. Because even if I were to kill you, your death would be in vain. The Black Jade Guards will not choose to go to war against me over a small character like yourself." The look on this demon's face flipped. He had discerned the meaning of Han Shuo's words. He demanded in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? You will find out. But for now, you better behave yourself and be a good spectator." Han Shuo said coldly as he glared at the Black Jade Guard. Right after, he turned his attention to that new apprentice of his. Those teenagers, who had put a significant amount of effort into inviting a level 1 demon to retaliate against Han Shuo, looked confounded at that Black Jade Guard who had remained motionless all the while. They couldn't understand why a Black Jade Guard whose authority was unchallenged in Black Jade City would suddenly become so restrained. Ant-like existences like them obviously couldn't sense that terrifying pressure that Han Shuo exerted on the Black Jade Guard. My lord," that leading youngster stammered, as though wanting to say something. He coldly and indifferently turned the other way. With his actions, this level 1 demon had declared his stance. They were merely a few low-level abyssal guards with no promising prospects, absolutely unworthy of a level 1 demon risking his own life just to protect them. Besides, that Sanguis kid might not have the strength to defeat them. This level 1 demon couldn't sense one bit of elemental energies or edictal forces from Sanguis' body. To say that a youngster who possessed not a single one of the 12 energies could kill those abyssal guard who possessed that little bit of strength would be an absolute pipe dream. This guy was brimming with curiosity at heart. Therefore, he wisely decided to step aside and become a spectator, and see for himself how Sanguis would attack. It was apparent that those teenagers weren't afraid of Sanguis, but of the person standing behind him. Therefore, when they were frightened gutless and knew not what to do, Han Shuo smilingly assured them, "You kids don't have to worry about me. Things between you and my apprentice should be left to be resolved between yourselves. I will not get involved, not even if you killed him." It was true that Han Shuo was extremely satisfied and fond of this new apprentice of his. However, demonic arts cultivators had to undergo cruel battles and combats in order to grow rapidly. The more fond Han Shuo grew of this apprentice, the less he could spoil him. A man, to survive, would surely need to face all kinds of danger by himself. For Sanguis to gain domineering strength and a place above a world of experts, he had to pave his own road through bloodshed. This was a fact that not even Han Shuo could change. "Really? You're not getting involved?" that youngster gleefully asked. He looked like a drowning man who suddenly grabbed onto a floating log. Han Shuo nodded and said affirmatively, "I won't. If you guys manage to kill him, I will turn on my heels and walk away, right away." "Awesome," the youngster was overjoyed. He raised his arms as a barricade, stopping the eager posse behind him, and heroically said, "I don't need your help. I will finish this half-breed by myself." "Kill you, ya? I hate people calling a half-breed the most. From today onwards, all those who dare call me a half-breed will die in my hands, and you shall be the first." Sanguis' eyes were bloodshot. A faint reeking of blood began to seep from his body. After finally completing his speech with his teeth gnashed, Sanguis suddenly stomped and leapt ahead like a savage leopard that had escaped from its cage. A pair of deep footprints were left on the ground where Sanguis had stepped. A streak of bloody shadows shot straight towards Kolia. Sanguis' two hands, like weapons, reached the space before Kolia's chest in the blink of an eye. The stench of blood coming from Sanguis' body suddenly intensified to the point of stinging. Kolia hastily lifted his two arms to his chest in an attempt at defending against the unexpected attack. Creak! In an instant, Kolia felt intense pain coming from his arms. Pow! An enormous force struck his body. As though he had been rammed into by a ferocious beast, Kolia was thrown high into the air. He made a loud thud when his body kissed the ground. Fresh blood began gushing from his mouth like a river while his curled body convulsed and twitched. That demon's pupils constricted the moment Sanguis stomped his feet. His jaw fell to his knees like weights on a rubber band as he looked at Sanguis in disbelief, astonished by that burst of energy that erupted in Sanguis. That mysterious energy did not spring from any of the 12 types of energies, but it possessed an extremely vicious and terrifying impacting force, one thing that level 1 demon could clearly sense. He even discovered that, when Sanguis' two hands ruthlessly struck Kolia's arms, blood within Sanguis' body seemed to have suddenly boiled over, rapidly circulated and converged in his palms. Sanguis' palms that were originally white now looked as though they were drenched in blood, while the lines on his palms were more like bloody trenches. What martial art is this? The level 1 demon had a head full of question marks. The glimmer in his eyes waved red on Sanguis with amazement and wonder. How is this possible?" said Kolia after spitting yet another mouthful of blood. He stared at Sanguis with disbelief, and fear smacked across his face as his body twitched all over the ground. "Energy has always been within your body. You simply did not know how to make use of it," said Sanguis when he suddenly recalled the words once uttered by Han Shuo. He couldn't help but turn to give Han Shuo a nod of gratitude. Grinning at Sanguis, Han Shuo said, "A real man ought to kill. And even more so for my apprentices. If there's hatred in your heart, release it all. Do it in whatever way that would bring you the most satisfaction. Forget about how others would look at you. Even if everyone thought of you as a homicidal maniac, what then? Before Sanguis' mother fell ill and died, she had been rather attractive. The elders of these teenagers standing before Sanguis had previously violated his mother. Following in their parents' footsteps, these delinquents had even desecrated Sanguis' mother themselves. This hatred had always been buried deep in Sanguis' heart. The reason that Sanguis craved so much for strength was precisely for the purpose of making reprisals. After having received an encouragement from Hanchuo, Sanguis closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his bloodshot eyes were mad with the cruel intention to slaughter. He flew to Kolya as he struggled in pain, sat on him, and used his sharp fingernails to tear Kolya's body into shreds while howling with laughter. This Kolya, who had disparaged Sanguis as a low-life half-breed, now could only let out ear-numbing wails as Sanguis tortured him to his slow and painful death. After Sanguis finally got up, he turned his gaze to those teenagers who were frightened speechless, and said with a psychotic smile, "Your turn. I beg you, please, please spare us." The few teenagers mechanically repeated those words as they were scared witless by Sanguis' brutal performance. These exact words, all the countless times I repeated them, but have you ever spared me? Sanguis laughed like a lunatic. In the same fashion as a terrible beast, he pounced on those few teenagers attempting to escape. Using his newly obtained energy, Sanguis killed them all one by one with sheer resolution. Chapter 553, I will shoulder the consequences. GDK 553, I will shoulder the consequences. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The slaughter ended uneventfully in just a short while. Not a single one of the altogether 6 teenagers, Kolya included, could escape from Sanguis' hands. They were all coldly slaughtered, their bodies left in horrific states. In the Abyss realm, such a matter could not be more common. Neither Jasper, Hemina, nor Sylph revealed the tiniest bit of disgust or distraught, especially when they learned of a certain affliction on Sanguis' mother. They saw nothing inappropriate about Sanguis' actions. Soon after killing all his enemies, Sanguis' bright red skin returned to normal. That intense reeking of blood also dissipated. Sanguis, heavily gasping for air, after seeing the wreckage of his doing, lowered his head and began to weep. Compared to his terrifying figure just before, the Sanguis of this moment appeared weak and helpless. As the master, Hanchuo sprung himself and landed behind Sanguis. He reached out to pat Sanguis' shoulder gently, and said in a soft voice, "Debt of blood, paid in blood. There is nothing wrong with what you did. You might feel perturbed as this is the first time you killed someone. But I believe that in the future, you will gradually grow numb to it. You will be just like me and not feel the slightest disturbance for murdering someone." "Master, I did not feel perturbed for them, I was crying for my mom. I was thinking that, if Mom could see that I have avenged her, she would be gratified." The tearful Sanguis raised his head and explained to Hanchuo. Hanchuo was startled. He nodded and smiled, "Very good. My good apprentice, I see I was right about you after all." Sanguis gradually turned staunch. As Hanchuo looked at him, he said in a deep and low voice, "Kolya's father as well as the rest of theirs were even more abominable. I will not let a single one of them slip by. Don't worry about that. Soon enough, they shall all perish in your hands." Hanchuo understood that compared to Kolya, those adults must have caused even greater pain and misery to Sanguis' family, especially when those men were previously subordinates under his father. "Ahem," coughed the level 1 demon who had been watching coldly from the sidelines. When Hanchuo turned to look at him with a questioning face, he creased his brows and said, "Although Black Jade City isn't a city that prohibits fighting, this kid, nonetheless, has definitely exceeded certain legal limits in his actions. As his master, you should be thinking for his future, instead of continuing to instigate him to repeat his crime." "Oh." Hanchuo glanced at this level 1 demon with a smirk, and ridiculed, "Since when would a Black Jade guard be so attentive towards others? Hehe, as far as I know, a black jade guard should have more important matters than this. This level 1 demon fumbled. He looked at Sanguis and quibbled, "It's just, I can see that the kid has got potential. That's the only reason I would give any thought to him." "Haha, you don't have to worry about my apprentice." Han Chuo stared at this level 1 demon and said resolutely, "No matter what offenses or wrongdoings he has or will commit, I will shoulder all the consequences. You have nothing to concern for him." "Thank you, master." Sanguis' heart was at ease. He was convinced by that domineering air of this mysterious master of his. Having lived for so many years in Black Jade City, he had never before seen anybody who dared to speak to a Black Jade guard in such an unyielding manner. The Black Jade guard coldly groaned. Unwilling to lose face, he said with a rigid expression, "Anyone can tell lies. Although you are very powerful, you have no authority here. I don't believe that you can do just anything you want in Black Jade City." "He sure can," an assured shout suddenly sounded. The married couple, Bord and Zinnia, showed up before Han Chuo. "Lord Bord, Lord Zinnia, what are you doing here?" That level 1 demon jolted. He hurriedly performed a respectful salute towards the duo. He appeared extremely humbled. "Definitely not for you," Bord said disdainfully. Bord arrived before Han Chuo, using the same fawning attitude that level 1 demon treated him. Bord said in a cordial manner, "Mr. Han Chuo, Lord Manticole has formally invited for your presence. Please come to the Demon King's palace with us." When that level 1 demon saw that this immediate superior of his, who was usually aloof and remote, had so courteously and respectfully invited Han Chuo, on behalf of that almighty being even, he was immediately stupefied. He stared blankly at Han Chuo, his mind suddenly turning completely blank. Sanguis too had a look of astonishment across his whole face. Staring at this mysterious master who had come to him out of the blue, hearing that Han Chuo was invited by a character so high and above, Sanguis' heart pounded like Chinese drums. In this moment, his master appeared exalted to a level he had never even had the chance to catch a glimpse of. He felt as though meeting this master of his was a godsend. It felt almost unreal. Under the attentive gazes of disbelief coming from the level 1 demon and Sanguis, Han Chuo unenthusiastically nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. "No rush. I have just taken in an apprentice. There are some things that must be done as soon as possible. I will go meet Lord Manticole after settling my apprentice's matters." The level 1 demon and Sanguis, who were staring blankly at Han Chuo, received an even greater shock upon hearing Han Chuo's reply. In their hearts, Manticole was an existence as high and unreachable as the stars in the sky. He was also the god they put their faith in. In their minds, no one would dare to defy Manticole's command. Hence, when they heard Han Chuo say "no rush," they were greatly alarmed. To these people, Manticole possessed absolute power and authority. His cruelty and savagery had long penetrated deeply into their hearts. There were all kinds of widespread folklores about Manticole. But not once in those stories was it told that someone who disobeyed Manticole's words would live on. Therefore, at this moment, these two citizens of Black Jade City who were well aware of Manticole's callousness were greatly alarmed. But in the next moment, they felt as though their hearts had missed a beat. Bord had replied with a smile, "No problem. The Lord has instructed us that, if Mr. Han Chuo wanted to have fun in Black Jade City for a little longer, the two of us will keep Mr. Han Chuo accompanied. His lordship would wait for Mr. Han Chuo." Who was Manticole? One of the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm. An overlord with absolute power in Black Jade City. A character who could kill the entire populace with one thought. Such an awe-inspiring character of the Abyss realm who wielded true power should wait for no man. How would anyone be worthy enough of his time? At first, that level 1 demon thought that Bord must be lying, believing that this superior of his must had betrayed their faith. However, upon careful reconsideration, he quickly realized that this would be absolutely impossible. Given how loyal their Black Jade guards were towards Manticole, it would be absolutely preposterous for any of them to go against the will of their master. Arriving at this conclusion, this level 1 demon was thoroughly stunned. Looking at Han Chuo with his unruffled smile, he thought to himself, who in the world is this guy? Why would King Manticole be willing to delay his matters and wait for him? He rejoiced at his wise decision earlier of not hot-headedly attacking Han Chuo. At some point, his lapels became saturated with cold sweat, which overflowed to his back. Meanwhile, Sanguis was basking in extreme happiness for his master. Han Chuo had actually postponed Demon King Manticole's invitation for his personal matters. To Sanguis, this was an enormous favor. Sanguis felt as though he was floating in the sweetest dream. Well then, with the two of you present, I can definitely save a lot of trouble, Han Chuo exclaimed. Shortly after, he turned to that level 1 demon and said, "Now, tell me, am I capable of assuming all risks for my apprentice?" Thud. The level 1 demon immediately kneeled on one knee and said in a trembling voice, "I am deeply sorry, Mr. Han Chuo. I did not know of your identity. Please forgive any indignation this ignoble servant might have caused." Oh! Bord's expression suddenly turned cold. He turned to Han Chuo and said, "This impudent fellow, has he done anything to offend you? I am in the position to administer the appropriate discipline and correction." Han Chuo waved his hand and replied smilingly, "It's nothing. He's not bad actually. He knows to adapt to circumstances. He did not offend me, no need to make life difficult for him. All right then, I will let this pass. Now get lost. You are not needed here," Bord scoffed and commanded impatiently. "Thank you, Mr. Han Chuo, thank you, Lord Bord. I will get lost immediately." This level 1 demon dared not say another superfluous word. With his back arched, he quickly disappeared out of their sights. "Sanguis, let's go. I must watch you resolve all matters. This kind of hatred must be straightened out as soon as possible," Han Chuo said to his apprentice. "Thank you, Master. Master, Sanguis will engrave your favor and grace on my heart forever," Sanguis said solemnly. His eyes were thoroughly red, the emotionally touched type of red. All right. It is only by releasing all those grudges in your heart that you will be able to focus yourself entirely on your cultivation," Han Chuo said. He lowered his head, glanced at the bodies around him, crinkled his brows, and asked Bord, "About these bodies, what do you? My inferiors will handle these trivial matters." "Let's make a move," Bord interjected. He then raised his head and whistled. After a short while, several guards dressed in cold black uniforms arrived before him. "Clean up these bodies," Bord instructed. "Yes, my lord," the person leading the group of guards replied in a stern voice. "Let's go," Han Chuo said to Sanguis as he took the lead, leaving the scene. Sanguis turned his head and took one last look at that house he had resided in for many years. He clenched his fists, looked forward, and marched behind Han Chuo with unshakable resolution. Chapter 554, Exterminating Several Families. GDK 554, Exterminating Several Families. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. With the company of Bord and Zinnia, this Black Jade Guard couple who had unchallengeable authority within Black Jade City, Han Chuo and Sanguis did not meet with any hindrance during their journey to their first stop. They arrived at a tall building. "This is Kolia's home. His father used to be under my father's command," Sanguis said in a deep voice after he arrived at Kolia's house and took a deep breath. Han Chuo opened up his consciousness and evaluated the presences of those inside the building. He nodded and said to Sanguis, "Okay, I won't be going in. As long as you put the energy inside your body to use, not one of those people inside can escape from your palms. Master will watch from outside. If anyone manages to escape, I will just finish them for you." "Okay." Sanguis wasn't verbose in his reply. Right after, as though he had just recalled all the wrongs those mutts inside inflicted upon his mother and himself, Sanguis' eyes became once again bloodshot as he charged ahead with murderous aura. Thanks to his unique body, Sanguis blood contained a great amount of energy to begin with. Upon mastering the fundamental cultivation methods of blood god mantra, by releasing the energy inside his body, Sanguis would possess a strength that was not to be belittled. With such an advantage, if he would only focus on his cultivation of blood god mantra, the blood that ran through his body would flush with more and more energy, and he would attain the heights that Han Shuo hoped for sooner or later. Dong Bala, you old rat! Show yourself, demanded Sanguis in a tone that could be heard for miles. A round of clanking accompanied. Oh! You little bastard, have you gone mad? Came here to throw away your own life. The furious screeching of a middle-aged woman came from the house. Ha, yeah, I have gone nuts, while your son Kolia has gone to hell. And now it's your turn. Sanguis howled with laughter. A round of explosions went off like fireworks. A most wretched screech suddenly drilled from the woman's mouth. The grievous news of Kolia's death had caused her to turn completely insane, and she charged headfirst at Sanguis. Sanguis, who had long intended to bathe the place with blood, did not show the slightest hint of hesitation. Right after delivering the news of Kolia's death, he immediately set about the massacre. Miserable screams rang from within the house one after another. Han Shuo grinned as he listened to the activities inside the house and said to Jasper standing beside him, "This kid is courageous to kill and slaughter. Someday in the future, he will definitely be a great helper for me." Mr. Han Shuo, what martial art is he cultivating? Why is there such an intense reeking of blood coming from his body? Bored and Zinnia, who had long sensed some unusual quality in Sanguis, finally couldn't restrain their curiosity and asked. "Let's just say that it is not from any of the 12 energies that you know of. The martial art I teach is different from what you cultivate in." Han Shuo giggled, seeming quite proud of himself. Immediately after he uttered those words, the couple put on a pair of solemn faces. Zinnia questioned, "Mr. Han Shuo, as you have come from another plane of existence, naturally, you would know certain rather unusual martial arts. About the martial art that we cultivate, in your opinion, is there any aspect that we could improve upon?" Han Shuo was dazed for a moment and stared at Bored and Zinnia in astonishment. He saw that the pair appeared solemn and very humble. After weighing in his mind for a while, Han Shuo smiled and said, "I actually do know a thing or two about the 12 energies that you cultivate in. If you were to put more effort into cultivating your soul, you will find yourself with a greater understanding of your elemental energy." In a most sincere voice Bored and Zinnia said to him, "Please spare us some advice, Mr. Han Shuo." Both of them were in the realm of base god. However, as the fusion of their souls with elemental energy was done only with Demon King Manticole's assistance, instead of through their own careful realization, they were definitely far behind those who level led up to gods by their own means when it came to putting elemental energies to use. The duo clearly understood that the strength Han Shuo possessed was a class above theirs, and therefore were so humble in seeking Han Shuo's guidance. Cultivating in the elements of death and destruction simultaneously, and thanks to his deep and profound understanding of soul cultivation using elemental energies he learned on Profound Continent, Han Shuo possessed a ton of useful knowledge that he could impart on these two black jade guards. But naturally, Han Shuo was not about to tell the two about certain precious comprehensions. Instead, he gave the two some rather ambiguous lecture about the soul. Having attained considerably high realms in their cultivation, although Han Shuo stopped short of the nitty-gritty, the couple was nevertheless deeply enlightened. After thinking over Han Shuo's words for a while with pensive looks in their eyes, they seemed to have understood a thing or two, and happily expressed their gratitude. "Many thanks, Mr. Han Shuo. Mr. Han Shuo is indeed a true expert." Han Shuo responded with a forced smile as he thought to himself, "These fellas of the abyss certainly have an unimaginably stubborn persistence in pursuing strength. If these people were to come to Profound Continent and observed the difference in our cultivation methods, they would become even more terrifying for sure." Inhuman howls continued to echo in succession. When Han Shuo gathered his concentration and checked on the situation inside, he found that the battle was almost at an end. As expected, not a moment later, the house turned to pin-drop silence. Sanguis, drenched in blood, slowly emerged from inside the house. That fresh blood running down his skin obviously did not originate from his own body. However, Sanguis' skin seemed to be absorbing it while giving off faint glimmer, causing the stench of the blood to grow increasingly pungent. Those cultivating in blood god mantra could obtain energy from the blood of another organism. The stronger the being, the greater the energy contained in their blood. Naturally, Sanguis, someone innately gifted with this strange but brilliant body, would be able to obtain a greater portion of that energy. Han Shuo observed that the blood spattered on Sanguis gradually faded until it disappeared, and knew that Sanguis had grasped a certain understanding. He was very happy with Sanguis' comprehension skills. Sanguis walked silently up to Han Shuo and appeared to be in a normal mood. He wasn't as emotional as he had been after his first kill. After taking a few breaths to calm down his mind, he said calmly, "There were 12 in total. I killed them all." Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Good then. Let's move on to the next house." Without spending too much time, the altogether 7 families that had deep grudges with Sanguis, under Han Shuo's instigation, were personally exterminated by Sanguis, who had bitterly waited countless years for revenge. As he claimed more victims, Sanguis started to grow somewhat numb to committing murder. Later in time, that intense reeking of blood could be sensed even from a dozen meters away. It was just like what Han Shuo had said, after racking up more kills, one would not feel the slightest disturbance for murdering someone. When the very last casualty was forcibly ripped apart, their fresh blood splattered on the predator. Sanguis, drenched in blood, looked like he had received a baptize and reborn. Not a trace of weakness could be seen in his eyes anymore. There was only the tranquility and indifference towards death that the devil possessed. Han Shuo believed that after Sanguis had released all the hatred that had brewed deep in his heart through this campaign, he would no longer be cowardly or timid towards anything. With that impedance of the mind purged, Sanguis would make even more rapid progress in his cultivation of blood god mantra. After he settled Sanguis matters, Han Shuo did not linger any longer. He headed to the Demon King's palace along with Bord and Zinnia, who had waited for a long time. "Mr. Han Shuo, I need to make another notification." "It will take just a short while," Bord said apologetically after they arrived before the palace's grand gates. "Sure," Han Shuo replied smilingly. After Bord bowed and left, Zinnia, who remained with Han Shuo and his party, looked up at the towering, majestic, and wonderful structure, and explained, "The palace is where Lord Manticole cultivates. It is also the administrative center and religious center of Black Jade City. The Lord would always cultivate inside on his own. Apart from some extraordinary circumstances, he rarely leaves his palace." Han Shuo raised his head to gaze at the towering Demon King's palace as well. Sensing the aura of darkness that constantly lingered on the summit of the palace, it became clear to Han Shuo that the being residing in it was a superb one. Manticole had to, at the very least, possess the strength of a low god. Only a low god would require the power of faith. He would obtain strands of the power of faith from all those people under his jurisdiction enshrining him, providing him with energy that he could add to his divine energy little by little, thereby giving his unique domain of divinity an even greater power supply. When Han Shuo thought of the domain of divinity, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Although that demon slayer edge avatar of his had cultivated to be a low god of destruction, perhaps because he lacked a solid foundation and did not understand how to put the edict of destruction to use, the avatar couldn't comprehend how to form a domain of divinity even though there definitely was circulation of divine power within the demon slayer edge. From this aspect, although this avatar had become a low god of destruction, for all kinds of reasons, it was still not perfect. "It seems I need some time for this avatar to properly comprehend the profound mysteries of the Edict of Destruction," Han Shuo thought to himself. Han Shuo's 3 ladies as well as Sanguis standing beside Han Shuo all showed obvious reverence when they looked up at the Demon King's palace that pierced the blue dome of the heavens. Having grown up in territories administered by Manticole, ever since their births, they took Mantikore as the only god they placed their conviction in. And now, standing before their lord's palace, that deeply rooted effect became even more intense. After a short while, Borde returned with a smile. He bowed and said, "Mr. Honshuo, please come with me. About Jasper and the rest, Zinnia will take them to rest for the moment. There is some strange energy on top of the Demon King's palace. Those without adequate strength must not recklessly go up there. It wouldn't do them any good." Honshuo nodded and smilingly said, "You will all follow after Zinnia. Don't go anywhere you shouldn't." He is right, the Demon King's palace isn't a place an average person can enter. Honshuo followed after Borde and headed towards the apex of the Demon King's palace to meet one of the 5 great Demon Kings of the Abyss Realm. Chapter 555, Domain of Divinity. GDK 555, Domain of Divinity. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When Honshuo ascended to around 800 meters, suddenly, he felt as though he had fallen into a new dimension. Other than the intense element of darkness, all other elements were nowhere to be found. In that new region of space, the pure element of darkness seemed to possess the energy to alter anything. Even the 4 edictal forces were affected in this region. The Domain of Divinity. These were the effects of the Domain of Divinity. Only those of low god strength and above could deploy a Domain of Divinity. For example, within this Domain of Divinity that this Demon King Mantikore had deployed, only the pure element of darkness remained. Experts that relied on the presence of elemental energy, would have none to feed off when they stepped into his Domain of Divinity. They were no different from a tiger without claws or teeth. Only true gods that possessed divine power in their bodies could stop relying on elemental energy entirely. But nonetheless, even for gods who possessed divine energy, when fighting inside an enemy's Domain of Divinity without elemental energy available to them, they would still be at a great disadvantage. When 2 experts who were both in a Domain of Divinity got into conflict, they would form a region of space around themselves that was beneficial to them. In close combat, their Domains of Divinity would interact with each other, and the domains would recklessly gather the elements that the caster cultivated in. The one with the mightier Domain of Divinity would have their element found in that space with greater intensity. Divine power, Domain of Divinity, their understandings of their elemental energies or edictal forces, and how strong their bodies were, would all be crucial factors in determining the victor in a battle between 2 gods. The recovery of divine power would usually require utilizing the elements. The one with the stronger Domain of Divinity would have more elements at their disposal, and therefore, they could better recover themselves using the excess of elements available, thereby taking the higher ground in a battle. In short, the presence of Domain of Divinity was not only extremely useful for a god, but it would also give this god the advantage in a battle. But, of course, the Domain of Divinity wasn't the only deciding factor of the outcome of a battle between gods. Their understanding and comprehension towards the manipulation of their elements or edicts, the strength of their divine energy, the strength of their body, these were all crucial factors as well. However, if both sides were basically on the same level on these aspects, then the one with the mightier Domain of Divinity would naturally have a greater chance of winning. Besides that, the presence of the Domain of Divinity had the ability to overwhelm people's heart with shock. Even a base god, without having truly formed their own divine power would, upon stepping into the Domain of Divinity of a low god, immediately notice that the elements around them had disappeared. They would have no elements that they could use. As they did not have divine power in their body, if they were attacked, they would have no power to resist, but stand and wait to be slaughtered. When Honshuo entered the Domain of Divinity released by Demon King Mantikore, he discovered Borde sweating profusely while showing unconcealable fear. Honshuo understood why in just one glance. Although Borde, a base god cultivating in the element of lightning, could be considered an overlord anywhere else, once he stepped into this Domain of Divinity, he was nothing more than a peasant. Without the ability to utilize lightning elemental energy, he did not have any ability to resist. Anyone accustomed to having mighty energy would feel a similar dread and sense of powerlessness bearing down on them like the weight of the world if they lost the energy they relied upon for survival. Every time Bord came to the summit of the Demon King's palace to meet Demon King Manticole, he would turn into an unarmed and defenseless commoner. If Manticole wanted to, within his domain of divinity, he could finish Bord in no time with the twitch of his finger. Compared to Bord's sweat-drenched, cowardly appearance, Han Shuo appeared much more unruffled. Han Shuo's main body cultivating in demonic arts had the source of energy stored right within the demonic infant in his body. This domain of divinity didn't have much of an effect on Han Shuo, a demonic arts cultivator. If Han Shuo wanted to, he could escape from this domain of divinity in no time. But Han Shuo wasn't completely immune to its effects. His two avatars, cultivating in 2 of the 12 fundamental forces, were affected by this domain of divinity. Among them, the avatar cultivating in the element of death, received the greatest effect. In this domain of divinity that was void of the element of death, the avatar would be just as weak as Bord. As for the avatar cultivating in the Edict of Destruction, due to the unique circumstances of its formation, it would only receive a limited effect. Although the Edict of Destruction was somewhat altered in this Manticole's domain of divinity, as this avatar of Han Shuo's hadn't delved much into the Edict of Destruction to begin with, and as the avatar's body was the Demon Slayer Edge, with most of the strength coming from the Demon Slayer Edge itself, the effects were limited. Although Han Shuo appeared very passive inside Manticole's domain of divinity, this in fact wasn't the case. If Han Shuo wanted to, he could use his demonic arts to leave this region at high speed. After leaving the domain of divinity, his 2 avatars would not receive the slightest effect. If Han Shuo's 3 souls attacked at the same time, with his 2 avatars attacking from a distance, the power released would not be forgiving. The domain of divinity would be different in its might and coverage area following the rank of the god as well as their strength. This domain of divinity deployed by Manticole only covered the radius of a dozen or so meters. From the standard that Han Shuo knew of, he reckoned that this Manticole was merely a low god. The domain of divinity of a low god could only extend as far around their body. A mid-god could cover 10 times the range, while a high god could do even greater. Their domain of divinity would normally extend thousands of meters. Needless to say, an overgod was able to cover well beyond necessary. According to legends, the domain of divinity of an overgod could reach every corner of a material plane. Mr. Han Shuo is a magical person indeed. Please come up alone, called out a gentle voice from the summit of the Demon King's palace. Bord, who had been in great trepidation, suddenly let out a sigh of relief. In a most respectful manner, he said, "Your humble servant will dismiss himself." "Right, you may leave. Make sure to receive Mr. Han Shuo's friends properly. They are not to be treated with neglect." Manticole's mild voice sounded once again. "Yes, my lord," Bord replied. He gave Han Shuo a fawning smile and left the region that the domain of divinity covered, cowering and speedy. Inside Manticole's domain of divinity, absent of the energy he was familiar with, Bord felt like a newborn baby, and his heart never ceases to feel unease. When Manticole said those words, it was as though he had been pardoned, and he immediately left the region. As Bord departed, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and walked unruffled, step by step towards the apex of the Demon King's palace along the black stone steps. It was an empty and spacious room made of stone. At the center of the room was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged. He had short hair and an unextraordinary face. He was wearing a gentle and innocent smile as he curiously looked up and down at Han Shuo who was walking inside. Han Shuo looked all around in a peculiar manner, then turned to Great Demon King Manticole sitting cross-legged before him, and smilingly said, "Your dwelling is noticeably plain and undecorated. Those who come here do not have the qualifications to sit. Besides, I cultivate here and sit year in year out. What for would I install worldly possessions here?" Manticole was much easier to deal with than Han Shuo had imagined. He always had a soft smile on his face, much like an amiable elder. However, Han Shuo understood that this was just how he appeared on the outside. Each and every one of the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss Realm was a despot with blood all over their hands. In this Abyss Realm where competition was cruel, if this demon king had truly been this gentle in every aspect, it would be absolutely impossible to make Black Jade guards like Bord and Zinnia respect him. Besides, Han Shuo could sense that concealed ferocity in Manticole's body. That is true indeed, Han Shuo smiled after thinking for a short while. Han Shuo, who was no saint either, and whose hands were no less daubed in blood, wasn't at all reserved before this Manticole. I sensed a lot of wonderful things on you. If I have not guessed it wrong, apart from some energy I am unfamiliar with, you also cultivate in the energy of death and destruction. I am able to sense the aura of these 2 energies on you. This is truly strange. I never thought that anyone could simultaneously cultivate in 2 different energies. Truly inconceivable. Manticole exclaimed in admiration as he squinted at Han Shuo. Practically every character standing at the pinnacle of strength specialized and absorbed themselves in one of the 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces. The universe was incredibly vast. There were also some beings who could divide their souls, use other substances as their physical body, and thereby cultivate in 2 different types of energies simultaneously. However, the souls of these existences weren't as independent as the avatars formed using demonic arts. They had often too many fatal flaws and weaknesses. More frequently than not, they couldn't simultaneously attend to 2 cultivations because of a lack in mental strength or a cluttered mind. They would get nowhere and forever be incapable of climbing to the pinnacle of strength. Hence, although there were all kinds of talented characters from various planes of existence, they all solely cultivated in and studied one type of energy with practically not one exception. An existence like Han Shuo who cultivated in 3 different energies at the same time, one of them being the mysterious demonic arts, was something incredibly rare. The 2 avatars achieved through demonic arts were miraculous, allowing Han Shuo's cultivation to break free from the binding of the 12 fundamental forces while smashing conventional understanding. Although Han Shuo's 3 souls had a single shared and common memory, the integrity of each soul was not compromised. From this aspect, although Han Shuo was just one person, he had the memories and mental capacities of 3 people, therefore he wouldn't face the issue of having insufficient mental strength to cultivate different energies simultaneously, 3 bodies and 3 souls, each specializing in one type of energy. When Manticole noticed that Han Shuo wasn't talking and revealed a pensive expression, he waited until Han Shuo turned his gaze towards him, and smilingly said, I know that you want to leave the Abyss Realm. However, the interplanar portal of our Abyss Realm is inside the Void. The Void is the most terrifying and mysterious place on our material plane. Even we, the 5 great demon kings, need to wait until it is opened before we may carefully and cautiously enter. Are you sure that you wish to enter the Void? Chapter 556, Divine Weapon, Divine Essence, Divine Soul. GDK 556, Divine Weapon, Divine Essence, Divine Soul. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The Void? What kind of a place is that? Han Shuo was flabbergasted. What kind of terrible dangers and threats could lurk in a place that even the 5 great demon kings had to enter with fear? It is the root of our material plane. There are all kinds of devastating chaotic energies inside, as well as all kinds of naturally formed offensive boundaries and peculiar scenes. It is extraordinarily frightening. Manticole wore a grave expression when he mentioned this void, seemingly uneasy about this unusual location. Han Shuo really didn't care if the void was frightening or not. He did not have any desire or plan to explore the place. All that he wanted was to leave the Abyss Realm. After thinking for a moment, from his space ring Han Shuo withdrew the bone tablet he obtained from War Demon Valley's weaponry depot. He raised it in his hand and asked Manticole, "This bone tablet, Crozius told me that he obtained this from your place. Can you tell me where you procured this bone tablet?" A bone tablet that still had its imprint on it was the key to activating a cemetery of death. If a bone tablet showed up in such a place, then a cemetery of death has to be close by as well. If Han Shuo could figure out the origins of the bone tablet from Manticole, he might very well find the location of another cemetery of death. In that case, Han Shuo could then use the planar coordinates and teleport directly to the transportation matrix at the center of his cemetery of death back at Profound Continent. He could skip finding another interplanar transportation matrix inside this plane. Oh! This thing! Manticole smiled, looking deeply at Han Shuo, and said, "That little tablet, I obtained from the void the last time I entered. This magical ring of mine included, it all came from inside the void. He, honestly speaking, it is only in that place that you may obtain certain unusual items that the Abyss Realm lacks." Han Shuo was stunned at those words. He stared fixedly at Manticole with glistening eyes and thought, could this Manticole be deliberately making up things to deceive me? From Manticole's manner of speaking, Han Shuo noticed that Manticole seemed to be luring him into the void to check things out for himself. Perhaps Manticole made out that he wasn't quite interested in that place, and therefore told him an untruth? After carefully observing Manticole's expression for quite a while, Han Shuo saw that he had on only a composed expression and he couldn't find any clues from his face. He couldn't help but question puzzlingly, could it be that the void is a hub that connects to another plane? Otherwise, how would there be so many unusual things present there? Manticole shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "How did the void form? Is it a hub that connects to other planes? I have no idea. But what I do know is that the void is the most mysterious place of our material plane. According to legends, the interplanar transportation array is at the center of the void. I have only been to the void twice, and have definitely picked up my fair share of enigmatic finds. I personally think that it was a battlefield. Because, in there, I have discovered divine weapon, divine essence, and divine soul that was without consciousness and left with purely the memories. Divine weapon. Divine essence. Divine soul." Han Shuo was jolted. With his jaw to the floor, he shrieked, "How is that possible? Divine weapons are weapons forged by gods that they could pour their divine energy directly into. Gods of different grades would forge divine weapons of their corresponding grades. A high-grade divine weapon could fully bring out the divine energy of its owner, and might even have the miraculous ability to amplify their divine energy. The divine essence was also an extremely miraculous item. They were exotic substances and no one knew how they were formed. There were 12 different types of divine essences for each and every one of the 12 fundamental forces. Gods could absorb the energy inside divine essence to advance their divine power, provided that they were of the same energy type. Therefore, divine essences were extremely precious. Divine essence was precious on any material plane where there were gods. They were so rare and scarce that no one would carry the hope of finding any. Han Shuo had never ever expected that divine essence would actually present inside the void. Divine soul, made up purely of memories that were written of consciousness, was formed when a god dies in an unusual way. After death, their souls would enter a mysterious state and would not dissipate between heaven and earth for some time. They were harmless. All that was left of them was their understanding and comprehension of the elemental energy or edictal force they cultivated in. They were stranded in a strange state of matter that contained all the memories of a being while it was still alive, minus any autonomy or awareness. The most important thing was that they could be assimilated by the soul. Compared to a divine weapon and divine essence, a divine soul without a consciousness was much rarer and more precious. The reason being that, to gods, the most elementary determinant of their strength was rank. Just imagine, if a low god were to obtain the memories of a mid-god cultivating in the same energy, gaining a whole new level of cultivation experiences, just how many winding roads would he have saved himself? In fact, every god had a divine soul. However, one that was without awareness and consciousness, instead only their memories and comprehension of their elemental energy or edictal force, that would be rare and wasn't something that could be created artificially. According to legends, it was only in an extremely bizarre, chaotic space, a god dying of all kinds of unnatural causes, perhaps that even the slightest probability would arise for a soul to transform into a divine soul left with only memories. Divine weapon, divine essence, and divine soul. 3 treasures. Each more precious than the last. When Han Shuo heard Manti Cole say that the void actually contained these 3 items, he was dumbstruck. He lost self-control and let out a cry of surprise in front of Manti Cole. I didn't believe it at first. But between the 2 times that I entered the void, I have seen all 3 of these divine objects. Those things inside there obviously did not originate from our abyss realm. Yes, this magical ring, for example, there are no materials in the abyss that could forge this, Manti Cole explained gravely. Upon hearing Manti Cole's words, Han Shuo's heart turned greedy. Divine weapon, divine essence, and divine soul, these 3 treasures had great, vital uses to a god. For Han Shuo, a god who was without solid foundation in his cultivation to say the least, if he could obtain a divine essence or a divine soul, then he would immediately gain a giant leap in strength. How could he be anything but aroused? What did you mean when you said you have to wait for it to be opened? Han Shuo asked the important question with a heart bloated with desire. Around the void, there is a layer of naturally formed stardust current. That thing can corrode our divine souls just like that. As long as the stardust current flows, we have absolutely no way to enter. However, ever so often, that stardust current will change its direction and flow elsewhere. Then, we will have the opportunity to enter the void. Based on the regular rhythm, it would take another 200 years before the stardust current flows to another place. However, several space-time discontinuum regions that suddenly appeared in the abyss some time before seemed to have stirred up the flow of the stardust current and altered its course. I've received news just a few days ago that based on the current trajectory, it won't take long before the void is accessible once again. Manti Cole was excited as well. It seemed that he too was extremely thirsty for those 3 divine items inside the void. So, you mean to have me enter there with you? Han Shuo asked as he looked at Demon King Manti Cole. Manti Cole nodded with a smile and flatly admitted, "Yep. Of the 5 great demon kings of the abyss, Leviathan and I are in a close relationship. Golander and Cecrops have rather friendly relations that run deep. While Bekimos, he's a lone wolf. Whenever the void is open, the 5 of us usually wind up there together. We would frequently engage in combat over the prizes. With you on board, I believe that we would have a greater certainty on our side this time." Oh! Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. After thinking for just a short while, he had more or less understood the whole story. He smilingly said, "All 5 of you are low gods, mighty experts possessing domains of divinity. If I were to take part in it, will there be a chance for me to survive?" "Mr. Han Shuo must be joking," Manti Cole said mildly. "To be able to slaughter 3 shadow warriors in no time, this has amply proven that your strength far exceeds that of a demon. Besides, I sensed an intense aura of destruction from your body. Although you cannot form a domain of divinity yet, you definitely must have attained to the realm of low god in your cultivation of the Edict of Destruction. Hehe, merely on this basis, you have the strength to defend yourself. What's more, with Leviathan and me in the same group with you, we can look after one another. So there shouldn't be any big issues. Divine weapon, divine essence, and divine soul, I believe you would be very clear as to just how significant those things mean to us. Let alone that the interplanar portal is also inside there. There's only one chance. I believe you know what's best for yourself." Han Shuo basically had no second option. To say nothing of Han Shuo's covet for those 3 treasures, merely the fact that the interplanar transportation matrix was inside the void would mean that Han Shuo had no choice but to venture within. Nodding with a forced smile, Han Shuo said, "It appears that I have no reason to decline. All right. Let's not talk about other matters for the moment. I will arrange for Mr. Han Shuo to take a good rest. You may make do with your time to digest what I've told you." Indeed, I myself need to look for Leviathan to begin discussions. I will contact you again when the void is about to open." Manticole knew that Han Shuo had basically agreed to his proposal, and he no longer continued to be verbose. "All right. I really need to think about this carefully," Han Shuo replied. Subsequently, as per Manticole's arrangement, he stayed at Black Jade City for the time being. The news that the 3 divine objects could be found inside the most mysterious void gave Han Shuo a tremendous shock. He really needed time to carefully think through the matter, as well as to get to understand the relationships between the 5 great demon kings, lest he be used by Manticole as a tool after entering the void. Chapter 557, Father, you are prejudiced. GDK 557, Father, you are prejudiced. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Black Jade City. Inside a sumptuous castle in the east. Han Shuo, his 3 ladies, and Sanguis temporarily took residence in this castle in Black Jade City. It was regarded as one of the best and most luxurious residences for the most honorable guests of Manticole's. Although it wasn't as magnificent as the Demon King's palace, it didn't pale much in comparison. For a few days in a row, Han Shuo and his ladies had been staying in this castle. There was an abundance of servants and maids who would help with their everyday lives. They were enjoying life to the greatest extent. Sanguis, this demonic arts apprentice who finally possessed power, skipped on sleep and meals to cultivate Blood God mantra. With Han Shuo's guidance, Sanguis made rapid progress in his understanding of the Blood God mantra. He had been progressing at a rate that had astounded Han Shuo. During the days he spent with Jasper, Hemina, Sylph, and even Bord and Zinnia, Han Shuo gradually came to understand the relationships between the great demon kings of the Abyss realm. The 5 of them were divided into 3 sides, Leviathan and Manticole on one team, and Cecrops and Golander on another. Bechaimos, however, was a lone operator. He hardly made dealings with other demon kings. Manticole's and Golander's respective sides had practically never stopped warring with each other. The battle between the 4 great demon kings had spread to their territories, which represented 80% of the land on the Abyss realm. War Demon Valley and Venom Fang Castle were testaments to their constant conflict. Of the 5 great demon kings, the most mysterious one was Bechaimos. The legends of this demon king had spread through the Abyss realm since the beginning of time. Among the 5, Bechaimos had been present in this plane for the longest and he had the deepest understanding of the Abyss realm. He was also the most low-profile and quiet demon king, and seemed to be happy with the status quo. He would never send expeditions to conquer the territories of the other 4 demon kings in the quest for more power of faith. However, the other 4 great demon kings wouldn't take the initiative to provoke this demon king who was the first to become a god. This was because it was Bechaimos who told them about the existence of the void. Besides, in the process of exploring the void, the 4 had long learned of the terror that Bechaimos was. It was undeniable that Han Shuo had an intense covet for the divine weapon, divine essence, and divine soul inside the void. In addition to the fact that the interplanar transportation matrix and secrets to the cemetery of death might be inside, Han Shuo was determined to make an excursion to the void. Having made up his mind, Han Shuo began collecting information about the void through all kinds of channels and methods. Every time the void was open, it wasn't just the 5 great demon kings who would enter. High-level demons like Bord and Zinnia too would follow behind their master into the void. It was precisely thanks to this that Han Shuo managed to learn a thing or two about the situation inside the void from Bord and Zinnia. He came to understand that the void indeed was an extremely horrible and chaotic place. Time went by like calm winds as Han Shuo tried to understand the connection between the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss through all means and methods. After studying the condition in the void as much as he could, he started to make his own preparations for the expedition. He separated his 3 souls and began to cultivate inside one of the numerous secret chambers found within this castle. One day, while Han Shuo was cultivating in seclusion, carefully comprehending all the wonderful uses of his consciousness, he suddenly sensed a joyous message that came from Little Skeleton who was in the netherworld. With one thought, that soul of his attached to the skeletal staff, through the wonderful ability of the skeletal staff, immediately descended to the netherworld. Inside the magnificent palace of undead, a continuous horrible, loud roar filled the boundless sky. Intense element of death from every direction converged towards that palace. Little Skeleton, on his tall white bone throne at the center of his palace, gave off an astonishing demeanor. That eye socket where the purple demon eye used to be, now glowed with sinister green light. That miniaturized gravestone on his chest was like a whirlpool that could consume everything in its path as it condensed the element of death all around. Clean and pure element of death covered the grounds. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious magnetic field in the space, which constantly drew in more and more element of death, causing it to be more and more intense. Sitting on that white bone throne at the center of his palace, Little Skeleton gave off the imposing grandeur of the king of undead. Within his sparkling jade skeleton, there seemed to be some sort of bizarre fluid circulating rapidly. Before the little skeleton, a crowd of undead creatures lay prostrate on the ground. They included Bone Dragon, Skeletal King, and King Zombie. They seemed to be waiting for something as they crouched on the ground in fear and trepidation. Little Skeleton, proudly sitting tall on his white bone throne while some kind of liquid flowed within his body, suddenly opened his mouth and spit up a lump of faint green mist. The mist seemed to contain some extremely abstruse necromancy brand. As though tiny snakes, they bored themselves into the bodies of those mighty undead creatures in front of Little Skeleton. Then, all of a sudden, strands of thread-like energy began streaming from those mighty undead creatures back into Little Skeleton's body. As Little Skeleton's master, Han Chuo could sense a bit of Little Skeleton's comprehension. He discovered that those strands of energy were like the fine threads of a spider web. They flowed into Little Skeleton's body in a way that could not be understood visually. This kind of energy was extremely weak and minute. However, gradually, the entire mountain was enveloped in that green mist. Thousands upon thousands of undead creatures discharged that kind of faint energy which then fell into Little Skeleton's body, sitting upright on his throne. Han Chuo's death-base god soul happened to land inside the palace. He found that tempting and bewitching energy within the green mist to be extremely familiar. In the next moment, Han Chuo had a startling realization. This energy was similar to the one that enticed him to surrender his soul back when he was absorbing mental strength at the underground layer of the Cemetery of Death. "Father, you have come." Little Skeleton's voice suddenly sounded. The green mist around Han Chuo cleared up. You have truly become a god." Han Chuo finally woke up from his stupefaction. That space around Little Skeleton where pure element of death converged, Han Chuo understood that to be the domain of divinity that only a low god could possess. That liquid circulating within Little Skeleton's sparkling white bones was likely to be divine power. As for that silky minute energy streaming from the thousands upon thousands of undead into Little Skeleton, those were precisely the power of faith that these undead creatures were offering to Little Skeleton. Divine energy, power of faith, and domain of divinity, these three hallmarks of a low god, Little Skeleton had possessed them completely. From that, Han Chuo was absolutely certain that Little Skeleton had actually become a low god of death. It was an undeniable fact. "I have, Father," Little Skeleton replied in great delight. "How can you do that so soon?" Han Chuo was puzzled. Logically speaking, given that Little Skeleton's soul did not possess deep comprehension of the element of death, without spending a long time to slowly understand it, it was simply impossible to become a true god in such a short time by relying on his own strength. It's all thanks to this," Little Skeleton pointed at the gravestone on his chest and cheerfully explained, "Father wanted me to carefully look into what's inside this thing. I discovered many mysteries. Then, unconsciously, I came to possess divine energy and domain of divinity. This is truly a wonderful treasure. Thank you, Father." Han Chuo was amazed. With a face of pure shock, he stared at that gravestone on Little Skeleton's chest, which seemed to serve the role of Little Skeleton's source of energy. Never had Han Chuo anticipated that this stone engraved with cryptic patterns could bring such a huge transformation to Little Skeleton. After it integrated into Little Skeleton's chest, it allowed Little Skeleton to advance to be a low god of death in such a short amount of time. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable! Han Chuo exclaimed in as he rejoiced for Little Skeleton's fortunate encounter. This is all thanks to Father's favor, Little Skeleton said as he scratched his head, finding it somewhat embarrassing. He still behaved very much like a child before Han Chuo. Among the sea of undead creatures, only the 5 elite zombies were not affected by Little Skeleton's energy. The 5 zombies, who were not just distinguished in their appearances, all possessed wonderful energies. Their origins were similar to Little Skeleton's. They were all primed using Han Chuo's blood and took shape after absorbing the 5 elements. Among them, wood, fire, and metal elite zombies possessed treasures of their respective attributes. As they developed sufficient strength, just like Han Chuo, they wouldn't be affected by that energy of Little Skeletons. As Han Chuo and Little Skeleton talked, the 5 elite zombies walked to Han Chuo. That simple and honest-looking Earth elite zombie tugged on the corner of Han Chuo's garb, pointed at the attributable treasures that wood, fire, and metal elite zombies wielded, and with a sullen face and a pitiful voice, said to Han Chuo, "Father, the 3 of them have that, even little water obtained a lot of energy. But I don't have anything even though I have been with Father for the longest time. Father, you are prejudiced." Han Chuo was speechless. For a while now, the 5 elite zombies had attained robust intelligence. After listening to Earth elite zombie complain, Han Chuo was left between laughter and tears. From this, it was obvious that Earth elite zombie already possessed an extraordinarily high intelligence. However, to his protest, Han Chuo truly did not know how to reply. "Me too, I don't have a toy," the water elite zombie, gentle and reserved in temperament, coyly demanded from Han Chuo upon seeing his brother take the lead. Han Chuo suddenly felt somewhat of a headache. Looking at the hopeful faces of Earth and Water elite zombies, Han Chuo had no choice but to pledge, "Don't worry, Father promises, Father will find treasures suitable for you too." Earth elite zombie and Water elite zombie were pleased. They squealed, "Yay! Thank you, Father." The head-aching Han Chuo had no choice but to force a smile and make them a promise. He thought to himself, when these little fellas gain higher intelligence, problems follow. And now, they've even learned to make invidious comparisons. Really making my head swim. Chapter 558. GDK 558, Demons nothing more than glorified cannon fodders. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. After Han Chuo withdrew his soul from the netherworld, he had been staying inside a secret chamber, constantly cultivating. He did not indulge in sensual pleasures. As his realm state had been trending to be stable, he seemed to have gotten the inexhaustible cravings in his heart under control. Han Chuo faintly understood that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, even though he made it past this hurdle that was his realm state, the demonic yuan inside his body wasn't plenty enough to reach the critical mass for the breakthrough transformation to occur. In this aspect, he needed to accumulate demonic yuan bit by bit through painstaking cultivation day by day. Han Chuo knew that raising the amount of demonic yuan purely through cultivation would take an enormous amount of time. However, he couldn't think of an alternative for the moment. Then, one day, while assiduously cultivating in his secret chamber, Han Chuo suddenly sensed the arrival of Bored and Zinnia. From the couple's abnormal expressions, Han Chuo surmised that perhaps Manti Cole had completed his preparations. With one thought, his 2 avatars, one on his left and another on his right, transformed back to their original forms of Skeletal Staff and Demon Slayer Edge. Whoosh whoosh, they concealed themselves inside Han Chuo's body. After doing some stretching, Han Chuo unhurriedly walked out from the secret chamber that Earth elite zombie excavated deep underground, and headed towards the parlor where Bored and Zinnia stood. At the parlor, a few maids were carrying light refreshments and fruits and laying them on the table before Bored and Zinnia. Jasper, who could be considered a mistress, was smilingly discussing something with the 2 black jade guards with an adorably giggly voice. Upon arriving at Black Jade City, riding on Han Shuo's coattails, Jasper had received the hospitality of a distinguished guest. During those days, Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph did not miss out on sightseeing around this city, which was one of the most flourishing cities in the Abyss realm. With several black jade guards arranged by board to keep them occupied, the ladies enjoyed all the gazes of envy and admiration, giving them great satisfaction. It was also precisely so that the three ladies became more and more reliant on Han Shuo. During the many days that Han Shuo cultivated in seclusion and ceased engagement in any debaucheries, the three ladies were restless, as though they were missing something in themselves. Ahem, Han Shuo walked to the parlor and saw Jasper chatting with Board and Zinnia tenderly. As he carefully observed Jasper, he discovered that the mental strength within Jasper's brain had grown more powerful. It appeared that during his days of secluded cultivation, Jasper did not slack off in her cultivation either. "Hey? Han, you have come out." Jasper immediately turned around to look when she heard Han Shuo's gentle cough. Her beautiful eyes were filled with longing and joyousness. After having received Han Shuo's nourishment for a period of time, Jasper's skin was as beautiful as jade. Faint fragrance would float off her body. She appeared extremely attractive. "It appears you have not been goofing off," Han Shuo said smilingly as he looked at Jasper. Shortly after, he got in front of Board and Zinnia, and asked, "Has Demon King Manticole made all the appropriate preparations, and have you two come here to invite me over?" The couple nodded simultaneously. Board respectfully replied, "That's right. The void is about to open. The Lord has made arrangements for Black Jade City. He has asked the two of us to notify Mr. Han Shuo, and to head towards the void with him." "Very well. I need a short moment for my own preparations. Then I will leave with you two right away," Han Shuo answered casually. He then unfolded his consciousness. Sanguis, Hemina, and Sylph, who were cultivating in seclusion, simultaneously received Han Shuo's message within their minds. During the time Han Shuo spent cultivating, he learned to more skillfully put his consciousness to use. Affecting the minds of those without a mighty enough soul using his consciousness from a short distance away was one of the wonderful abilities of his consciousness. When Sanguis, Hemina, and Sylph suddenly sensed a chunk of message in their minds that they could clearly feel originated from Han Shuo, they were aghast. The three of them immediately awoke from their cultivation and gathered at the parlor in accordance with the message Han Shuo sent. "Master, is it you who transmitted into our brains?" Sanguis immediately asked in amazement upon arriving. Han Shuo smiled and answered, "Yep. I'm going to leave Black Jade City very soon and head to the void. I called you all here to inform you about that. Additionally, if you are met with any difficult challenges in your cultivation, better take this opportunity to seek clarification from me. It might take some time before I can return." That's amazing. Even from so far away, you can leave messages in our brains. Truly inconceivable." Sylph cried out in astonishment after arriving and hearing Han Shuo's affirmation. Board and Zinnia turned to look at each other and simultaneously forced a smile and shook their heads, gasping in admiration of the mysterious capabilities of Han Shuo's. "Master, why don't you bring us to the void with you?" Sanguis asked. "None of you possess enough strength for the moment. That includes you, Sanguis. Although you have been making progress at an incredible pace, you currently only possess the strength of a destroyer. From my understanding of the void, without the strength of a demon, it is not only pointless, but you will also become a burden. You all just stay here for the time being, cultivate well, and wait for my return from the void. If I find a transportation array, we shall all leave for my world," Han Shuo explained. After listening to Han Shuo's words, Sanguis sustained a great blow to his ego. Dispirited, he mumbled, "So in Master's eyes, I'm still a burden." Han Shuo smiled and consoled, "Although you are very gifted, just how long ago did you start your cultivation? Having risen to the rank of a destroyer from a feeble and frail nobody within such a short time, that is more than enough to prove your potential. If you could be a demon in just that time, then master can retire in no time. Haha, don't feel discouraged. Give yourself a little more time. It won't take long before you become an expert with the strength of demon. Sanguis felt a little better after listening to Han Shuo. He thought for a moment and quickly inquired with Han Shuo about some difficult problems he had met in his cultivation in the past few days. When Bord and Zinnia saw Sanguis consulting Han Shuo, they began to awkwardly step away. No matter what world they were in, when a master was teaching his apprentice, outsiders were not allowed to listen in. Bord and Zinnia obviously understood this and consciously withdrew themselves. Han Shuo held up his hand and said with a smile, "No need to keep away from us. You may stay." Bord and Zinnia were pleasantly surprised. They exchanged glances and respectfully stood aside, listening to Han Shuo's teachings with all ears. However, the demonic arts that Han Shuo was teaching was entirely different from the cultivation methods of this world. What's more, the Blood God Mantra was a particularly strange cultivation technique. It would be a wonder if Bord and Zinnia could understand it. Han Shuo, unconcerned with the couple standing near him, began answering the issues that Sanguis put forth. Sanguis would frequently nod his head enthusiastically as he listened, having grasped the concepts intuitively. Bord and Zinnia, however, were bewildered. They were incredibly confused with unfamiliar terms such as meridians and chakras, and had absolutely not a clue what Han Shuo was talking about. After Han Shuo was done with his explanation, Sanguis said excitedly, "Thank you, Master. After listening to Master's explanation, all those things that I was confused about have all become clear to me." Bord and Zinnia gazed at each other in speechless dismay. They were disappointed and disheartened by Sanguis' words. Bord forced a smile and exclaimed in admiration, "Mr. Han Shuo is indeed a master of his art. Even your words are so profound. Unfortunately for us, we don't have enough aptitude. It seems that we won't be able to understand anything." Han Shuo inwardly laughed and thought, "It'd be a wonder if you could understand me." Without explaining to the duo, Han Shuo turned to Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph, instructing them on a certain matter that they should pay attention to, and told them to stay back there and cultivate well. After that, he followed Bord and Zinnia to the Demon King's palace. When Demon King Manticole, at the summit of the Demon King's palace, saw that Han Shuo had arrived, he said with a warm smile, "We have been waiting for you for a while. It won't be long before the void opens. I have made all the necessary preparations on my side. If Mr. Han Shuo is ready, we may set out right away." In this unadorned stone chamber, besides Manticole, there were 15 experts, all of demon strength without exception. Based on their attires, they were clearly Black Jade Guards directly answering to Manticole. It seemed that Manticole was taking the group of Black Jade Guards along to the void. From the words of Bord and Zinnia, Han Shuo guessed that during critical moments, these Black Jade Guards would be used as cannon fodders. If faced with unknown danger, Manticole would send these Black Jade Guards forward to figure out the situation, and only personally proceed after making sure they were out of harm's way. In the Abyss realm, demon-grade experts were second only to the 5 great demon kings. Every demon king had guards directly under their command. These men were all infamous and had outstanding reputations. However, when it came to the moment that the void opened, these dazzling and glorious demons were merely pawns for the 5 great demon kings, absolutely expendable for the purpose of achieving their own goals. It wasn't easy bringing up a demon, but still, it wasn't that difficult of a thing to do for the 5 great demon kings. In their eyes, these demons that they brought about with their own hands were nothing more than servant dogs. To sacrifice their lives for them when the moment arrived was really their honor. The Abyss realm was just this cruel. Although those demons were aware of the destiny that lay before them in their hearts, having handed over their faith, they followed behind their masters without taking a glance back as before, ready to offer their all to their masters at any moment. Han Shuo, knowing this open secret, had other thoughts in his mind. There was no chance he was about to serve as a cannon fodder for Manticole at any moment, regardless of how critical. Where's the other demon king? Didn't you say that the two of you were allied? Han Shuo asked after looking all around him. We will join him at the entrance of the void. By now, he should be on his way. We should set off too, Manticole explained. Oh. I have no issues. Let's go then, Han Shuo replied. Manticole nodded smilingly and without another word, took to the sky, leading the way for the party. Han Shuo, along with the group of black jade guards, closely followed behind Manticole. Their destination, the void. Chapter 559, Invincible Consciousness. GDK 559, Invincible Consciousness. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. 5 days later. At the entrance to the most mysterious place on the Abyss Realm, the Void. Han Shuo and the 15 demons that followed closely behind Demon King Manticole, finally arrived at their destination. It was a peculiar region filled with enormous, menacing plants. Each one of those strange towering trees would ferociously assault at Han Shuo and the party. There were marshes and swamps all over, with colorful miasma that constantly lingered in the air. Roaming about were also some huge and oddly shaped abyssal creatures. Manticole must have been totally familiar with this region. He led Han Shuo and the party flying crisscrossed, and only stopped when they arrived before a magnificent scene of colorful, glaze-like stardust current that ascended to the sky. Han Shuo briefly surveyed his surroundings. He discovered that after Manticole had unfolded his domain of divinity, not a single plant or living thing was so unintelligent to dare approach them. The intense element of darkness gathered towards Manticole from all directions. After just a short time, the element of darkness within Manticole's domain of divinity grew 10 times more concentrated. All other elemental energies that were usually present between heaven and earth were nowhere to be found within the space it covered. Even the 4 edictal forces became twisted. The 15 black jade guards that chaperoned Manticole immediately gained a great sense of discomfort. Without any elemental energies available that they could rely on, and having yet to truly become gods, a burst of dejection out of powerlessness and unease filled their hearts. Fortunately for them, Manticole did not keep his domain of divinity deployed for too long. It didn't take long after he unfolded his domain of divinity for Han Shuo to sense that in another region not far away, the element of lightning suddenly began to rapidly congeal. A long rumble reverberated through the sky. A party of men was rapidly approaching Manticole. Manticole withdrew his domain of divinity right after the rumble. He said to Han Shuo in a warm voice, "Leviathan is here." Leviathan, one of the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss Realm, cultivated in the elemental energy of lightning and maintained a rather deep-rooted friendship with Manticole. Soon after Manticole withdrew his domain of divinity, an overbearing silhouette of interwoven lightning bolts landed before Manticole in the blink of an eye. Leviathan was 3 meters tall. 2 huge horns curled out from his head. Luscious body hair coated his skin. His powerful body radiated with electrical sparks. At first glance, Han Shuo thought Leviathan rather resembled a wild bull, if not for his human face. Upon arriving, Leviathan chuckled and said, "Manticole, I have already been here for a few days. What took you so long?" "Better to come on time than prematurely," Manticole said in a mild manner. He raised his head to look at the gorgeous, colorful space, and continued, "The stardust current has yet to completely vanish, hasn't it?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dozen or so shadows arrived and landed still behind Manticole. Each and every one of them was of demon strength. They were the Thunder Guards, direct subordinates of Leviathan. A pair of silvery pupils spewing lightning bolts suddenly turned to Han Shuo. With an interested tone, Leviathan asked, "This unfamiliar-looking friend must be the one who exterminated 3 shadow warriors in an instant, Mr. Han Shuo?" Han Shuo faintly smiled and nodded. In a neither overbearing, nor servile manner, he greeted, "Hee, hello." Just like Manticole, Leviathan was a low god. Even without activating his consciousness, Han Shuo could sense the terrifying energy on Leviathan's body. He reckoned that the other 3 demon kings had to possess low god strength as well. Han Shuo couldn't help but compare. With his 3 souls, Han Shuo currently possessed enough strength to contend against any single demon king. Given that little skeleton had become a low god of death, in addition to the penta-elemental undead formation formed by 5 magical elite zombies, Han Shuo was confident that he had sufficient strength for self-preservation. Therefore, he inwardly began scheming some things that would be advantageous to him. Leviathan looked deeply into Han Shuo's eyes, with bolts of lightning brightly flashing throughout his silver pupils. After a long while, he chuckled, nodded and said, "Not bad, qualified enough." Han Shuo understood that Leviathan must have sensed the strength of the destruction low god from his body. Such was the abyss realm. Without sufficient strength, one would not receive the proper respect. It was because Leviathan sensed the destruction energy of Han Shuo's low god avatar that he truly took Han Shuo as a friend of equal status. "Since you have been here for so long, have you discovered the trails of the other 3? Manti Cole smilingly asked after waiting for Leviathan to approve of Han Shuo's strength. "Those 3 arrived long ago. They are taking 3 positions at the moment, and are all waiting for the moment that the stardust current around the void disappears." Leviathan turned to a serious look and replied with a deep voice. Han Shuo raised his head and looked up at the sky. The colorful stardust current resembled the vast ocean of galaxies, mysterious and enigmatic. Streak after streak of brilliant light beams appeared and faded like shooting stars. Emerald green, sapphire blue, amethyst purple, and halos of everything in between wafted gently past them. Han Shuo knew that behind the stardust current was the entrance to the void. He opened up his consciousness very slightly, and secretly sent a strand of it drifting towards that stardust current. He attempted to explore the stardust current very subtly and carefully. Stardust currents had an intense corrosive and destructive effect on the soul. Any life form with a soul, upon entering the stardust current, would immediately receive its effects. Their souls would be corroded and broken down in a quick instant, with their consciousness shattered and all traces of their souls vanished between heaven and earth. Even experts like Manti Cole and Leviathan, who were true gods, were powerless against this stardust current. All they could do was to patiently wait for the time when the stardust current naturally disappeared, and only then would they dare enter the void. It was thus clear just how threatening this stardust current was. When a strand of Han Shuo's consciousness sank into it, those bizarre sand-like energies suddenly reacted. The splendid sky of the void blossomed with dazzling colors and rapidly gathered towards the region where that strand of Han Shuo's consciousness probed. The soul-corroding energy within that exotic stardust current immediately entered the strand of consciousness, trying to dissolve and shatter the sample of Han Shuo's soul. The consciousness formed using demonic arts was incredible. Han Shuo knew that the stardust current had the terrifying power to corrode souls, but nevertheless, he remained fearless in sending a fraction of his consciousness to venture inside. This was precisely because, during the period that he carefully researched the abilities of his consciousness, he learned that the consciousness could split into a myriad of parts and still recombine into one again. That was the reason behind his seemingly reckless attempt. That strand of his consciousness was being rapidly corroded away. However, it could regrow itself at an even greater speed. With that, strange light shimmered on that region. Although the energy of the stardust current was eating away that strand of consciousness, it was not at all being shattered. Haha, some idiot recklessly charged in without waiting for the stardust current to fade away. From the looks of it, some smaller forces who know nothing of the dangers are participating as well, Leviathan said with a face of rejoice in others' misfortune as he looked up at the region that was suddenly blossoming with its own fireworks. Yep. It's only those newcomers who know nothing about the treacherousness of the void who would act so recklessly, Manti Cole seconded as he raised his head and looked to the sky. Listening in on the conversation of these 2 demon kings, Han Shuo, as the culprit behind the firework of lights, unhurriedly withdrew that strand of consciousness which was still pristine and sound. He thought to himself, although the stardust current is indeed terrifying, my consciousness seems to be invulnerable to it. From this aspect, the consciousness formed using demonic arts is definitely much more magnificent and powerful than the soul of element or soul of edict formed using the 12 fundamental forces. Manticore and Leviathan were standing right beside Hanchuo. These two low-god demon kings, however, couldn't detect that little maneuver of Hanchuo's wonderful consciousness. This gave Hanchuo the feeling that demonic arts were superior to other cultivation techniques, while also further solidifying his staunch conviction to cultivate in demonic arts. After Hanchuo withdrew his consciousness, that piece of sky no longer dazzled with brilliant lights. Leviathan turned around and solemnly explained to the group of thunder guards behind him, "Each and every one of you, especially those who came here for the first time, remember this by all means, do not charge ahead before the stardust current completely disappears. You all have seen the sight just now. When the stardust current stopped glowing with light, it meant that the soul of the trespasser had perished and annihilated." After Leviathan completed his speech, Manticore too turned to his 15 black jade guards, put on a solemn face, cleared his throat, and said, "You all better listen carefully. Inside the void, without my command, none of you must act out of your own initiative. If you act on any delinquency and cause me trouble, I will let you taste what is worse than death. Understood?" It was obvious that in Manticore's mind, the lives of these minions that he brought up himself were of little value to him. "Yes, my lord," the altogether 15 black jade guards, including Bord and Zinnia, answered in trepidation. Each one of them revealed dread on their faces, as though recalling the terrible methods of this usually mild-looking demon king. Hanchuo was somewhat astonished and thought to himself, "A demon king is indeed a demon king. No matter how gentle and harmless he appears in usual times, that was nothing more than a mask for his bloody and cruel ways. So what should we do now?" After all, it was Hanchuo's first time here. Although he had learned certain things about the void from Bord and Zinnia, there were still many things that he didn't understand. Towards Hanchuo, this existence of the same class, whether it was Manticore or Leviathan, both behaved rather friendly. The two simultaneously answered, "We wait." After a short pause, Manticore explained, "We wait for the moment that the stardust disappears." Hanchuo nodded and said no more. He patiently joined others in waiting for the moment that the stardust current vanished. Chapter 560, The Fountainhead of Evil. GDK 560, The Fountainhead of Evil. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The stardust current that covered the entire sky was like a gigantic, moving, colorful oil painting. Hanchuo's heart grew calm. He raised his head, and slowly expanded his consciousness outwards. There was a low god that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction just like himself. This aura of destruction that originated from the northwest part was extremely frightening. Even the slightest contact with his consciousness would immediately trigger the corrosive power of the energy of destruction. Hanchuo hastily avoided him. He understood that the Demon King taking that position ought to be Bekiimos. Hanchuo continued to expand his consciousness outwards after keeping a distance from Bekiimos. He then came to discover an area where the element of water and fire gathered in high concentration. With just one thought, Hanchuo immediately knew that the person ought to be Cecrops and Golander. The duo of Cecrops and Golander cultivated in the element of water and the element of fire respectively. The common saying goes that fire and water don't mix. But these two demon kings got along surprisingly well and enjoyed great friendly relations. Over on Cecrops and Golander's side, Hanchuo sensed the presence of a ton of demons. He was certain that Cecrops and Golander had brought their personal guards along. After stealthily withdrawing his consciousness, Hanchuo took a deep breath. His consciousness sank into a state of emptiness, as he calmly and patiently waited for the moment that the stardust current disappears. After an unknown amount of time, the colorful and brightly colored space, like a pond that had a huge boulder thrown into it, an immense ripple suddenly surged through it. Magnificent and splendid colors shot out, interweaving. Brilliant rays of all colors streaked through the space like shooting stars. After a round of that dazzling display of radiance, the stardust current drifted into the distance. Abruptly, in midair, a taupe-colored entrance taking the form of a whirlpool made up of all kinds of energies came into view. That whirlpool was gargantuan and seemed to be sucking in and engulfing matter with tremendous force. It would leave any observer pondering its unfathomable mysteriousness. While Han Shuo was staring at the whirlpool in amazement, contemplating its profound mysteries, Manti Cole suddenly put on a delighted expression and lightly yelled, "The stardust current has passed. We can go inside now. Get ready, Leviathan," in a grave expression and a deep voice, instructed, "Stick closely behind us. Do not leave one step away from us." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Manti Cole and Leviathan were talking, a few dozen shadows suddenly entered the whirlpool. Based on their aura and location, Han Shuo made out that those ought to be Cecrops, Golander, and their forces. "Hey hey, those two fellas must really be rushing Hui," Leviathan chuckled. He signaled with his hand to temporarily halt the party's movement. It was only after Golander and his faction had all entered into the void that he finally said, "Let's move." Bekimos has yet to enter, Han Shuo, following behind Leviathan as they flew directly towards the whirlpool, uttered as though by accident. Leviathan, who was flying towards the void, looked at Han Shuo with a somewhat astonished expression on his face. As though completely astounded that Han Shuo could figure out Bekimos' tracks, he said, "Bekimos has always been a lone wolf. Every time he enters the void, he doesn't bring a single subordinate along. Even the four of us Demon Kings combined would be less familiar with the void than he is. Plus, his whereabouts are the hardest to spot. Do you know where he is?" Han Shuo pointed at a piece of land in the northwest that grew with lush shrubbery, and said in a natural voice, "Right underneath there. He cultivates in the Edict of Destruction just as I do. I can sense it." When Han Shuo said this, Manti Cole too took a small shock. He said in a rather amazed manner, "Mr. Han Shuo is indeed out of the ordinary. Even the two of us couldn't detect Bekimos's location. But you could?" Leviathan nodded. He was rather amazed by it as well. However, the two did not mind too much about this. As they spoke, the entrance to the void entered their sights. With one thought, a protective shield as thin as a cicada's wing molded around Han Shuo's entire body. With a flash of black light, Han Shuo's body fell into the void. It was as though he had suddenly fallen into a strange dimension. Pure elemental energies of extreme intensity could be found in every corner. When he inhaled, the elements would naturally enter his body through his breath, giving him a wonderfully refreshing sensation. There was a turbulent, greyish air blowing all around. When Han Shuo concentrated his attention to look all around, he discovered that he had indeed entered another dimension. Huge, colorful rocks were suspended in midair as far as the eye could see. They looked like meteorites floating in the air that constantly sparkled with splendid lights. This enchanting light show gave its observers a feeling that they were inside an absurd dreamscape. Right ahead was a system of tunnels made of air streams, constantly radiating strange lights. Gust after gust of violent wind whooshed from their sides. The wind blew so violently that even the giant rocks were swaying. "Follow us! Move!" Manti Cole yelled at the top of his lungs. The sound that reached Han Shuo's ears, however, was as though it had been muffled through layers of concrete, and was as soft as the voice of an ant. Han Shuo creased his brows and turned to look at Manti Cole, who was within an arm's reach. He realized that the void really was miraculous. Manti Cole, a being with the strength of a low god, shouted at the top of his lungs from such a short distance away, yet the voice propagated was only this faint. Han Shuo activated his consciousness. Immediately, he sensed the presence of all kinds of energies at this entrance into the void, namely, the 8 elemental energies, 4 edictal forces, as well as some rather uncommon energies like fear and hatred. These energies were left by those experts whose souls perished inside the void, formed from the remnant energies inside their bodies. Do not ever attempt to absorb these energies. They have drifted about in the void for countless years, and are contaminated with some kind of unknown aura. Just like the stardust current, it had an intense corrosive power on the soul, Leviathan hastily said. Both Manticore and Leviathan appeared apprehensive and uneasy after arriving outside the void. They constantly passed on words of caution to their minions beside them. After saying those words, Leviathan proceeded forward cautiously. A spider web-like structure made of the energy of lightning rapidly took shape in their path ahead. It completely cleansed off intense energies at the front of the party. Meanwhile, Manticore took charge of the rear, and formed a zone of absolute darkness in the area behind them. With the two demon kings working together, utilizing the energies of darkness and lightning, every inch of the space within their protections was isolated and invulnerable to the plethora of energies around them. Not a single one of those demons received the slightest harm. Hanchuo, who stood between Manticore and Leviathan, unfolded his consciousness after entering. He immediately sensed the chaotic mixture of all kinds of energies. A large part of that energy was left behind by experts who had yet to possess divine energy that previously entered the void. They were mixed together with some terrifying and strange energies inside the void, causing them to adopt extremely corrosive properties towards the soul. Perhaps it was due to the strangeness of the void that they did not dissipate and vanish between heaven and earth. All of a sudden, Hanchuo's demonic infant became restless. Towards the various sorts of chaotic energies found in this place, the demonic infant was like a hungry and thirsty child, and it instinctively craved to devour them. With one thought, the demonic infant began revolving at high speed. Black electrical sparks suddenly covered the space between Hanchuo and his protective shield. Demonic yuan attached to his protective shield like sinister fluids. In an instant, Hanchuo seemed to turn into a giant magnet. All kinds of negative energies that flooded the entrance to the void, such as death, destruction, hatred, fear, and so on, abruptly and wildly gravitated towards Hanchuo like runaway horses. Mr. Hanchuo, what is this are you doing? Leviathan's face jolted. When he discovered that the abnormalities with the energies around him were caused by Hanchuo, his heart turned furious, and so he scolded. Hanchuo, stop this right now. Do you want to kill us all? Manticore was greatly shocked as well. He began to grow anxious of Hanchuo's actions. This entrance to the void had always been filled with all kinds of energies. Had it been just a cluster or even a few clusters of these energies that were rushing to them, Leviathan and Manticore wouldn't have minded. But there were a few hundred clusters of them simultaneously gushing towards them, and even with their strength, it would be a pain in the ass. Although they could purge those energies with their divine energy, that however would exhaust a great amount of their divine energy. They were merely at the entrance to the void. There were still various unknown dangers waiting for them inside. If they wasted a big portion of their divine energy before even entering the void, then, when they actually entered the void, they would have to be extremely passive. Hence, when they saw a few hundred clusters of negative energy simultaneously converging towards them, the duo urgently shrieked at once. Don't worry, I will handle them. Hanchuo calmly shouted in a deep voice. The demonic infant became a bottomless black hole, emanating the sinister and terrifying power of absorption. The few hundred clusters of negative energies that suddenly rushed over, when accelerating to great speeds, turned into colorful and dazzling light rays, which completely cast onto Hanchuo's body. Hanchuo revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and operated the demonic yuan to its maximum. It was at this moment that he realized what those shooting star-like rays that he saw before entering were. They were actually formed as the energies flowed at high speeds. All kinds of negative energy, drawn by the suction of the demonic infant, rapidly shone on Hanchuo's body before they dissolved into Hanchuo's body at an even greater speed. Hanchuo's demonic infant had basically turned into extremely sophisticated machinery, rapidly operating, converting the negative energy into demonic yuan that flowed into every one of Hanchuo's limbs, bones, and organs. The duo of Leviathan and Manticore was about to shout and quarrel, until they suddenly discovered the abnormality inside Hanchuo's body, and immediately shut their mouths. Their faces were aghast as they stared at Hanchuo, who had seemingly transformed into the fountainhead of evil. Chapter 561, Strengthening. GDK 561, Strengthening. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Mr. Hanchuo is truly a terrifying character. Borde remarked to Zinnia beside him as he stared at Hanchuo. Lord Leviathan, didn't you say that these energies would corrode the soul? Why is it that Mr. Hanchuo appears to be just fine, and even seems to very much enjoying it? Zinnia too looked up and down at Hanchuo astonished, not understanding how he did that. Leviathan and Manticole turned to exchange glances with each other with eyes flickering with amazement. After a long while, Leviathan finally forced a smile and said to Manticole, "It seems that he is invulnerable to this soul-corroding energy." Manticole nodded and replied, "Yep. Let's wait here for a while." The demonic infant was at full force. The large amount of negative energy all around him was drawn to Hanchuo and entered his body. They were then converted by the demonic infant into demonic yuan, which subsequently trickled into every part of Hanchuo's body like tiny streams. At this point, Hanchuo's realm state had been trending towards stability, and he was on the verge of making a breakthrough in his cultivation of demonic arts. For days he had worried about the issue of having insufficient demonic yuan. Who could have guessed that before entering the void, before even seeing the mysterious void with his own eyes, he would be so fortunate to obtain a considerable amount of energy. Strands and strands of demonic yuan flowed into his cells and bones, which then strengthened Hanchuo's body bit by bit through some kind of bizarre method. Every time Hanchuo made a breakthrough, his physical body was the first to transform and strengthen. This time was no exception. When that demonic yuan circulated, Hanchuo could clearly sense his body becoming even mightier and more robust. There seemed to be no concept of time inside the void. After an undetermined amount of time had passed, Hanchuo discovered that not the slightest bit of energy around him was converging towards his body. Although there were a few hundred clusters of that negative energy around the void, individually, they weren't actually that powerful. After the demonic infant removed the dross out of the energy, what truly was converted into demonic yuan and absorbed by him was merely 10%. Moreover, achieving the 9 changes realm seemed to require an extraordinary amount of energy. Hanchuo felt that there wasn't enough energy around him when the forging of his physical body was only halfway done. Therefore, he had no choice but to stop. Hanchuo reluctantly stopped and thought to himself, it appeared that although there were a few hundred clusters of that energy, it wasn't enough to support the metamorphosis of the physical body. Hanchuo took a deep breath and looked at Manticole. Leviathan was very much amazed. He looked deep into Hanchuo's eyes. Nobody knew what was on his mind. Looking all around, Hanchuo discovered that those streaks of flashing light rays had suddenly reduced. He knew it had to have something to do with him absorbing the energy. This absorption of energy was very useful for advancing his attainments in demonic arts. Hanchuo had grown somewhat impatient with what lay waiting at the depths of the void, so he smilingly said, "Guys, can we continue forward now?" "Of course. Let's go," Manticole hastily replied. He looked ahead and continued, "Let's hurry up. We've been standing here for far too long." With Leviathan and Manticole paving the way, and Hanchuo and a few dozen demons sandwiched between them, the party continued with their journey. Brilliant rays would fly past from all around them. The meteorite-like rocks would sway about in the blowing of the hurricanes. As the 2 demon kings put up defenses against the energy around them, they very carefully maneuvered to avoid the giant rocks all around them. Everything went smoothly in their gradual flight towards the void. Suddenly, a zone of boundless darkness appeared ahead of them. At first glance, the area looked like a bottomless dark pit. Rounds and rounds of faintly discernible blood-curdling screeches came from that zone of boundless darkness a great distance away. Manticole explained with graveness across his whole face, "Those miserable shrieks coming from the zone of boundless darkness, those must be the subordinates of the other 2 demon kings. To enter the void, we will need to make it past this hurdle. During the dive, our sight will be greatly affected and none of you will be able to view your surroundings. Everyone will be affected by it with no exception. As you dive, you will find violent airstreams with terrifying impacting force. Those airstreams might even contain some rocks, or perhaps weapons left behind by those who previously perished in there. Be exceedingly cautious. In reality, these demons would be extremely cautious even without Manticole's verbose warning. All those with the capacity to become demons weren't of low intelligence. Before the two demon kings started the expedition, they must have described the dangers to these demons. They knew that not all of them would be able to make it past the danger ahead. In other words, some among them would die in the process of landing in the void. Even though Leviathan and Manticole did not say it explicitly, everyone there knew what was going on. Let's move. When Manticole saw the grimness on everyone's faces, he was sure that all these demons were aware of the fact. Without explaining any further, Manticole and Leviathan nodded at each other and took the lead to jump into it. Bored, Zinnia, let's go in together so that we can look after each other, Han Shuo smilingly said to Bored and Zinnia in an unruffled manner, instead of rushing to jump inside. Thank you Mr. Han Shuo. Bored and Zinnia were pleasantly surprised and took the courtesy of performing a big bow towards Han Shuo. Look after each other? With their tiny bit of strength, what could they look after for Han Shuo? The couple naturally understood that look after each other actually meant that Han Shuo would be guarding the two. From the admiring gazes coming from some demons beside them, the couple realized just how fortunate they were. Their eager and attentive service to Han Shuo and his people sure earned them well. Han Shuo smiled and did not say a word. He knew that as long as the two lived on, they would still hold a high place in Black Jade City and therefore would still have some value to him. One after another, the demons leapt down to the zone of boundless darkness following Leviathan and Manticole. Bored and Zinnia only jumped after they received the indication from Han Shuo. Right after, Han Shuo's figure turned into a shadow and followed behind Bored and Zinnia who were holding each other's hands. Upon entering, Han Shuo discovered that this zone of absolute darkness did not contain a single photon. Even his remarkable eyesight couldn't get him a good view of his surroundings. In this place where light could not propagate, lighting up a torch would do nothing. But for Han Shuo, the consciousness was much more useful than the eyes. As soon as he unfolded his consciousness, every single movement within its coverage area registered in his mind. After Han Shuo had locked onto Bored and Zinnia's presences, there was absolutely no way that they could escape from Han Shuo's watch. Even Leviathan and Manticole, who were further ahead, were under the surveillance of Han Shuo's consciousness. Just like Manticole had said it, this place was pitch dark and concealed terrifying dangers. Streams of air blowed without a fixed direction. Propelled by some unknown energy, they would flutter all over the place in silence, wreaking havoc under the cover of the absolute darkness. These air streams were filled with sharp objects. Although the body of a demon-grade expert was formidable in defensive power, it still wasn't tough enough to withstand the penetration of those sharp objects. The void was a peculiar place, and this area was especially so. Han Shuo could hear loud shrieks echoing beside him. But when he unfolded his consciousness, he discovered that the sound actually came from some region far below. On the contrary, those loud howls of pain close to him sounded as small as a mosquito's. It seemed inside this place that, the further away the sound originated, the clearer it became. The closer one got to the source, the softer it was. This would be very deadly to an expert as they would have no way of detecting those airstreams that were so dangerously close to them. More and more cries sounded loud and clear from around Han Shuo. He knew that some of those demons that entered together had perished. Suddenly, he saw a rapidly whirling airstream silently shooting towards Bored and Zinnia. There was an incisive conical object within that airstream. If it came into contact with Bored and Zinnia, Han Shuo was certain that neither of them would make it out alive. Han Shuo, who had been closely following Bored and Zinnia, suddenly reached out with his hand, grabbed onto Zinnia's supple shoulder, and pulled backward. The downward trajectory of the couple suddenly changed, and they very easily avoided a collision path with that airstream. Han Shuo's consciousness covered a huge area. The couple managed to avoid one danger after another by being pushed and pulled like toys by Han Chuo again and again. The party finally touched down and arrived in a huge valley with mist lingering in the air. Bort and Zinnia, whose heads were spinning, looked all around and suddenly discovered that of the 30-something demons that came down, 1/3 had died. Those that remained were battered and exhausted. Even Manticore and Leviathan weren't in their best shapes. "Thank you, Mr. Han Chuo," the couple suddenly realized just how fortunate they were and most respectfully expressed their gratitude towards Han Chuo. Chapter 562, Walking on Thin Ice. GDK 562, Walking on Thin Ice. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. They found themselves in a valley meant for giants, obscured by a blanket of thick mist. Han Chuo had no clue why there would be such a valley inside the void. But from the expressions of Manticore and Leviathan, they seemed to have become very excited upon arriving at this place. Han Chuo unfolded his consciousness and very easily discovered the locations of the other two demon kings. It appeared that although their opposers had arrived before them, they weren't too far ahead. As Han Chuo silently observed the surroundings using his consciousness, he suddenly discovered an aura of destruction emerging from the darkness overhead. However, the aura disappeared right after Han Chuo's consciousness caught wind of it. "Bekimos has descended," Han Chuo confirmed in a deep voice. Leviathan and Manticore suddenly exchanged glances with each other and silently nodded, indicating that they understood Han Chuo's words. Han Chuo looked at them with a puzzled expression when he saw the two demon kings pondering with creased brows. He couldn't help but ask, "So, where should we go now?" Their eyes gathered on Han Chuo's face at the same time. Leviathan thought for a moment before he forced a smile and explained, "This place that we are in, it is technically inside the void. However, if we want to discover more secrets of the void, we must explore it ourselves. The center of this great valley contains too many dangers and secrets. During our two previous explorations, we only trailed around the perimeter. My magical ring was discovered here as well." Han Chuo took a deep breath. He discovered that in this valley, elements of all kinds were abundant. The thick hazy mist covered the valley like a layer of cloud. Although it wasn't completely dark like the dark tunnel they had come from, the sight was nevertheless greatly affected. For some reason, the coverage area of Han Chuo's consciousness was greatly limited in this place. The thick mist that lingered in the valley seemed to possess some bizarre resistance properties that caused Han Chuo's consciousness to be unable to deploy to the fullest. It was precisely for this reason that after Bekimos entered the void, Han Chuo's consciousness had merely sensed for a moment before losing track on him. Besides, Bekimos was flying at great speeds and flew to another place in just an instant. Based on my many years of experience, I reckon that this place used to be a battlefield between gods. Based on what I observed on the two occasions I came here, I discovered that this place occupied an area so huge it was beyond my imagination. The great battle that must have taken place between powerful gods back then had left behind too many boundaries and dangers. We need to be cautious and prudent. If we recklessly charge into some chaotic boundaries, we could all perish," Manticore said with his brows furrowed. You previously mentioned that the interplanar transportation array was in the void. Could it be here as well?" Han Chuo asked Manticore while he used his consciousness to sense the changes in his surroundings as best as he could. "The interplanar portal is indeed in this place. However, as to its precise location, I have no clue. I have only learned of it from Bekimos. He said that he had previously seen the interplanar transportation array, but because he didn't have the planar coordinates and had no knowledge on how to operate it, he dared not to touch it," Manticore explained. At those words, Han Chuo silently cursed him in his heart, and thought, "If you had told me the truth about Bekimos knowing where the array is located earlier, I would be able to find and communicate with Bekimos. Now that he is outside of my detection, it's gonna be a big trouble to find him again." Han Chuo knew in his heart that although Manticore and Leviathan appeared to value him a lot, they in fact, from the very start, didn't give a damn about the fact that he needed an interplanar transportation array to leave this world. The duo probably took Han Chuo as one of their own demons, someone that they could take advantage of. Perhaps the only trait setting him apart from their demons was that this target of exploit could trouble the other two demon kings. During critical moments, the three joining forces would give them the upper hand. Ever since he obtained the information about interplanar transportation array from the skeletal staff, Han Chuo knew that to operate one of those arrays, one had to not only know how to activate the machine, but one also needed the proper set of coordinates of the destination. If the procedure wasn't done right, they could be teleported to some empty space within the vast and boundless universe, and they would be trapped there for the rest of their lives, condemned to solitary deaths. Han Chuo swallowed his grief. He did not say anything but continued to look at Manticore and Leviathan with a smile on his face, waiting for the two to devise the plan. We need to explore around ourselves. We not only have to constantly be on the lookout for any danger that might come, but also pay extra attention to the surroundings. I can't say for sure, but maybe, somewhere beside you, there could be a divine weapon or divine soul left by some perished gods. So, pay attention to that. Leviathan was obviously very excited. He then pointed at that dark tunnel that they had all come through, and continued, "Remember, always pay attention to this tunnel that we came from. If it begins to sparkle, that means the stardust current is coming back. At that time, we must immediately drop whatever we are doing and leave this place as quickly as possible." Before entering, Han Chuo had learned from Bord and Zinnia that this void was not only hard to enter, leaving was no less of a challenge. After the stardust current began flowing from around the entrance, it would travel in a particular trajectory that surrounded the entire void. When the tunnel began to glitter, the stardust current would start to fill from underneath. It would first rinse the valley once through, then travel up the path from which they came, and finally return to the entrance and block up the void once again. The stardust current could cover an enormous surface area of the void, and spread at speeds that would far surpass any of them. If they did not leave as soon as the stardust current began to sweep the void, it wouldn't take long before they were buried by the stardust current and their consciousness annihilated. They would join those mighty gods that had somehow made their ways there, and perhaps transform into divine souls that were without any awareness. Manticore and Leviathan repeated once again the dangers and what they need to pay attention to inside the void. They then led the group of demon guards and cautiously made their way towards an area shrouded with dense fog. Han Chuo unfolded his consciousness. He could sense some awfully messy and extremely frightening boundaries and scattered magical matrices all around him. They contained 12 fundamental energies as well as some lesser-known energies. Together, they formed an enormous system, no less complex than a giant spider web. Danger lurked in every corner. No one knew just how formidable the destructive power contained within was. It was no wonder Manticore and Leviathan were apprehensive and dared not advance without careful consideration. I have walked this path twice with Manticore. We have defused some of the dangers along this path. There, Manticore's magical ring was picked up from right over there. Leviathan pointed at a strange projecting rock and explained as they walked. From the two, Han Chuo understood that the whole exploration process would be extremely challenging due to the dangers everywhere. Manticore and Leviathan had visited twice, but still had not managed to explore the whole valley. Furthermore, they even encountered the other two demon kings in the area, and fought over a divine weapon. In the end, because a seal near them suddenly shattered, all four of them lost many of their subordinates, giving them no choice but to end the fight. All 5 demon kings of the Abyss realm gathered in this region. They grouped themselves into 3 factions, and explored the valley on their own. As it wasn't the first time that they had entered the valley, they had naturally exhausted tremendous strength and lives before figuring out their own paths inside the valley. To follow on the path that Manticore and Leviathan made, Han Chuo could be considered as riding on their coattails. The party walked instead of boldly zooming through the air. After walking for a while, Manticore and Leviathan abruptly stopped. They had surveyed their surroundings when Leviathan said in a low-pitched voice, we made it this far the last time. We have yet to undo a boundary in front of us before we saw the tunnel glowing and had no choice but to immediately pull out. Our journey on this path so far has been smooth because we had cleared away all sorts of obstacles before this for a high price. However, from this point onwards, we will face the true terror of this place. Over here, all of you could die. Even the three of us might die. Therefore, we need to be very, very careful, Manti Cole added. A round of speechless silence followed. Everyone seemed to have a high boulder pressing down on their hearts. Even Han Chuo was being very cautious. Han Chuo could sense all kinds of unknown boundaries around him, but had no idea just how dangerous they were. Loop-dub! Loop-dub! Han Chuo's ears were sharp. He suddenly heard a strange noise coming from a seal not far from himself. He was confused. He did not understand why the seal was suddenly beating to a faint loop-dub. While Han Chuo puzzled over it, a thunder guard, whose first time it was there, suddenly covered his chest with his hand and in a terrified face, shrieked madly and miserably. All the gazes immediately gathered on this thunder guard. When Han Chuo carefully looked at the thunder guard, he discovered that his heart was beating at the same frequency as the sound coming from that seal. Han Chuo, who discovered this abnormality, was jolted, and hastily said, that Thunder Guard's accelerated heartbeat out of nervousness seemed to have triggered that seal. Tranquilize him immediately. Damn Boer, calm the fuck down, Leviathan hastily said. He was both furious and anxious. Bang! That Thunder Guard's body exploded. The few standing around him were splattered with his flesh and broken bones. The powerful explosion caused the few immediate injuries. Chapter 563, Depraved. GDK 563, Depraved. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Loop-dub. Loop-dub. Another 3 demon guards whose first times it was in the void could not contain the fear in their hearts. Their heartbeats suddenly accelerated and seemed to be beating at the same rate as that seal after a short while. Leviathan furiously demanded them to calm themselves down, but it was too late. One after another, the 3 self-exploded, with their flesh and bones splattering all over their fellow men. Fortunately, everyone was on guard after witnessing the first explosion. When they noticed the 3 demon guards about to explode, they hastily put up their own defensive measures and managed to block the impact of the flying flesh and shattered bones. They did not sustain greater damage. All those characters who had cultivated to the heights of demon sure possessed a steady heart and mind. However, in such an intense environment, facing enormous pressure repeatedly exerted by the 2 demon kings, some of them freaked out. It was only so that their heartbeats would rocket and trigger the seal. Thanks to Han Chuo and Leviathan's reminder, as well as the fact that those who remained were a more unflustered group of people, not a single one of them revealed a tiny bit of fear or worry. Every one of them wore a face as steady as a boulder, with their heartbeats so flat that Han Chuo almost thought they were dead. After this round of danger, all those men truly understood just how treacherous the void was without needing any more words from Leviathan and Manti Cole. It was no wonder that the 2 demon kings would be so cautious. Even an accelerated heartbeat could cause death by spontaneous combustion. They knew the dangers of the void by heart. You all have seen it just now. In this place, even the tiniest mistake could result in death. Humph, we could be considered lucky this time as it wasn't a large-scale boundary attack. Otherwise, we would all probably be dead by now. You had all better be more careful. Leviathan wasn't emotionally affected at all by the death of his minions, instead, he began reprimanding in a stiff face. All right. Kohler, that boundary, try to enter it. Manti Cole pointed at the path ahead that was blocked by a boundary without any special visual characteristics, and nonchalantly instructed his minion with the weakest strength among the Black Jade Guards. That Black Jade Guard whose name was called had fear scribbled across his face in splotchy red ink by a Tourette's patient. There was no doubt in his mind that Manti Cole was only using him as cannon fodder to test the boundary ahead. Kohler, who had placed his firm conviction in Manticole as the one true God, realized that he had no second option no matter how afraid he was. He kneeled down on one knee at Manticole and said in a deep voice, "My lord, if this humble servant is so unfortunate to lose his life, please take care of my son." Manticole nodded and unenthusiastically said, "Go ahead. I know what to do." Without another word, Kohler charged ahead with unswerving determination. A burst of dazzling light suddenly erupted from that formless boundary. In the next moment, Han Chuo sensed an extreme energy of light coming from it. After the flash of bright light, Kohler's body and soul vanished without a trace. This Kohler had spent a ton of effort and meticulously cultivated for who knew how long to finally become a demon. In the end, however, he simply vanished in just a flash of light. Manticole was indifferent and did not reveal any trace of sorrow because of Kohler's death. He nodded to Leviathan standing beside him and said, "Your guards, there's one cultivating in the energy of light." "Nolan, go," Leviathan instructed without a second of hesitation, not even turning back for a peep. This Nolan who cultivated in the element of light was a beautiful and alluring woman. After hearing the instruction, she only stared blankly for a fraction of a second before shooting directly into that light element boundary without uttering a word. "So this is how you have been advancing the path from the very beginning?" Han Chuo was stunned and asked in appall. Manticole put on a faint smile and answered, "That's right. We could sense the energy type in some of those seals, but in some, we couldn't. It's usually not a problem if one enters a boundary or seal that is made of the same energy the person cultivates in. As long as the person doesn't die in there, he or she might even obtain great rewards." Han Chuo shook his head slightly and breathed a soft sigh. Although the two demon kings couldn't detect that this boundary was made of the element of light, Han Chuo's wonderful consciousness, however, had long sensed it. However, before Han Chuo could say anything, that pitiful Kohler was sent to his death. Han Chuo didn't know what to think of the duo's practice. As he sighed, he couldn't help but throw a glance at Bord and Zinnia. The couple wore numb faces, as though they were all too familiar with this method. Han Chuo understood in his heart that their loyalty to Demon King Manticole could not be doubted. Even if Manticole wanted them to kill themselves, they would do so in a heartbeat. Han Chuo shook his head again but did not say any more. That boundary of light glittered blindingly. After a long time, the light finally faded before completely vanishing. A pleasantly surprised expression on that beautiful woman called Nolan was revealed. Han Chuo clearly sensed the element of light intensely gathered inside her body. It was clear to him that Nolan must have obtained some marvelous rewards inside the boundary of light. "Move, onwards." Leviathan cheerfully smiled, threw a praising glance at Nolan, and took the lead with Manticole to advance forward. The two demon kings had a glimmer in their eyes as they scanned the area before them. The space from this point onwards was unexplored. There could be some magical treasures quietly laying at some corner, waiting for the two to discover. Manticole cried out in surprise. He was very emotional as he took a few careful steps to his left. His left hand shot out like lightning. A cup glistening with golden rays fell into his grasp. Han Chuo's sharp eyes and consciousness firmly fixed onto that cup. From it, he sensed an intense divine energy as well as the energy of light that lingered around it. "Fucking hell, this is an item of the energy of light. Give me a break." Manticole cursed in a low voice without regards to his deportment. His face was full of loathing as he threw that cup to Nolan, who had yet to awake from the surprise she received moments before. He said, "Take it. It's suitable for you to use. It's probably a divine weapon previously used by a low god." Manticole, who cultivated in the element of darkness, instinctively loathed the divine energy of the element of light. He was very pleasantly surprised at first, thinking that he had just found some treasure for himself. But he didn't expect that it would turn out to be a divine weapon for the element of light that he despised. It was no wonder that he would be so annoyed and lose the gentle side he maintained in usual times. Nolan, who was in an unexplainably lucky streak, received the divine weapon with ecstasy. She repeated over and over, thank you, Lord Manticole. Let's move on. Manticole, don't be frustrated. Perhaps, just ahead, you will find a divine soul of a mid-god of darkness that you've looked forward to for many years, haha, Leviathan smilingly soothed. Manticole's mood seemed to be slightly better after listening to those words. He replied with a smile, that could be. We have only just started with our exploration. Perhaps we really will find some extraordinary treasures. About that divine soul, we have only heard about it from Bekimos and have never seen such an uncommon thing with our eyes. Hopefully this time we will have that luck. The party continued along their path with Manticole and Leviathan leading the way. Although they had been very observant, however, they came across no more valuable treasures as they went along. A few hundred meters later, a dilapidated magical matrix appeared ahead of them. It was filled with intense energy of lightning. Those buzzing electrical sparks were obvious to the eyes. Everyone there naturally understood that the magical matrix belonged to the energy of lightning. At this point, Leviathan was being rather straightforward. Instead of having others take the risk, he reminded the party to be careful before covering his body with lightning bolts and charged ahead. For a moment, bolts of lightning swam around the matrix like snakes while the sound of thunder reverberated. Leviathan's figure had disappeared inside the matrix where sand and stones whirled all around. As more and more frightening roars of thunder struck, those lightning bolts seemed to be less and less contained within the matrix. Suddenly, it came showering down where Han Shuo and the others stood. Everyone took a shock and immediately sought cover from it. Those lightning bolts weren't just terrifying in power, but also terrifyingly fast. Several demons couldn't escape in time. Their twitching bodies were charred and fuming with smoke. Their vitality gradually faded out. That Nolan, who had received a divine weapon, had she safely exited from the void, would have grown substantially stronger for sure with the help of that fortuitous encounter and the divine weapon. What a pity that her lucky streak didn't seem to last till the end of the journey. After those energies of lightning fell upon Nolan, her charred body soon collapsed on the ground. Han Chuo was greatly shocked. Among the party, no one else could sense the changes in the surrounding better than he could. Through the observation of his consciousness, Han Chuo was overwhelmed with shock when he discovered that among those bolts of lightning, although a great portion of them was out of control and shot all around, those lightning bolts that struck Nolan actually came from Leviathan himself. In other words, when the dilapidated magical matrix went out of control, this master of Nolan's took advantage of the chaotic situation to electrocute Nolan, who had recently obtained a divine weapon. The thunderstorm lasted for another while. Besides Nolan, 2 more demons were killed. After the dilapidated magical matrix's energy was exhausted, Leviathan came out from it with an apathetic expression. With a slightly astonished gaze, he looked at Nolan's body that was scorched from head to toe, sighed, and said, "What a pity. If she could return to the surface and cultivate for a period of time, she might very well have become the 6th demon king of the abyss." Leviathan then walked to Nolan's side, bluntly expropriated that divine weapon she obtained just a moment ago, and shook his head while sighing. Manticole, who was beside him, looked the other way as if nothing had happened. Han Chuo looked at the charred remains of Nolan as he recalled of her non-hesitant charge ahead for Leviathan. A chill travelled down his spine. From that sentence, "You might very well have been the 6th demon king," Han Chuo grasped what was on Leviathan's mind. Han Chuo coldly groaned in his heart and began taking precautions silently. He acquired a connection with Little Skeleton, who was in the distant netherworld, and commanded Little Skeleton as well as the 5 elite zombies to get ready and stand by for any sudden change in the situation. Chapter 564, Chaos Imminent. GDK 564, Chaos Imminent. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The troop advanced for a few hundred meters without running into any hindrance. Manticole and Leviathan scanned every inch of visible ground around him, but couldn't find any truly valuable treasures. Later, they found their path forward blocked by a boundary. Following their usual standard procedure, when the demon kings couldn't detect what type of energy the boundary was made of, Leviathan instructed at once, "Anro, go and try." Although Leviathan and Manticole were both low gods, they could only detect boundaries concealing the same energies that they cultivated in. If the elemental energy of the boundary was well concealed within the boundary, and the energy didn't belong to lightning or darkness, then Leviathan and Manticole could only resort to employing the most primitive method ever, finding it out with lives. The two couldn't sense which energy it belonged to, but that didn't mean Honshuo couldn't. Honshuo couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows when he saw that the boundary concealed the elemental energy of wind, but Anro, the demon sent forward by Leviathan, cultivated in the element of water. He raised his hand to stop it, saying, "Hang on." Leviathan stared blankly for a second before revealing a beaming smile and politely said, "Yes, Mr. Honshuo. Is there anything you'd like to share with us?" Ever since the moment Honshuo learned how this character would never even let his own follower off, Honshuo lost every bit of friendly opinion towards him. But nonetheless, on the surface, Honshuo still feigned civility and smiled, saying, "If you trust me, let that friend over there try it instead." Honshuo held out a hand and pointed at a demon under Manticole who cultivated in the element of wind. Honshuo actually wasn't that merciful. He didn't care much about the lives and deaths of those demons under Leviathan and Manticole. It's just that, to push on with their approach would truly exhaust a lot of manpower. Honshuo was only worried that with their trial and error it wouldn't be long before all those demons were dead. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to venture deeper, thus affecting his own progress as well. It was solely for this reason that he would be so kind to give his opinion. The face of that demon cultivating in the element of wind pointed by Honshuo suddenly turned deadly white. He shot a hateful glare at Honshuo as he turned over in his mind, when did he offend Honshuo and why would Honshuo want to send him to his death at this critical moment? By contrast, Anro was clearly delighted. Although he couldn't reject Leviathan's order, he still knew how to treasure his own precious life. If that boundary ahead was made of the elemental energy of water, he would charge into it with sheer enthusiasm. But looking at Leviathan's bearing, he didn't seem to know which type of energy was inside the boundary. The chances of him dying while breaking into the boundary were truly too great, and thus, he couldn't help but fear for his life. It was also for the same reason that this demon called Anro very obscurely expressed his gratitude towards Honshuo with his eyes, although he had no idea why Honshuo would help him. Leviathan and Manticole were slightly stunned and looked at Honshuo with puzzled eyes. After a short pause, Manticole finally couldn't help but ask, "What is the meaning of this?" "To reduce everybody's losses. This way we can venture even deeper," Honshuo said unenthusiastically after putting on an enigmatic smile. "All right then," Manticole was pretty blunt, or perhaps he felt that sacrificing one of his demons was no big deal. He waved his hand at that demon who cultivated in the wind element and currently wearing a frightened face, and commanded, "Yadi, go." His lord had commanded. No matter how terrified or unwilling, Yadi had no second option. Right before entering the boundary, he shot a spiteful glare at Honshuo, as though he was saying, "If I don't get killed, I will straighten this out with you sooner or later." Honshuo shrugged. He did not take the threat of this existence to his heart. Yadi let out a cold, irritated groan. Then, with no nonsense, he leaped and threw himself into the boundary that was blocking everybody's path. Loud whistling and whooshing sounds suddenly came from within. Sharp, shiny daggers were formed from the intense element of wind and began to slosh about within the boundary as it made clanking sounds. The expressions on Leviathan's and Manticole's faces suddenly changed. Their eyes simultaneously turned to Honshuo. They were full of amazement. "Mr. Honshuo, how did you know that the boundary was made of the wind element?" Leviathan was simply astonished. Honshuo put on a faint smile and replied, "As I've said it before, the main martial art that I cultivate in, isn't quite the same as those you know of. Therefore, this bit of mysteriousness about me, actually isn't all that strange. The two did not answer Han Shuo's deliberately mystifying explanation. However, they exchanged subtle suggestive glances. No one knew what they were thinking behind those twinkling eyes. Mr. Han Shuo is truly a magical person. With this, we can greatly cut our losses, one of the demon remarked. The party seconded at once. When Manticore and Leviathan saw that their subordinates seemed to be extremely approving of Han Shuo, the strange light radiating in their eyes glowed even more vigorously. Ting! That boundary of wind suddenly ruptured. Out of the crowd's expectations, Yadi did not smoothly obtain the wind elemental energy contained within. This demon who entered the boundary while harboring hatred towards Han Shuo seemed to be an extremely unlucky one. His whole riddled body came into view before the crowd. He was long without a trace of life. Although it would be much safer for one to enter a boundary made of the same energy the person cultivated in, it wasn't completely risk-free. This demon named Yadi obviously had really bad luck. Not only could he not obtain any energy from within, he even lost his life. A loud whooshing fell through from the ruptured boundary. A gush of powerful wind, as though it could separate flesh from bone, rushed in. The duo of Manticore and Leviathan bore the brunt. Their faces immediately turned grave and they hastily deployed their domains of divinity. The elements of lightning and darkness all around them gathered. The duo defended with all their might. It was only after spending a great deal of effort that they managed to resist the powerful wind that erupted from the boundary. That was a close call. It was probably deployed by a mid-god of wind. Must have been ages, and yet the power that's remained in it is still so menacing. Leviathan still had lingering fear on his face. His forehead bore trails of sweat. It seemed that the wind that blew out from that ruptured wind element boundary had definitely exhausted quite a lot of his divine energy. Fortunately, so fortunately. Had it been Enro instead of Yadi who went in there, the wind that blew at us would surely have been a few times stronger, Manticore said cheerfully after he turned to look at Han Shuo. Han Shuo choked up a hollow laugh and did not utter a word. Neither of the two demon kings was dependable. Han Shuo was most definitely not about to let his guard down around the two just because of the gratitude they expressed. Hey! Divine essence of fire! Leviathan let out a cry of surprise. His body, like lightning, charged straight at the unobstructed land ahead. He extended his hand, reached deep into the rocks, and grabbed onto a fist-sized crystal bedazzled by the light of a fire. He was overjoyed. That fist-sized crystal contained some intensely fiery liquid. An incomparably scorching and frightening energy was emitted from it without restraint. From a distance, that little piece of crystal looked like a miniature sun. It was mesmerizing. Divine essence, this rare treasure that could be directly absorbed by a god and converted into divine energy, actually existed in this place known as the Void. This is wonderful. Manticore was exalted as well. He scrambled beside Leviathan and hastily said, with this divine essence of fire, if the other two fellas discovered divine essence of lightning or darkness, then we will have the means of exchanging with them. Leviathan continuously nodded and heaved a long chuckle. It appeared that obtaining this piece of divine essence had very well roused him. The two were definitely very friendly with each other. However, they clearly did not care about their partner cultivating in the energy of death and destruction called Han Shuo, for example. They had only been thinking for themselves all along. Han Shuo put a smile on his face as though to appease them as he looked at the duo who were somewhat beside themselves with joy. Although he was smiling, his heart, however, was as cold as ice. He became even more deeply convinced that the two had only thought of exploiting him. He, well then, we shall see who will reap the greatest rewards at this void in the end, Han Shuo thought to himself. As Han Shuo thought, two energies that had disappeared for a long time suddenly emerged inside Han Shuo's consciousness. Cecrops and Golander, who cultivated in the element of fire and water respectively, were rapidly approaching the area. Creak! A few sharp and clear noises suddenly intruded from not far away. The tranquility of the surrounding was broken in an instant. Abruptly, the ground seemed to quiver, whooshing noises sounded, and ironstones came crashing down in the dark. Several spatial edges, which Han Shuo was very familiar with, in the fashion of the Reaper's scythe, flew in an erratic and unpredictable trajectory and chopped mercilessly at anything in its path. Cecrops and Golander sensed the aura of the divine essence and are at full speed towards us. They're so eager that they've demolished a few boundaries in their way. The two of you should get ready to face the enemy now. Han Shuo described the truth in an incredibly calm and collected manner. Soon after, he raised his head and looked at the meteorite shower that was about to fall from the sky, and said, "Meteor shower and spatial edges about to break out in large scale. While guarding against Cecrops and Golander, keep an eye on the energy erupting from those boundaries." At Han Shuo's words, Manticole and Leviathan's faces jolted. Leviathan hastily and carefully kept away the divine essence of fire before he rained curses in a flustered and exasperated manner. "Cecrops and Golander, those two imbeciles, how dare they rashly charge around this region? Have they forgotten about our agreement with Bekimos?" Manticole let out a light groan and said, "When the agreement was made, they probably had never truly seen divine essence. Now that this kind of temptation is right in front of them, a fire divine essence that will allow Cecrops' strength to greatly advance, you can't seriously expect Cecrops not to lose his grip. Cut the rubbish, get ready to face the enemy." Han Shuo interrupted their conversation in a blunt and discourteous manner. Displeasure simultaneously appeared on the Demon King's faces. However, they did not flare up at this moment, but deployed their domain of divinity, getting ready for battle. At this moment, by the brink of a great battle, Han Shuo drew a sneer and pulled back. He quietly left the coverage of their domain of divinity, retreating far back towards that broken lightning magical matrix which previously exploded. No one but himself knew his intentions. Chapter 565, Fishing in Troubled Waters. GDK 565, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. After Leviathan and Manticole deployed their domains of divinity, save for the elements of lightning and darkness, no other energy could be found within the space. Han Shuo had yet to break through to the Nine Changes realm in his cultivation of demonic arts. Therefore, he would be at a disadvantage to stay within their domains of divinity. Regardless of his intentions, Han Shuo had to first make sure that he was able to completely deploy his strength to its fullest. Therefore, without much hesitation, Han Shuo decisively evacuated from the coverage area of the two domains of divinity at this critical moment. Those remaining demons following the two demon kings all revealed the same astonished expression when they saw Han Shuo retreating instead of advancing. Before they could say a thing, Leviathan, whose body was surrounded by lightning bolts, coldly shouted, "Scat! Go back and stay with Mr. Han Shuo. What are you all still standing here for? Waiting to get killed?" The party, as though having received a pardon, hastily hurried towards Han Shuo. In a battle between the four great demon kings of the abyss, with even just the tiniest fraction of their divine power accidentally landing on any one of those demons, without any elemental energy available, they would all be dead in one hit without the possibility of survival. Needless to say, they were all terrified. Only an exceptional existence like Han Shuo would be able to keep himself safe inside the domain of divinity of the four demon kings, relying on his body and avatar cultivating in demonic arts and the Edict of Destruction respectively. However, Han Shuo obviously had some other plans and therefore left that fighting stage. Arrgh! Miserable shrieks suddenly resounded through the valley. A few demons running towards Han Shuo were most unfortunately struck by the meteor shower. They only managed to let out a few wails in pain before being crushed into meat patties by the meteorites. Those pitiful people had yet to leave Manticole's and Leviathan's domains of divinity. Without any elemental energies to use, their bodies were fragile to the utmost. In addition to the fact that the meteor shower really was frightening, it was only to be expected that they violently die on the spot. Damn it, these fools indeed know only to look after their own asses. Han Shuo cursed in his heart. Suddenly, his body, which had retreated very far away, turned into a streak of black brilliance. In the next moment, he was back in the space enveloped by the domains of divinity. Bord and Zinnia looked on helplessly at a spatial edge cutting over to them. With no access to the elemental energies that they relied upon for survival, they were noticeably sluggish. They had absolutely no way of dodging that spatial edge flying towards them. Their eyes were dropping with despair. At this moment, Han Chuo's figure appeared between the couple in a flash. His two arms stretched forward as fast as lightning. He made a forceful fling after demonic Yuan poured into his arms. The couple was sent flying in a beautifully parabolic trajectory. They successfully escaped from being sliced by that spatial edge. Han Chuo still had some friendly regard towards Bord and Zinnia, especially since the couple had been very attentive towards Jasper and the rest back at Black Jade City. They also had been diligent and tireless in attending to his needs. Although Han Chuo knew that the two were so solicitous because of the excellent strength he possessed, nonetheless, he was a sentimental person. He was most willing to perform this favor that needed only a slight flex of his muscles. After pulling Bord and Zinnia out of harm's way, Han Chuo did not plan on remaining within the domains of divinity. Just as he was about to leave the coverage area of the spatial edges, all of a sudden, Han Chuo's death base god soul sensed a burst of incomparably rich elemental energy of death. He immediately determined that the strong elemental energy of death must have originated from a boundary that the two demon kings had bluntly destroyed. The great battle between the four great demon kings would inevitably break out any moment now. Logic would have it that Han Chuo wanted no part in it. However, that elemental energy of death was intense. Han Chuo was certain that there was at least one piece of divine essence of death. After becoming a god, raising divine energy would be an extremely difficult thing to do. That piece of divine essence of death carried irresistible temptation power on Han Chuo's avatar. No great rewards comes without risks. Screw it, I will take a shot. Han Chuo rapidly weighed in his mind. When he noticed that the spatial edge was about to strike him, he finally ceased to hesitate. In his shadow form he streaked towards the area where the divine essence of death was located in an instant. Cecrops and Golander, the two demon kings, had to have sensed the presence of the divine essence of fire, and therefore recklessly charged over. One of them cultivated in the element of fire, while the other cultivated in the element of water. They were incredibly impatient and excited about the presence of the fire element divine essence and therefore had no patience or regard for anything in their paths. In the next moment, Han Chuo came to find that the four domains of divinity had formally intersected with each other. The region that was previously devoid of all elements but lightning and darkness had again been filled with the element of water and fire. The two factions of demon kings of the Abyss realm, with their domains of divinity completely deployed, had begun engaging in hand-to-hand combat while the meteor shower and spatial edge bombarded the lands. While rapidly flying towards the divine essence of death, Han Chuo found the spare time to observe his surrounding. He suddenly discovered that both Cecrops and Golander had very strange looks. Cecrops' true form as he cultivated in the element of fire couldn't be clearly seen. His body was similar to that of Ironstone warrior whom Han Chuo had killed. His body was as tough as steel, and it was even glowing red-hot. Meanwhile, Golander looked as though a big sea monster. There were feelers the thickness of fingers densely grown on his body. His body would twist and wrap as he wildly fought Manticore. All four of them had strengths of around the same par. Leviathan fought Cecrops while Golander fought Manticore. All four of them were great demon kings of the Abyss realm, and were all low gods. As they had been waging war against each other for many years, they were very familiar with each other's fighting movements. Even though they were fighting with all their strength, nevertheless, the fight appeared boring in Han Chuo's eyes. All four demon kings concealed their divine energies within their bodies, and would only send out bursts of their divine energies through direct body contact to deal blows unto their opponents. Unexpectedly, not an iota of their divine energy spilled over. Perhaps it was for this reason that the combat between them appeared so plain, unimpressive, and did not give off a brilliant, colorful show of light. Han Shuo only took one glance before it became clear as to why they would be so cautious and prudent in maintaining this tacit agreement, not daring to leak a tiny bit of their divine energy. This was because there were boundaries, ancient seals, and dilapidated magical matrices all around them. One misstep and they could possibly activate even greater dangers and cause everyone to perish. Although the four great demon kings were now fighting over the divine essence of fire, they were very cautious and fought as prudent as they could. They dared not to have one wee bit of their divine energy overspill as to avoid causing great disturbances to the environment. Otherwise, no one would be able to walk out of it alive. Whoosh! Han Shuo, with his protective shield on, relying on the energy coming from the demonic infant inside his body, shot towards the location of the elemental energy of death at high speed. 3 translucent, sparkling pieces, pure white and as bright as jade, lay closely together inside a magical robe of twilight black. That deep black magical robe didn't seem to be any ordinary item either. The sinister and wicked energy of death was emanating from it. Han Shuo was delighted. Without demur, he reached out with his hand and grabbed at it. Jingle! A strange noise suddenly came from that piece of deep black magical robe. Right after Han Shuo's hand made contact with the magical robe, a bizarre boundary of death was suddenly deployed from it. The 3 trademark necromancy boundaries, the boundary of weakness, fear, and aging, simultaneously erupted from it. The power was more than tenfold what Han Shuo could deploy. In addition, an energy firmly grasped at Han Shuo, not allowing him to put down that deep black magical robe. Han Shuo was appalled. He instinctively activated the demonic yuan inside his body, erupting like a torrent, frantically attacking that energy that grasped him firmly. He attempted to release himself from that deep black magical robe before thinking anything else. "Who's that kid?" Golander gasped, his voice as cold as ice. "Haha, how funny. The Mr. Han Shuo that killed 3 of your shadow warriors is standing right before you, yet you have no idea who he is." Manticore said calmly with an arrogant smirk on his face. Han Shuo, who was resisting the energy of the black robe with all his might, almost jumped up to curse at Manticore. It was a no-brainer to him as to what kind of troubles those words of Manticore's would cause him. Indeed, just as expected, Golander's ugly monstrosity of a face, which barely resembled anything close to a human's, grew incredibly cold. He put on a disgraced smile and said, "Good, I've been looking for you for a long time. Kiddo, face your death." Upon finishing those words, Golander ceased all hand-to-hand combat with Manticore. His sea monster body shot into the air with extreme agility. He charged at Han Shuo at a breathtaking speed. Han Shuo blasphemed upon 18 generations of Manticore's ancestors, and furiously raised his demonic yuan to its maximum capacity to ward off the winding energy that was attacking him. However, shrouded by the boundary of fear, weakness, and aging, which released all too formidable power, Han Shuo found himself in an extremely weak state. Golander's flight had caused his domain of divinity to move with him. An ice-cold energy hundreds of times colder than what was released by ice celestial Kori locked onto Han Shuo and rushed into his consciousness, causing his defensive power to reduce even more greatly. Ice celestial Kori was just a demigod, and was not even a base god. Compared to Golander, a low god 2 classes above him, in terms of the manipulation of the elemental energy of water, Ice celestial Kori was simply like a mountain before the Alps. The gap between them was simply insurmountable. Golander, as a low god, could seep his divine energy into his enemy's soul. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's consciousness being so uniquely versatile, by now it would have been frozen and have no way to think. On the verge of death, that death-base god soul of Han Shuo's seemed to gain a feeling of familiarity when it vaguely sensed the energy that tangled around Han Shuo. In this life and death situation, Han Shuo made a decision. With one thought, that death-base god soul released a strand of faint energy. Suddenly, a desirable change happened to that deep dark magical robe in his hand. Chapter 566, Divine Soul. GDK 566, Divine Soul. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. After Han Shuo's death base god soul made contact with it, the energy coming from the deep black magical robe that had restrained him turned back into the magical robe all of a sudden. Subsequently, that bizarre boundary of death originating from the magical robe vanished in an instant. The deep black magical robe was still in Han Shuo's hand, but at this moment, it did not pose him one bit of threat. With one thought, all three pieces of divine essence, as well as that deep black magical robe, fell into Han Shuo's space ring without any hindrance. Han Shuo didn't have the luxury of time to ponder about the strange phenomenon that had just occurred. After he kept those items away, he did not continue to linger around the same spot as he did not want to brew up a confrontation against Golander, who was soaring over. Upon identifying an empty spot, he retreated. "Boy, to kill 3 of my shadow warriors, you are a brave one, aren't you?" Golander shouted with his ice-cold voice. His sea monster body breezed over. 2 flexible feelers, like arrows, suddenly shot out from his 2 gills, aiming straight for Han Shuo's spine. As the distance between the 2 pulled closer, the frosty cold aura that penetrated into Han Shuo's consciousness became even more potent. Han Shuo, who was rapidly retreating, let out a cold groan. His consciousness flexibly transformed. Without the deep black magical robe distracting him, Han Shuo evaded Golander's attack on his consciousness with no difficulty. When Han Shuo saw that he couldn't evade those feelers, he did not reveal any signs of panic. After a flash of strange light, the Demon Slayer edge shot out from his palm. An energy of destruction mixed with all kinds of energies completely enveloped Golander's feelers without a moment to spare. After the flash of light, ear-piercing noises quickly followed. Those feelers that shot out from Golander's 2 gills were effectively amputated. Golander was between a gasp and a cry. His ice-cold eyes flipped through with question marks, seemingly baffled at how Han Shuo could possess such power. As an avatar of Han Shuo's, the Demon Slayer edge in its untransformed original form could still be used as a weapon as before. Han Shuo could even pour his demonic yuan into it. The Demon Slayer edge currently also possessed the divine energy of the Edict of Destruction, the plunder energy Datara had left, as well as the hundreds upon thousands of souls that Han Shuo had absorbed in all those years behind him. When the 3 energies within the Demon Slayer edge were mixed together, although it was only barely enough to reach the realm of Low God, the Demon Slayer edge remained to be extremely terrifying. Although the Demon Slayer edge had cut those feelers off Golander's gills, a strand of the frosty energy nonetheless managed to enter the Demon Slayer edge. It had to be hammered 3 times with the divine energy of destruction within the Demon Slayer edge before it was completely neutralized. After exchanging blows, Han Shuo and Golander had a rough idea of where each other stood. Han Shuo recognized that Golander was a formidable opponent. Within his domain of divinity, Han Shuo's death base god avatar was useless. It would be difficult to defeat Golander by merely relying on that avatar mixed with all kinds of energies while having no clear understanding of the Edict of Destruction. Golander, after having been struck by the Demon Slayer edge wielded by Han Shuo, clearly recognized that this kid who appeared out of nowhere, was no feeble existence that he could simply trample over. Golander was flabbergasted from the bottom of his heart. His icy cold eyes were filled with doubt, seemingly unable to understand how Han Shuo could possess such strength. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly arrived. Golander, whose mind seemed to be somewhere else, suddenly discovered himself within absolute darkness. He rained curses in his heart as he immediately understood that Manticole, who instigated him to attack Han Shuo, had taken advantage of the opportunity to launch an attack on him while he continued to think about his next move. After quickly weighing it over in his mind, Golander immediately abandoned his pursuit of Han Shuo, and instead put all his strength into dealing with Manticole's sneak attack. He could tell that Han Shuo was seemingly unwilling to fight with him. When he discovered that Han Shuo was a formidable enemy, he immediately made a wise decision: give up. Han Shuo, who was fully prepared to face Golander head-on, stood tall on his ground with a callous face. He gripped firmly onto the Demon Slayer edge and was even ready to summon Little Skeleton to the battlefield at any time. However, At this moment, he discovered that Golander was suddenly shrouded by complete darkness. Manticole smiled and nodded at Han Chuo from a distance before whooshing into the darkness. Han Chuo was stunned, but soon after, his lips pulled a sneer. He found Manticole's display of goodwill to be despicable. Han Chuo turned his head and took a look at Cecrops and Leviathan, who were tangled in a fight. After weighing in his mind for a moment, Han Chuo unhurriedly flew towards where Cecrops and Golander had come from. "Mr. Han Chuo, join us, let's deal with them together." When Leviathan noticed that Han Chuo wanted to leave, he became anxious and loudly called out even though he was in the middle of a fierce battle. As though he did not hear Leviathan behind him, Han Chuo did not slow down by the slightest and left without even turning his head back. As soon as he left the region, he immediately concealed all the aura on his body, and used his consciousness to probe the surroundings. Han Chuo discovered that ahead of him, a few dozen or so demons were cautiously holing up in an area while dealing with the bombardment of the meteor shower and spatial edges as they wailed like ghosts. After making a round of inspection with his consciousness, Han Chuo quickly discovered that those demons were brought over by Cecrops and Golander. The reckless behavior of the two demon kings had brought their minions a catastrophic blow. While the four demon kings of low god strengths were fighting each other terribly, these followers of theirs weren't sitting idly either. Simultaneously pounded by meteor shower and spatial edges, these demons spared no effort fending for their lives. The meteor shower and spatial edges formed by the boundaries triggered by Cecrops and Golander were a lot more powerful than those forbidden spells back on Profound Continent. The piece of land they were in was rather narrow. There were all kinds of visible and invisible boundaries all around them. No one dared to make any big movements. All they could do was to try their best to evade the bombardment within the small piece of land. Needless to say, death was unavoidable. Han Chuo silently observed for a moment and discovered that the region that Cecrops and Golander's minions were in had a pathway as well. It was obvious that Cecrops and Golander had been exploring the area. But when Cecrops coincidentally sensed the energy of the fire divine essence, he couldn't resist the temptation and recklessly charged over. Due to the destruction of a few boundaries, the two pathways suddenly became conjoined. The four demon kings, whose grudges ran so deep into the earth's core and who had warred far longer than their people had been alive, immediately erupted into a fight as soon as they met each other. With his presence concealed, Han Chuo temporarily hid in a region where no one could detect him. He observed the battle between the four demon kings with indifference. The four demon kings of the Abyss realm possessed strength roughly similar to each other. They had been locked in a stalemate for many years. Therefore, it was obvious that the victor of the battle wouldn't emerge anytime soon. After just a short observation, Han Chuo briefly understood their combat methods. Not daring to have their divine energies leak into the surroundings, these demon kings would only send out bursts of them through physical contact between limbs. Although the battle appeared intense, it was uninteresting in Han Chuo's eyes. At this rate, will the battle ever end? This is an absolute waste of time. Each second spent inside this void is precious. There will have been no conclusion to this even when the Stardust current returns. And by then, what would have been achieved? Han Chuo thought to himself. He quickly realized that his original plan of reaping benefit while they had their disputes clearly wouldn't work for long. He began weighing it out rapidly and silently turning over his mind for some malicious stratagem. Then, all of a sudden, his death base god soul sensed a familiar aura. Earlier, as Han Chuo did not have any time, he did not perform an in-depth investigation of where that familiar sensation came from. Now that he had broken away from the domains of divinity of the four demon kings, he finally had time to think the matter through. Outside of those domains of divinity, the soul energy of his death base god had become much stronger. He withdrew that deep black magical robe that he had stored in his space ring not long ago. The mental strength of his base god soul slowly flowed into the magical robe in his hand. A loud bang sounded from that deep black magical robe in Han Chuo's hand. In an instant, the mental strength of Han Chuo's death base god soul had formed some kind of connection with the magical robe. Suddenly, a kind of clear comprehension, like the most refreshing water, flowed into the death base god's soul. Han Chuo's main body that was holding the piece of deep black magical robe clearly saw a greyish gaseous substance entering the skeletal staff. At the same time, all kinds of realization and understanding of the energy of death slowly merged with the soul within the skeletal staff. Seeing all this happen right before him and sensing the apprehensions that soul was gaining, Han Chuo's heart was suddenly crowded with an intense feeling of pleasant surprise. He almost couldn't restrain himself from shrieking in excitement. Divine Soul! A mid-god of death! That deep black magical robe not only bundled 3 pieces of divine essences of death, but it also hid a divine soul of a mid-god of death. Furthermore, in this moment, the death mid-god's divine soul within the magical robe was fusing with his soul in a way that Han Chuo couldn't understand. The original owner of the skeletal staff was a mid-god. From the skeletal staff, Han Chuo had received a lot of memories pertaining to the cultivation of the elemental energy of death. However, it was only at this moment that Han Chuo understood that those memories which the original owner of the skeletal staff had left for him were merely the cultivation methods with many important points omitted. That divine soul inside the deep black magical robe, however, not only provided Han Chuo with the methods of cultivating in the energy of death, but more importantly, profound realization towards the energy of death, realizations that would allow him to reach the realm of mid-god, which included knowledge about the domain of divinity, divine energy, and the power of faith. It was also at this moment that Han Chuo abruptly discovered that the familiar feeling that came from the deep black magical robe vaguely reminded him of the energy contained in the skeletal staff. That's right. Just like the original owner of the skeletal staff, the original owner of this divine soul must be an underling of that overgod of death. Both of them were sent to bring death and destruction to various material planes. The magical robe and skeletal staff seemed to contain hints of that person's imprint. Han Chuo concluded. Chapter 567, Alliance Dissolved. GDK 567, Alliance Dissolved. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Compared to the cultivation methods that the original owner of the skeletal staff had left behind, this whole new level of realization towards elemental energy he now obtained was much more precious. While those cultivation methods would only allow Han Chuo to learn how to form attacks using the energy of death, the higher level of realization would allow Han Chuo to make leaps and bounds in his cultivation, obtaining even more terrifying energy of death. All those cultivation methods were, in the end, merely different ways of putting the elemental energy of death to use. No amount of them could make Han Chuo rise from the realm of base god to the realm low god. Those profound realizations, however, could. It would allow Han Chuo to grasp the true essence of the energy of death, and turn him into a low god. And with sufficient divine energy, Han Chuo could even continue to make breakthroughs without the slightest stagnation, all the way to be a mid-god. The apprehensions of greater gods, that was the most precious thing to a lesser god. The methods of putting the energy to use and acquiring divine energy could both be slowly mastered through practice and cultivation. However, it was their profound realizations that were the most valuable. This was because a god might never come to possess those realizations even after acquiring a tremendous amount of energy. But now, Han Chuo directly came to possess those realizations. What's more, it was the divine realization of a mid-god. In other words, from this moment onwards, in Han Chuo's cultivation of the element of death, all the challenging problems he needed to comprehend before advancing to the next realm would no longer be an impediment. As long as he could acquire sufficient divine energy, he would progress at light speed and become a low god, and even a mid-god. While the fusion of souls proceeded, the skeletal staff in Han Chuo's hand gradually transformed without Han Chuo's control. It turned into a carbon copy of Han Chuo filled with the aura of death. Then, without any indication, that piece of deep black magical robe spontaneously flew and wrapped tightly around Han Chuo. Evil, gloom, desolation, loneliness, all those aura that could be felt in the netherworld started emanating from this avatar of Han Chuo's. Han Shuo did not foresee that the souls would so suddenly begin fusing together. They were in the void. A great battle was going on not far from him. The fusion of souls meant he was exposed to great vulnerability as the process could not be disturbed in the slightest. Therefore, when Han Shuo's soul began fusing with the divine soul of the mid-god, he started to communicate silently with the netherworld. His consciousness was on full alert. His main body grasping onto the demon slayer edge was ready to handle any threat that could come at any moment. The bombardment of the meteor shower and spatial edge covered an extremely vast area. Although Han Shuo was hiding in a concealed area, he was still under the battering of these two attacks. In this situation, having three souls gave Han Shuo an absolute advantage. While that death base god was rapidly merging with that divine soul, Han Shuo's main body and one of his avatars were actively containing the disturbances of the meteor shower and spatial edges, keeping them far away from the avatar that cultivated in the element of death. The minutes passed by quietly as this continued for a long, but undetermined amount of time. Even Han Shuo's other two souls felt a little fatigued. Suddenly, the element of death began to converge in a chaos towards Han Shuo's avatar. Han Shuo's body, as though a blue whale gorging in sea water, was rapidly absorbing a huge amount of the element of death. At the same time, all those profound realizations that originated from the divine soul of the mid-god were being evoked. A bizarre and fantastic transformation was simultaneously happening to the body and soul of the skeletal staff avatar. The soul, body, element of death, and realizations, were converging, fusing, splitting, and recombining in a way that Han Shuo couldn't understand. All of a sudden, Han Shuo's main body that had been ever vigilantly observing the surroundings suddenly discovered that in the space of a few dozen meters around his avatar, other than the intense element of death, no other element was present. Domain of Divinity. These were the effects of the Domain of Divinity. The overjoyed Han Shuo looked at the element of death converging from all around, and then observed the element of death being condensed to high concentrations before turning into divine energy for his avatar in a way that he couldn't understand. Having experienced the scene of little skeleton becoming God, Han Shuo clearly understood that a wonderful transformation was happening to his avatar cultivating the element of death. Hey! Back at the battleground of the four demon kings, Manticole suddenly murmured. While Golander turned absent-minded for a brief moment after being shocked by Han Shuo, Manticole, who was of similar strength, managed to catch the precise timing and enveloped Golander within absolute darkness. It was precisely for this reason that Manticole held the upper hand and had time for talking. The other three demon kings also felt the element of death wildly gathering not far from them. The four demon kings, who had been through the exact same process, only needed to think for a second before they each realized what was happening there. All four of them, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, ceased fighting at the same time with great rapport. The four exchanged glances and flew to the region simultaneously. Han Shuo, who harbored malicious intentions, did not stray too far from them. In the process of becoming God, the gathering of the element of death was not something that could be controlled. Therefore, Han Shuo could no longer hide his tracks. The four demon kings discovered Han Shuo's hiding place in just an instant. Two of him. What is going on? Cecrops cried out in surprise as soon as he arrived and saw the scene. Han Shuo's main body, wielding the demon slayer edge, and his avatar, wearing a deep black magical robe except for clothing, they both appeared exactly the same. Cecrops rapidly calmed himself down from the initial shock. He glanced at Manticole and Leviathan as he said, "Better kill him, lest he becomes a trouble in the future." It was followed by utter silence. At this crucial moment, Manticole and Leviathan, who were supposed to be Han Shuo's allies, both kept their silence. One Han Shuo with the strength of Low God in the Edict of Destruction had already forced them to be on alert. And now, out of nowhere, came a second Han Shuo. What's more, this Han Shuo was on the verge of becoming a low god of death. This kind of horror had completely exceeded any of their expectations. These two allies who harbored ulterior motives to begin with, kept their silence as light flickered from their eyes. Cecrops and Golander suddenly turned to look at each other. Golander nodded and said in an ice-cold voice, "Let's do it together. This guy is rather hard to deal with. I don't have the certainty of finishing him within a short time if I were to do it alone." "Sure," Cecrops said smilingly. He again glanced at the silent Manticore and Leviathan, and soon after, shot a meaningful glance at Golander. They marched step by step towards Han Chuo, callously standing with the Demon Slayer edge in his hand. The two were on guard towards Manticore and Leviathan, as they had no idea if the duo would take this opportunity to attack the two. For this reason, they did not immediately charge towards Han Chuo, but slowly approached him to find out how Manticore and Leviathan would react. What followed surely did not go against their expectations. Cecrops, completely familiar with the personality of the Demon Kings in the other faction, discovered that during this critical moment, neither Manticore nor Leviathan showed any wish of interrupting, and stood there motionless. Han Chuo, wielding the Demon Slayer edge, looked at the four Demon Kings before him with a callous face. He did not say a word all along. It was as though he had turned into a spectator. Cecrops and Golander continued to march step by step towards Han Chuo. When they were about 50 meters away, their domains of divinity made contact with the domain of divinity formed a moment ago by his avatar. Manticore and Leviathan, as Han Chuo's allies, remained indifferent and kept their silence as before. At this moment, Han Chuo put on a smile, looked at the two, and said, "Manticore, Leviathan. From this second on, we are no longer allies." Han Chuo's heart felt neither sorrow nor happiness. From the moment he witnessed Leviathan mercilessly murder his own follower, Nolan, and from the moment Manticore informed Golander of his identity when he was collecting that deep black magical robe, he understood that his alliance with these two ruthless bastards was as frail as a thin dried leaf. It would shatter with one gentle poke. In fact, Han Chuo knew this would happen when the four flew over to him. Having foreseen how they would react, Han Chuo did not feel one bit of surprise. And naturally, he did not feel sad or happy. His heart was undisturbed as he silently guarded against the turn of events. "My sincerest apologies, but the abyss is not big enough for a sixth Demon King, especially a Demon King who possesses two fundamental energies. This must not be allowed. Although you have said that you will leave the abyss, the temptation of the power of faith isn't something one may simply resist, just like how tempted we are to go to your world to acquire the power of faith." Manticore wore the same expression. He smiled at Han Chuo, and continued to talk to Han Chuo in that mild voice of his. The abyss was only so big. The appearance of a new Demon King meant another existence competing to subjugate the people of the abyss realm in order to gain their power of faith. Subsequently, they would have to further partition the world, and that therefore meant a smaller piece of the pie for each of them. What's more, Han Chuo's strength was rapidly growing along with an energy unknown to them. The appearance of this low god of death caused them to feel even more threatened. Therefore, they desperately wished for Han Chuo to die. This desperation exceeded the four kings' hatred for each other. Chapter 568, Direct Confrontation. GDK 568, Direct Confrontation. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The duo of Cecrops and Golander marched towards Han Chuo at slow but steady paces. They would peer at Manticore and Leviathan out of the corner of their eyes once in a while, carefully on guard against any unforeseen danger. Things having come to this, Han Chuo could no longer cower. The only choice left for him was to go all out and fight. As to whether or not he could preserve his avatar cultivating the element of death, that would depend on whether he could resist the attacks of the two Demon Kings. Meteor shower and spatial edges were wreaking havoc all around him, causing bursts of splendid light to blossom incessantly. Han Chuo was on full alert. His mind was as sharp as it could have been. He held onto the Demon Slayer edge and calmly waited for the two Demon Kings to launch their attacks. On the contrary, the two Demon Kings, Cecrops and Golander, who were closing in on Han Chuo step by step, appeared relaxed and at ease, as though they weren't taking Han Shuo seriously at all. Han Shuo knew that the reason these two demon kings came over at such sluggish speeds was that they were wary of Manticore and Leviathan. They weren't actually all that heedful towards the enemy they were about to strike. When the two got very near to Han Shuo, Cecrops sent a signal to Golander with his eyes. At the next instance, the two went from slowly walking to charging at Han Shuo at high speed. These existences in the realm of low god concentrated their divine energy to their limbs. After two streaks of light flashed, they arrived right in front of Han Shuo. The demon slayer edge gave off brilliant rays and turned into another Han Shuo within a split second. A ruthless energy wishing to annihilate the world erupted. A ball of sinister light with boundless darkness completely enveloped the immediate region. The two demon kings were moving too fast. Therefore, right after the demon slayer edge produced that ball of dark light, they fell into it. In fact, the demon king duo who possessed absolute confidence in their own strength did not make any effort to evade darkness but continued to advance bravely, shooting at Han Shuo by relying on their senses. Rumbles. A great explosion, as though the heavens fell and earth rent, broke loose from the center of the darkness. Electrical sparks like needles shot all around through the darkness. Two loud shrieks simultaneously came from the mouths of the two demon kings. As the enormous rumble sounded, the duo, who dauntlessly charged at Han Shuo, retreated with their burning asses at an even greater speed. Hundreds upon thousands of light rays followed the two as though their very own shadows. Under the inconceivable gazes of Manticore and Leviathan, those whooshing light rays shot into the retreating demon kings. What in the world? This bastard just put his own life at stake and triggered boundaries that release large-scale destructive power. Damn it! Golander loudly cursed. The rumble of the explosion left as quickly as it came. The light rays faded and the darkness dispersed to reveal the ground that had caved in to form a large pit with numerous potholes surrounding it. Standing behind the large pit was Han Shuo, wielding the demon slayer edge with a callous expression. The corners of his lips curved to make a ridiculing smirk as he looked coldly at the two demon kings hollering. Those pearls of annihilation he had refined back at War Demon Valley were indeed wonderfully effective weapons. As soon as he saw the two demon kings in a flurry to retreat, he knew that both of them had been hit. A pearl of annihilation could produce a large-scale explosion, and therefore a very effective weapon to be used against enemies in great numbers. However, as both the demon kings were low gods, the explosion of the pearl of annihilation would only cause them limited injuries. But, of course, the pearls didn't just launch physical attacks. Its most significant damaging effects actually came from those soul piercers that would shoot out during the large-scale explosion. The soul piercer was a bizarre demonic weapon that specifically targeted the soul. Just one soul piercer would be enough to annihilate those who did not possess a mighty enough soul. Even for a godly existence whose soul had fused with the elements between heaven and earth, once hit, had to immediately drop everything and focus on eliminating the sinister energy of the soul piercer as soon as possible before it corroded the soul. The longer they left it, the greater the harm they would receive. It was because Cecrops and Leviathan had not truly taken Han Shuo to heart, in addition to their false assumption that Han Shuo wouldn't dare to break the rule of the void, that they had decided to attack Han Shuo so bluntly. Unfortunately for them, Han Shuo, a demonic arts cultivator, had countless tricks up his sleeves. Han Shuo's far-sighted preparation also contributed to him being able to unleash the full formidable might of the Pearl of Annihilation, teaching the duo a lesson they would never forget. As for the rules of the void and the boundaries that densely covered all around, Han Shuo had absolutely no reservations in breaking them. Given the present circumstances that he could lose his life at any moment, he had no time to worry about these trivial matters. The blast of a Pearl of Annihilation covered a tremendous area. As Han Shuo was located in a place surrounded with boundaries, after the deafening explosion, several boundaries were unavoidably triggered. At the next moment, the wind started blowing wildly, sand and stones were sent flying, and thunder rolled in the sky. The attacks formed by several boundaries came pounding at all those men. Demon King Cecrops and Golander, who were doing their utmost to purge the soul-piercers from within their souls, had no choice but to split their focus and defend themselves from incoming the attacks. They inwardly cursed Han Shuo for his deceptiveness and viciousness. Idly observing with cold eyes, Leviathan and Manticole furrowed their brows dramatically. The duo obviously made out that Cecrops and Golander had suffered injuries. Given their usual temperament, they would certainly seize this opportunity to finish the other two demon kings without the slightest hesitation. But now, with the appearance of this existence called Han Shuo, they did not come to the same decision that they otherwise would. The two exchanged glances. Leviathan nodded with a gloomy and cold expression before he said in a low voice, "Although Cecrops and Golander have been warring with us for many years, we are very clear of their strengths. Indeed, not killing them means that they will continue to pose a threat to us, but the stalemate will still be preserved as before." He took a short pause, shot a glance at Han Shuo in the distance, and continued, "That person, however, will not be so easy to take care of. This fella has boundless potential. Not only does he cultivate a mysterious martial art, but soon, he will come to possess two low gods of different energies. If he were to be left alive in the abyss, it is only a matter of time before we lose our footing." Manticole nodded in agreement. With intense murderous desire in his eyes, he shouted, "This person has boundless potential. He must not be allowed to live." Without another word, the two demon kings who were supposed to be mortal enemies with Cecrops and Golander, and allies to Han Shuo, suddenly charged towards Han Shuo. Having witnessed Cecrops and Golander's mistake, and taking into consideration the fact that the boundaries around them had been destroyed, they no longer kept their divine energy within only their bodies. A dozen or more thunderbolts as thick as the Colosseum pillars, along with several long, narrow rays of darkness, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, started cutting towards Han Shuo before the two demon kings had even gotten close. Some energies that originated from boundaries were cleansed to nothingness by the might displayed by the two gods. With a dozen or more lightning bolts and several scythes paving their way, Han Shuo simply had no way of repeating the same trick on the two. "Forgive me, Mr. Han Shuo," Leviathan said with a grin. He may have appeared cheerful at times, but in this moment, he looked absolutely diabolical. Meanwhile, Manticole, the very first demon king that made contact with Han Shuo, did not utter a word. He deployed his domain of divinity with all his strength, closing in on Han Shuo inch by inch. "I knew you two would attack," Han Shuo said grimly. He wore an ordinary expression as he watched the lightning bolts and darkness inch closer and closer. Strange light rippled through the demon slayer edge. It flew out from Han Shuo's hand and in an instant, transformed into another Han Shuo. Simultaneously, Han Shuo's two hands on his main body made a hand seal. Thousands upon thousands of what looked like demons and ghosts emerged from Han Shuo's palms. Then, suddenly, towering stone pillars started to rise from the originally flat and smooth ground. Huge, colorful banners, which seemed to be as light as feathers, flew out from his space ring, and stuck themselves on the ground in accordance with some mysterious principles. If Bord and Zinnia were here, they would certainly recognize that these huge banners and stele that abruptly appeared before Han Shuo once stood before War Demon Valley. They were that so-called magical matrix that could extinguish tens of thousands of lives in an instant. Unfortunately, neither Bord nor Zinnia were there. Manticole and Leviathan had no idea what sorts of powers lay within those towering stele and banners embellished with drawings of fierce monsters. Therefore, they did not halt their attacks, nor did they alter their headings. They stuck to their original plan of following behind their thick lightning bolts and scythes, and ran straight for Han Shuo. Rumbles. The very moment that the two entered the magical formation, an explosion sound as though the earth had shattered sounded from within. At that instant, bloody shadows began fluttering all around. Colorful demonic light radiated from those huge banners and interwove. An inexhaustible sinister energy spread out from the formation in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or more extremely thick thunderbolts and the Reaper's scythe materialized from the element of darkness, which, like a stone falling into the sea, elicited no response. They were fragmented and dissolved bit by bit within the thousands upon thousands of bizarre lights. The two demon kings fell into the formation. One of them transformed into a person enveloped with lightning and thunder, his body shining gloriously from head to toe, while the other shrouded himself completely under absolute darkness. If not for Han Shuo's consciousness locking onto Manticore, it really would have been a challenge to discover that he was hiding among the shadows of the formations. The two demon kings had not only extraordinary strength, but were also sinister and cunning. By this point, they had thrown caution to the wind and were no longer reserved about the boundaries and seals all around. That agreement they made with Bekiimos had long been cast far out from their minds. Inside Han Shuo's formation, by relying on the miraculousness of their domains of divinity, they did not suffer any serious damage and could in fact still soar through the air. Low gods were, after all, low gods. They definitely weren't existences that those Rakshas and destroyers could compare to. Most of the magical matrices of necromancy and destruction mixed within the formation lost their effects after the two deployed their domains of divinity. When Han Shuo saw that it was impossible to eliminate or severely injure the two by solely relying on the energy of the formation, after weighing for a while, he finally summoned Little Skeleton. Han Shuo's main body, his avatar, and Little Skeleton entered the formation together. They were ready to muster all their strengths and utilize the favorable environmental conditions to deal these double-crossing demon kings heavy thumps. Chapter 569 GDK 569, Father and Son Fighting Shoulder to Shoulder. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. No one else besides Han Shuo, he who made and deployed the formation, could be more familiar with the mechanisms within. As Little Skeleton and Han Shuo were mentally connected with each other, by following Han Shuo's instructions, Little Skeleton naturally wouldn't receive the negative effects of the formation. As soon as they entered the formation, they flew towards Leviathan's location. Leviathan, lightning bolts sparking from his head to toe and the sound of thunder rumbling from his body, was circling 10 or so towering stele, resisting the disorderly attacks coming from the surroundings using his divine energy. He was inside a small-scale formation of hallucination. Any uninformed, reckless intruder would sink deep into a land of fantasy. Although Leviathan was a low god, he knew nothing about the demonic arts that originated from another dimension. Inside the land of fantasy, all kinds of scenes and scenarios played on repeat in his mind. Illusions could cause confusion to the mind. Leviathan saw countless characters that he had previously murdered charging towards him with threatening gestures. Those events that were etched in his memory, as well as frightening events he deliberately tried to forget, at this moment, replayed in his mind with incredible clarity. It was constant torment, ravaging his mind. All those existences who could become a demon king were cold-blooded, merciless characters with incredibly staunch hearts. Had it been an ordinary person who repeatedly experienced such negative scenes played and replayed, they would have lost their minds long ago. Leviathan, however, had countless experiences under his belt and wasn't as feeble as an ordinary person. He could still hold firmly onto his mind. As long as there was divine energy in his body, he felt as though he had boundless energy. With his own willpower, he forcibly shattered scene after scene. Leviathan, a low god, obviously wasn't particularly affected by the formation. Should this trend continue, as long as he walked through all those scenes and continued to shatter them rapidly, he would be able to walk out from the land of fantasy unharmed very soon. Han Shuo inwardly lamented the might of low gods. Then, he dove into the formation together with Little Skeleton. Through the mental connection between him and Little Skeleton managed to completely avoid the effects of the formation. The two with perfect rapport unhurriedly approached towards Leviathan. Han Shuo's avatar transformed back into the Demon Slayer Edge and was once again in Han Shuo's hands. Little Skeleton wielded an enormous bone spur and concealed his domain of divinity. He stealthily surrounded Leviathan along with Han Shuo. As the distance between them slowly grew closer and closer, Leviathan was sending out bursts of undirected divine energy while facing against his hallucinations. Before both Han Shuo and Little Skeleton even got close, he suddenly sensed an intense aura of death approaching him. Out of nowhere, a scene abruptly replayed in his mind, an abyssal expert possessing enormous elemental energy of death that he had slain many years ago was recklessly launching a final finishing blow at him. That battle had a profound influence on Leviathan. Therefore, when the aura of death appeared, his mind very naturally replayed this scene of what happened back then. Although Leviathan was unaware that he was deep inside a hallucination, he still had one thought on his mind: I shall kill anyone that gets in my way. This was the principle he had based his life on for countless years. Leviathan skillfully deployed a lightning bolt around a dozen meters in length with the girth of an arm. This lightning that shot out from his palm looked akin to a crystal dragon. It gave off dazzling and glistening radiance. Although its tail was connected to Leviathan's palm, this dragon was nonetheless extremely agile. With divine energy pouring into the lightning bolt, the dragon soared into the sky before it violently charged at Little Skeleton. Han Shuo was shocked, as he did not expect that Leviathan would discover Little Skeleton's tracks so quickly. He remarked, "Little Skeleton may have cultivated to be a low god of death and possess a domain of divinity, but his lack of focus in cultivating demonic arts has rendered him vulnerable when it comes to hiding his own tracks and concealing his presence. He is nowhere near as good as I am." While thinking to himself, Han Shuo's movement did not slow down one bit. When Little Skeleton began assailing with his long and narrow bone spur, Han Shuo quickly got near to Leviathan. Ominous glint radiated from the Demon Slayer edge. The energy of destruction that he had been concealing was sent erupting outwards. Although Leviathan was inside the land of fantasy and wasn't clear-headed, he still kept the instinct to strike back. At that instant, yet another scene began to take form in his brain. He travelled back to the time when he had ventured alone to the extreme north of the Abyss realm to challenge the first Demon King of the Abyss, Bechaimos. The scene of the battle replayed in his head. He suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. Never, ever had Leviathan felt so helpless and cowardly in a battle. This challenger was full of confidence at first. But when the confrontation against the oldest Demon King of the Abyss actually started, Leviathan did not even have enough strength to strike back once throughout the battle. Using the Edict of Destruction and wearing a sinister mask, Bechaimos most straightforwardly and easily defeated Leviathan. Of all those scenes that flashed before his eyes, this was the only one in which Leviathan ended up in a defeat. It was buried in the depths of his heart as he deliberately tried to forget this painful memory. This was the scene that he was most unwilling to recall. When the energy suddenly erupted from the low god of destruction within the Demon Slayer edge, the delirious Leviathan once more returned to the middle of that humiliating battle. The feeling of helplessness and dispiritment once again penetrated Leviathan's heart after many years. Even after so many years had passed, that feeling was still impossible to get rid of. When this image of the past re-emerged, Leviathan, who managed to advance bravely and smash all the illusions so far, finally had his determination compromised. For a split second, his strength and divine energy were weakened. Han Shuo, whose attention was fully focused on the battle, immediately discovered the abnormality on Leviathan through the mighty consciousness he possessed. Although Han Shuo didn't know why it would have such a drastic effect on Leviathan so suddenly, it was plain to see based on his observations and his confidence in the formation he deployed that Leviathan's strength was waning severely. In other words, at this very moment, Leviathan's strength and divine energy were at their weakest. Without the slightest hesitation, Han Shuo injected even more energy into that strike, shooting towards Leviathan. At this moment, Han Shuo abandoned all thoughts and ignored all distractions, not even paying heed to whether or not Little Skeleton would be in any danger. He locked firmly on Leviathan with his consciousness and erupted the energy within Demon Slayer edge to the fullest. Together with his main body, Han Shuo threw a forceful strike. Dong! The sound of thunder and explosions rumbled. Divine energies shot all around violently. The unstoppable Demon Slayer edge made contact with Leviathan's right hand that was raised up. He wore a boxing glove on that hand. It was made of some unknown material and contained incomparably formidable energy of lighting. In just an instant, those energies collided with several bursts of energies that came from Demon Slayer Edge. Crack! Crack! The boxing glove, which Leviathan had obtained during his last excursion to the void, couldn't withstand Han Chuo's all-out strike. It pulverized and vanished within the bursts of electrical sparks. After destroying the boxing glove, the incisive edge of Demon Slayer Edge chopped through Leviathan's fist using its remaining energy. Fresh blood gushed out in an instant. The shock wave formed when the terrifying energies collided, spread out with the point between the two as the center. Several stone pillars in the surrounding couldn't withstand the blast and shattered in the blink of an eye. At this moment, this small-scale formation of illusion that surrounded Leviathan finally lost its miraculous ability to inflict hallucinations upon those trapped within. At the next moment, lightning bolts again shone in Leviathan's perplexed eyes. He regained his soberness in seemingly just an instant and immediately realized what had just happened. With miserable pain spreading from his right fist, Leviathan, who had not suffered an injury in years, suddenly flew into a fit of rage. The divine energy within his body wildly converged towards his right fist. Han Chuo immediately sensed the sudden increase in divine energy from the Demon Slayer Edge. When he raised his head and saw that Leviathan's eyes were filled with fury, Han Chuo right away concluded that Leviathan was awake. At this moment, Han Chuo did not bother to inspect the surrounding conditions. He pressed his unoccupied left hand on the hilt of the Demon Slayer Edge. His powerful physical strength, the enigmatic demonic yuan, the violent divine energy of destruction, the eerie and sinister energies of fierce souls within the Demon Slayer Edge simultaneously erupted in that instance. Before Leviathan could gather his divine energy, a crisp creak sounded. Leviathan's fist was chopped into two with his fingers completely fragmented. After that strike, Han Chuo's proceeded with making an upward stroke. The Demon Slayer Edge traveled in an arc and slashed Leviathan's neck. Argh! Leviathan shrieked in unbearable pain. The emotion of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. He hastily flew backward to retreat. Suddenly, an intense energy of death creeped up from behind him. Judging by how frightening the energy was, Leviathan understood that a low god cultivating in the element of death was present behind him. Leviathan was unaware of Little Skeleton's existence. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that he would take Little Skeleton mounting an attack from behind to be another Han Chuo who was on the verge of becoming a low god. His heart trembled. He knew that everything in this battle pointed to a disaster befalling him. Perhaps he had again recalled that dream in which he faced Behemoth, as his scar and post-traumatic stress seemed to affect him yet again, instilling in him a feeling of timidity and helplessness. With Little Skeleton mounting a sneak attack from behind and Han Chuo's assault from the front, Leviathan's front and rear had been blocked out. He could only retreat by moving sideways. Leviathan leaned to one side. When he nearly transformed into a lightning bolt and ran out from Han Chuo's range of attack, Han Chuo's two arms bizarrely extended at high speed. The Demon Slayer Edge that was already whooshing towards his neck at high speed moved ever faster thanks to Han Chuo's arms rapidly extending. Leviathan simply could not dodge it. When horror had finally filled Leviathan's mind, the Demon Slayer Edge lashed at Leviathan's neck with precision. Swish! The Demon Slayer Edge proceeded to skewer straight through Leviathan's neck. Crack! Immediately after, as Leviathan's energy declined in a split second, Little Skeleton's sneak attack with his bone spur managed to pierce through Leviathan's body. What does it taste like? Han Chuo had an undisturbed face, but his eyes were filled with chilling emotions. In the terrified gaze of Leviathan, Han Chuo flexed the muscles on his right arm and cast Leviathan's blood-drenched torso far into the distance. Chapter 570, Fearless. GDK 570, Fearless. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo had underestimated the true strength of a low god, or maybe he had underestimated the resilience of abyssal creatures as, even though Leviathan's neck was cut open by Han Chuo's Demon Slayer Edge and his body penetrated from behind by Little Skeleton's bone lance, Leviathan did not die as a result of the traumatic injuries. Manticore somehow managed to make contact with Leviathan. Manticore, who had been in hiding all the while, resisted the attack of bloody shadows around him and zoomed towards where Leviathan was tossed. Leviathan, who was supposed to be powerless, stubbornly pulled himself together. The cut on his neck and puncture wound on his back afflicted by Hanchuo and little skeleton started to fill with lightning bolts. The brilliant sparkling bolts of thunder, as though tenacious meridians, reconnected his severed body tissue. Hanchuo was jolted as his consciousness that was firmly locked onto Leviathan sensed that his vitality was being rapidly rejuvenated. Not only did Leviathan's soul did not sustain the slightest harm, it was tenaciously activating the divine energy inside his body. However, the coverage area of his domain of divinity was rapidly shrinking. A shadow suddenly flew to Leviathan's side. A domain of divinity of darkness immediately intersected with Leviathan's domain of divinity perfectly like a lock and key. Manticore was gobsmacked. Staring at Leviathan, whose divine body had suffered serious injuries, he anxiously said, "How were you wounded? Better watch out, his low god of death is complete." As Leviathan's neck was seriously injured, his voice was like an air blower droning. With a wave of his hand, Manticore moved his domain of divinity. With Manticore at the center, an absolute darkness consumed everything. A dozen or so bloody shadows flew over but were stopped by the energy of absolute darkness. Impossible! Manticore had astonishment painted across his face. He proclaimed, "He has just started to absorb the element of death. It's impossible for him to form a divine soul and divine body so rapidly. We have gone through this process ourselves. You should understand that the time required for the process to complete cannot be this short. If I've said that there's another low god of death, then there's definitely one out there. Otherwise, how would it be possible for that kid to maim me so?" Leviathan said coldly as he covered his neck with his hand to stop the blood from gushing out. He was rather annoyed with Manticore for being skeptical. Upon hearing Leviathan's words, Manticore carefully recalled of the circumstances and sensed the turmoil of all kinds of energies all around. When he was about to give a few words to soothe Leviathan, his face suddenly turned grave, and said, "Sorry for doubting you. It appears that there really is another low god of death, and he's coming our way." "Of course there is." Leviathan coldly groaned. With his left hand holding his neck, divine energy was released from his palm as electrical sparks. He seemed to be healing the injuries on his body using this method. With Hanchuo leading little skeleton, the father and son slowly marched ahead to the two demon kings. Hanchuo gazed into the absolute darkness, deathly and still, and sensed the layers and layers of defensive powers set up using Manticore's energy of darkness. He realized that the instinctive idea of forcibly breaking away those defensive energies wouldn't work. "Father, let's charge in. One of them is seriously injured. Our powers combined is sufficient to take care of them." Little skeleton transmitted. Hanchuo forced a smile, shook his head, and transmitted, "If we were to do that, both sides would suffer great losses. Moreover, outside the formation, there are two more of them about to recover. If we don't get rid of these two before the other two completely eliminate the corrosive energy of the soul piercers, we won't stand a chance." After listening to Hanchuo's explanation, little skeleton remained silent for a moment before he transmitted, "Summon my 5 brothers and ask them to deploy that formation. We still have a chance." Hanchuo was stunned at those words. He looked at little skeleton with astonishment in his eyes and asked in a somewhat unconvinced manner, "The penta-elemental undead formation that the 5 of them shaped, is it really useful against these experts of low god strength?" "I believe there won't be a problem. Back then, even with just 3 out of 5 energies combined, I had great trouble defending against it. Although my strength has advanced further since, the other 2 energies can now completely fuse with the rest. The formidable might of the formation can now be released to the fullest. It ought to be able to pose a threat to them," little skeleton explained. "Really?" Hanchuo gently cried in disbelief. "Really?" Little skeleton replied bluntly. Hanchuo understood that little skeleton was not one for nonsense or untrue words. With Little Skeleton's assurance, Han Shuo looked forward to the penta-elemental undead formation even more. He took a few steps backward and retreated to another region before summoning the 5 elite zombies. Han Shuo's main body that focused on cultivating demonic arts could release necromancy magic as well. But, of course, as most of the energy of death in his main body had been transferred to his avatar, he couldn't deploy necromancy magic as smoothly and skillfully as that avatar cultivating in the element of death. But a few simple summoning incantations wouldn't be a problem. Following the incantation, the 5 elite zombies appeared before Han Shuo. Now that he was in this critical moment, he wasted no time on unnecessary words. As soon as the 5 elite zombies appeared, Han Shuo commanded them to arrange themselves in accordance with the penta-elemental undead formation. In fact, Han Shuo had secured a connection with the netherworld as early as when he discovered that Leviathan had ruthlessly killed that follower of his. Therefore, Little Skeleton had prepared a countermeasure strategy ahead of time. The 5 elite zombies were obviously aware of the situation long ago too. Without another word, the 5 zombies dispersed in a well-coordinated manner. They assumed their own positions in the penta-elemental undead formation, taking the shape of a circular arc, and concealed themselves. With the 5 elite zombies ready, all that Han Shuo needed to do was bait the 2 demon kings into the formation. He communicated with Little Skeleton before heading to that land of absolute darkness by himself. He planned on using the superior speed of his demonic arts and his familiarity with the formation to rope these 2 demon kings into his trap. Han Shuo had only started moving before he suddenly heard an explosion sound off in the distance. Immediately, the domains of divinity of fire and water registered in Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo was stunned. He hastily turned his attention and consciousness to probe into that area, and sensed the auras of Golander and Cecrops. This time, he really was rather flustered. From their aura, Han Shuo could be certain that Cecrops and Golander had recovered. Indeed, low gods were not to be belittled. Han Shuo had a clear understanding of the corrosiveness of a soul piercer. Although Han Shuo had a premonition, he truly did not anticipate that the 2 would recover so rapidly. With this, Han Shuo could very possibly need to face off against all 4 great demon kings as they inevitably joined forces. Han Shuo did not even have complete certainty of victory by joining forces with Little Skeleton against Leviathan and Manticore. Now that Cecrops and Golander had regained their fighting capabilities, Han Shuo was in even greater danger. The situation was developing in the direction that was the last thing Han Shuo wished to see. He saw that the duo who had eliminated the soul piercers from their souls were charging over with their hearts filled with fury. As the boundaries on that region had been destroyed, the duo had no more reservations with their divine energies. Scorching hot and ice-cold divine energies assumed the shape of swords and bombarded the formation that Han Shuo was located in. In just a short moment, towering stele exploded and shattered, while colorful banners, unable to withstand the heat of the divine energy, started to ignite and burn. Han Shuo, who was preparing to draw Leviathan and Manticore towards the center of the penta-elemental undead formation, understood the intentions of those 2 demon kings fiercely bombarding the formation from the outside. They wished to completely destroy the formation. At this moment, without thinking much, instead of baiting Leviathan and Manticore, Han Shuo rushed to put away the most fundamental but costly item of the formation, the banners. All those banners were manufactured piece by Han Shuo, a process which consumed a ton of precious materials, countless hours of effort and sweat. Those banners were the basis for the entire formation. They weren't easy to obtain. Therefore, when he saw that the fruits of his hard work were being destroyed by fire, Han Shuo didn't stop to think. He immediately collected as many of those banners as he could to reduce his losses. The bloody shadows and all kinds of chaotic energies turned into threads and flew back into those huge banners. It didn't take long before Han Shuo had withdrawn all those banners into his space ring. With the most fundamental piece of the formation taken out of the equation, the Shura Soul formation completely lost its functions. Finally, Leviathan and Manticore, who didn't dare step an inch away from each other, suddenly sensed that the strange energy around them had disappeared. Cecrops and Golander discovered that the hazy stone forest was gradually clearing up. In the center of a few isolated stelae, Han Shuo and Little Skeleton were wielding their weapons and vigilantly observing their surroundings. "What is that thing?" Cecrops asked in bewilderment as he looked at Little Skeleton and sensed the low god energy of death on him. Could something have gone wrong in his process of becoming god? Golander was very much puzzled as well. As the two had been busy clearing away the soul piercers in their souls, in addition to the formation blocking their sights, they failed to understand what was going on. "Whatever it is, to kill the both of them is the right choice," Cecrops coldly groaned. He suddenly shot a glance at Leviathan. Seeing the injuries clearly visible on Leviathan immediately made Cecrops' mood slightly better. Rejoicing in others' misfortunes, Cecrops laughed out loud and said, "Leviathan, really didn't expect you to injure so easily, plus, your injuries weren't minor either." "Haha, very good. Very good. Humph. I will slowly straighten things out with you in the future." Leviathan had an unsightly expression. Without paying further attention at Cecrops, Leviathan glared at Han Shuo with resentful eyes, saying, "So, what malicious ruse are you going to play this time?" The corners of Han Shuo's lips pulled to make a sneer. He did not utter a word but raised his Demon Slayer edge at Leviathan and made an upward stroke motion. It was the same move Han Shuo used to cut open Leviathan's neck. Leviathan was infuriated. He let out a wild roar and charged recklessly at Han Shuo. At the same time, as though having reached an agreement in silence, the other three Demon Kings almost simultaneously took action and flew towards Han Shuo. Chapter 571, Don't Even Think About Leaving. GDK 571, Don't Even Think About Leaving. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The domains of divinity of water, fire, lightning, and darkness were simultaneously deployed. All four Demon Kings charged at Han Shuo together with their domains of divinity fused. When they finally got near to Han Shuo and Little Skeleton, the domain of divinity of death released by Little Skeleton combined with the mixture of the four domains. All of a sudden, energies of 5 different elements converged together, forming a terrifying burst of air that spread in every direction. A deafening explosion suddenly rumbled around Han Shuo and Little Skeleton. In just a short while, the remnants of magical matrices around the duo were obliterated completely in this explosion. All those towering stelae were pulverized into dust that filled the air. Sparkling and translucent magical crystal ores that couldn't withstand the tremendous pressure melted into liquid. The mounds deployed in accordance with the principles of Shura soul formation turned into potholes in the loud explosion. Everything on this piece of land, at the moment the 5 domains of divinity intersected, was cleansed to emptiness. After the rumble, not a single piece of stone within the 100-meter radius around Han Shuo and Little Skeleton were intact. It was a scene of desolation and devastation. Other than Han Shuo and Little Skeleton standing proudly in the center, everything around them was razed to the ground, leaving not a trace of the magical matrices that had stood there. With 4 Demon Kings of the Abyss Realm attacking together, the formation which had lost its function was now reduced to the point where not even an ounce of debris could be found. Little Skeleton and Han Shuo, one wielding a bone spur and the other tightly clenching the Demon Slayer edge, waited for the arrival of the ultimate great battle. Whoosh! 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 4 figures flew over. All 4 of Demon Kings concurrently sent forth their attacks without any reservations. Thunderbolts rolled. Darkness enveloped the sky. Ice covered the surroundings and fire scorched the earth. The scene at this moment looked as one might expect to see on Doomsday. The combined assault of the 4 Demon Kings was like a final judgment handed to this unpardonable sinner known as Han Shuo. "Die!" the heavily injured Leviathan sternly and loudly shouted. The bolts of thunder wriggled towards Han Shuo as rumbling sounds accompanied. Leviathan hated Han Shuo to the extreme. For many years, after Bekymo's, this was only the second time he had been injured by anyone. These injuries caused him a great psychological impact. The energy of destruction and the elemental energy of death that originated from Han Chuo and Little Skeleton continued to wreak havoc inside his body. It was impossible for him to regain his former might without spending a long period of time to recuperate from his injuries. The Abyss Realm was filled with selfish people. It goes without saying that the 4 demon kings were among those. Leviathan, who could murder his most loyal and devoted subordinates without the slightest hesitation, would not allow Han Chuo to become yet another psychological trauma in his brain. This was because it was very clear to him as to the kind of impact this trauma of failure would do to his cultivation in the future. It was only by killing Han Chuo that this psychological trauma previously caused by Han Chuo could be forever concealed. Otherwise, in his cultivation of the elemental energy of lightning, he might very possibly be unable to make an inch of progress. Therefore, Leviathan had every reason to slaughter Han Chuo. The other 3 demon kings also had every reason to kill Han Chuo. The emergence of a new mighty existence meant that their territories and hence their benefits would be further divided. When this new existence eventually surpassed their strength, this kind of territory redistribution could even mean that they would have no significant standing anymore. What was the power of faith? It was a wonderful thing that could deepen a god's divine energy and allow their domain of divinity to grow even mightier. The countless years of war on this abyss realm had all been for this thing called the power of faith. Therefore, when Han Chuo's strength severely threatened everyone's interests, it was a matter of course that this previously impossible alliance took shape. The might of 4 demon kings attacking at the same time indeed wasn't something that any regular person could handle. This especially ferocious and vigorous force made even Han Chuo and Little Skeleton feel an extreme pressure. However, Han Chuo and Little Skeleton did not have the intention of directly confronting the 4 all along. The corners of Han Chuo's lips curled into a smile as though he had his way. It should have been the last expression on his face given that Han Chuo and Little Skeleton could have been slain at any moment. Suddenly, Han Chuo and Little Skeleton, who were loftily standing on the same ground, sank into the earth without the slightest prior indication. It was like the ground had liquefied as they gradually descended without the slightest impediment. The 4 demon kings had the same expression of shock in their faces, disdain slowly creeping up after. They thought Han Chuo's actions to be silly. To have 4 demon kings attacking at the same time, what good would burying oneself into the ground do? Hence, with cold smiles on their faces, the 4 demon kings simultaneously attacked, sending all their divine energies shooting towards where Han Chuo and Little Skeleton had stood. Their terrifying energies threatened to rip the earth apart. Clang! Against all expectations, that bombardment the 4 had launched with all their might seemed to fall on the hardest stone. Those strikes which could destroy all rocks managed to produce only metallic sparks when they fell to the ground. At this moment, the ground seemed to have turned into the strongest material in existence. The ground was blemished with not even a dent despite 4 demon kings attacking with their divine energies. How can this be? 4 appalled voices simultaneously sounded. The 4 demon kings, overwhelmed with shock, wore faces of bewilderment and disbelief. Their eyes carried extreme puzzlement as they looked at the ground they were stepping on, no clue as to what in the world had just happened. The understanding that these demon kings had of this valley far exceeded that of Han Chuo's. They knew that the ground of this valley was rather hard. But they, as low gods, by stomping their feet, would still be able to leave a crater the depth of their ankles. Low gods were already real gods, so how could their might be belittled? Moreover, it was just a moment ago that Han Chuo had clearly sunken into the ground as though sinking into water. All 4 demon kings clearly observed that with their own eyes. Of course, they thought that Han Chuo had utilized divine energy to sink himself into the ground. If Han Chuo could insert himself into the ground without difficulty, how could their all-out strike not at least tear a big hole in the ground? Their minds were scrambled. However, the truth was right before their eyes that strike they threw out with all their strength really did not shake up the earth and produced only some metallic sparks on the ground. Strange. Unbelievably strange. All 4 demon kings were stupefied momentarily by this situation formed by earth and metal elite zombies combining their energy of earth and metal. Something's not right. Manticole cried out in alarm. He somehow withdrew a broadsword with boundless darkness lingering around it. Right before the other three demon kings, Manticole demonstrated his divine might, and stabbed at the ground without hesitation. Cling! Sparks flew. He had left a tiny little dent on the ground. All four of the demon kings were jolted at once. No one understood better just how incisive that broadsword of Manticole's was. Yet, that strike left only one tiny dent on the ground. What did this mean? It meant that the earth was solid beyond measure. This is crazy. Golander's ice-cold voice was filled with horror and puzzlement. His brain was in a great mess as he looked at the unimaginable transformation of the ground he was stepping on. Space, the space is changing. Cecrops suddenly opened his closed eyes and shouted. Upon hearing those words, the other three frightened demon kings simultaneously raised their heads and looked at the sky. The dense smog that had constantly lingered in this valley of the void was rapidly converging on this piece of sky. The empty space suddenly gave them a bizarre feeling of contraction. It was as though the sky had turned into a cage which was powered by some kind of energy that the four demon kings did not understand. It was turning up the pressure bit by bit while contracting just as much. The demon kings were most sensitive towards elemental energies. Their domains of divinity could constantly absorb the elemental energy present all around between heaven and earth for themselves to use. Whenever they used up their divine energy, it could help them with replenishing the divine energy they exhausted. However, at this moment, the four elements between heaven and earth that constantly gathered towards them abruptly came to a halt. This was a situation that had never ever happened before. It was as though, in an instant, all the elements in the world had completely vanished without a trace. Impossible! All four of them simultaneously discovered the unusual change and shrieked. They looked at each other in astonishment. What in the world is fucking going on? Leviathan, who suffered serious injuries, finally couldn't restrain himself and cursed. The unnatural scene around him had set his mind in turbulence and caused him to lose his cool. Elemental energies no longer gather towards our domains of divinity. Some kind of energy must have affected the flow of the elements, or perhaps, severed the connection of elemental energies from this region. Cecrops shouted in a deep voice. This place is really strange, we should leave first. A flustered feeling that had disappeared from Golander's heart for many years suddenly re-emerged. This strange feeling that suddenly arose made him extremely uncomfortable, so much so that his voice grew hoarse. This must be Han Chuo's doing. Golander is right, we should leave this place at once. All other matters can wait. Manticole and Golander were arch-enemies. But at this moment, Manticole agreed to Golander's suggestion. The four suddenly exchanged glances. In each pair of eyes they looked into, they saw an emotion unfamiliar to them: fear. Who were they? The great demon kings of the abyss. They possessed absolute power and authority in the abyss. They were the mightiest beings of the abyss that no other ever dared to challenge. And yet, at this moment, they actually felt frightened. Don't even think about leaving. Suddenly, Han Chuo's cold and stern voice sounded from an unknown place. In a moment, it would be from the sky. In another, it felt as though it came from the abyss. The voice seemed to be right beside their ears, but then, it would feel as though it was extremely far away. Chapter 572, Trapped in a Hopeless Situation. GDK 572, Trapped in a Hopeless Situation. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. From the sky over their heads to the ground under their feet, when this restricting force suddenly contracted, all four demon kings immediately noticed the unusual change with the surrounding. Their hearts grew even more appalled. After Han Chuo's voice sounded, the four had no uncertainty that the changes to this region of space were of Han Chuo's doing. After having experiencing a round of battle, all four demon kings became well aware that Han Chuo practiced some kind of unfathomable martial art. The transformation to the space around them caused them to be flustered, an emotion they were very unfamiliar with. There were no longer elemental energies pouring into their domains of divinity. The ground beneath their feet was tough beyond measure. Even Manticole's incredibly incisive broadsword couldn't split it. The pressure that gripped their hearts gradually grew heavier and heavier. Ridiculous. Merely with your powers alone, you want to contain the four of us? Even Bekimos doesn't have that kind of strength, let alone you. Golander's ice-cold voice was filled with utter disdain. However, his eyes were flickering with uncertainty. No one knew what exactly he was thinking. You have all seen how tough the earth is. It is rather difficult for us to split it apart. However, the empty sky is the hardest to defend against. I believe that we should try to escape from above, Manticole suggested as he raised his head and looked to the sky. All right. Golander agreed. Having made up their minds, the four demon kings no longer wasted their divine energy on attacking the ground. They raised their heads and looked at the clear sky with dense smog lingering. They again demonstrated their divine might, sending another round of attacks bombarding towards the sky. Rumbles. Thunder and strange noises reverberated from all directions. It was as though the heavens were falling, with ear-splitting noises shooting from everywhere. However, the empty sky seemed to be filled with the most pliable but tough cotton. The terrifying joint attack of the four demon kings aimed at the sky felt like a rock that fell into the sea. They had launched 2 strikes but, to their bemusement, their resistance had been futile. At this moment, the four demon kings really began to panic. The feeling of dread simultaneously revealed itself in their eyes. As they sensed themselves being isolated from the outside world, a feeling of dispiritment out of helplessness suddenly rose from the bottom of their hearts. What should we do? What should we do? All four of them had been asking this very same question in their minds. They looked at each other in dismay, out of their wits for a moment. They could neither fly up nor bore through the ground. The situation was just disastrous for them. Even with the four of them cooperating, they couldn't find a way to leave this strange place. They were finally frightened. Outside the penta-elemental undead formation, Han Chuo was wearing an incomparably nervous expression as he gazed at the misty region. His consciousness, connected to the 5 elite zombies on a deeper level, saw that the 5 elite zombies showed signs of fatigue. Low gods were, after all, true gods. What's more, they had to deal with 4 of them at the same time. For the penta-elemental undead formation to have firmly defended the 2 waves of attacks jointly made by the 4 demon kings, Han Chuo genuinely felt proud of his 5 elite zombies. However, the penta-elemental undead formation formed by the 5 elite zombies needed to block a total of 8 strikes coming from 4 divine entities attacking with all their strength. Although the burden was shared among the 5 elite zombies, it was still rather difficult to manage. The defensive energy of the earth was formed by fusing the energy of metal and earth. Meanwhile, the soft and flexible defensive power of the sky was formed by fusing the energy of water and wood. Although the 5 elite zombies, through the formation, shared the burden and managed to neutralize the joint attacks of the 4 demon kings, Han Chuo's consciousness connected to the 5 clearly sensed the energies in their bodies had diminished substantially. The penta-elemental undead formation possessed not merely the energy for defensive and binding purposes. Its main energy was in attacking. However, as these 4 existences possessed terrifying strengths of low gods, in addition to the fact that the interval between the 2 attacks had been rather short, the 5 elite zombies had no choice but to be on the defense with all their strength. They simply did not have energy left over to organize and deploy the offensive properties of this formation or the moment. Han Chuo understood that if the 4 demon kings were to madly continue with bombarding the sky or the earth, it wouldn't take long before the penta-elemental undead formation was destroyed. After all, the 5 elite zombies only had finite strength. There was no way they would withstand repeated bombardment without exhausting their energy. It wasn't just the 4 demon kings who were flustered. Han Chuo, attentively and nervously observing the battle, was also out of his wits for a moment. The penta-elemental undead formation was deployed by the 5 elite zombies and he couldn't intervene. If he were to get inside, Han Shuo himself would receive some the effects of the formation, and wouldn't be able to completely bring out his strength. The 5 elite zombies were currently digesting the 2 waves of energy sent out by the 4 demon kings. As soon as they eliminated the effects of those energies, they would be able to go all out and release the full firepower of the penta-elemental undead formation. By then, the 4 demon kings would be completely occupied with defending themselves and would have no time for continuing their incessant attacks towards the penta-elemental undead formation. Each and every great demon king of the Abyss realm was a seasoned expert with an extremely steady heart and mind. Even though they were somewhat panicky at this moment, they weren't about to go mad and send out reckless attacks. The way they thought was if the first strike didn't do it, then the second strike would be just as ineffective. It was thanks to their complete ignorance towards the formation that they had given the 5 elite zombies a chance to catch their breaths. Just as the 4 demon kings were creasing their brows, turning over in their minds on how to destroy the penta-elemental undead formation from within, the 5 elite zombies finally recovered from the damage they had sustained. Without any hesitation, the 5 elite zombies abandoned all defensive energies and began fusing with each other's energies bit by bit, unleashing the firepower of the penta-elemental undead formation to the fullest. Look! The sky, something's not right. Manti Cole, who was rapidly racking his mind, pondering how to break from this region, suddenly raised his head and cried out in alarm. Upon hearing the cry, the other 3 demon kings simultaneously raised their heads and looked at the sky. The originally misty sky suddenly became occupied by a large field of fiery clouds. Fierce blazes of scorching heat would burst out as those clouds pressed downwards bit by bit. At the same time, a horrific energy shrouded the demon kings from above their heads. Like the burning clouds, it was slowing pressing down onto the 4 demon kings. The previously tranquil land was rocked like an earthquake. It tore to make fissures, which allowed sharp cones as tough as steel to suddenly come thrusting up from underground. They shot towards the 4 demon kings like guided missiles. The barren piece of land, unknowingly, had grown to overfill with vines. They were slithering like vipers, creeping their way towards the 4 demon kings. Other than the burning clouds pressing down on them, Metal Elite Zombie's golden cudgel had turned into a great mountain. The great momentum and loftiness of the mountain allowed it to envelop the entire region as it came pounding at the 4 great demon kings, accompanied by monstrous rumbling. The golden cudgel constantly grew in size until it filled the whole sky. Apart from burying themselves underground, the 4 would have no way of avoiding it. However, concealing themselves in the earth was none too viable either, as countless spikes as hard as steel were ruthlessly piercing up from their feet. With the fusions of energies, all kinds of attacks were launched at them one after another. It was as though there wasn't an inch of space where they could hide. Within this region, all they could do was exert their divine energies to defend themselves. "Father, what do you think?" Little Skeleton, who was mounted on a bone dragon, transmitted to Han Shuo from a little ways away. Han Shuo's heart was filled with astonishment. That foggy region ahead couldn't escape from the surveillance of Han Shuo's consciousness. Sensing the ruthless offensive forces within as the formation initiated its actual offense, Han Shuo was dumbfounded by its formidable power. He discovered that he had underestimated the true might of the penta-elemental undead formation by a wide margin. No matter if it was the sky or the ground, any direction, any region of space, any corner, there was nowhere the praise could hide. The attacks would come from every grain of soil, every gust of air, and every drop of water. Once the energy of the 5 attributes fused together, it would also give rise to some other energies of which characteristics not even Han Shuo could make sense of. These energies were extremely bizarre and mysterious. More often than not, they could overcome the defenses put up by the demon kings using their divine energies, putting them in a tight corner. The 5 elite zombies were life forms refined from 5 ordinary zombie warriors using demonic arts in the 5 places of extremes. Han Shuo wasn't too clear as to what kind of strengths they currently possessed, but he was certain that of the 5 elite zombies, even fire, metal, and wood elite zombies, who had obtained attributable treasures, definitely weren't as mighty as Little Skeleton. They would, at most, possess merely the strength of base god. And yet, it was exactly the same 5 elite zombies, through forming the penta-elemental undead formation and fusing their 5 energies together, who could unleash frightening firepower. Even these 4 demon kings of the Abyss realm were weary in dealing with it. The penta-elemental undead formation indeed did not disappoint Hanchuo. The golden cudgel which had filled the entire space contained the attribute of metal. However, when they pounded on the 4 demon kings, clouds of dancing blazes leapt out from it. The 4 groaned. Under the pounding of the unstoppable golden cudgel, the 4 demon kings were dizzy with blurred vision. Among them, Leviathan, who was heavily injured to begin with, couldn't bear the hammering. His wounds that he had forcibly reconnected suddenly burst. Fresh blood gushed out like water from a broken dam. His knee gave way. Leviathan, the first to receive serious injuries, knelt to the ground with one knee. Blood flowed from his mouth like a river stream. As though knowing it was wise to eliminate the weakest the first, the numerous energies within the penta-elemental undead formation gathered on Leviathan in an instant. Hundreds upon thousands of light rays bombarded at Leviathan. "Save me! Save me!" Leviathan was petrified. He begged and cried out in pain as he looked at the other 3 demon kings. Bang! Just like fireworks exploding, Leviathan's divine soul and divine energy were abruptly annihilated. This low god was now dead, once and for all. Chapter 573, You Are No Match Against Me. GDK 573, You Are No Match Against Me. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. A small crack appeared in the smog-filled sky over the penta-elemental undead formation, perhaps a result of the shattering of Leviathan's divine soul and divine body, or maybe the 5 elite zombies were exhausted from the all-out strike. Manticore, who was exerting himself to defend against the attacks of the formation, noted with his sharp senses this change to the sky. From a strand of the element of darkness that abruptly spilled over, he knew that finally, the penta-elemental undead formation had revealed its flaw. Without any hesitation, after that fissure was produced, Manticore turned into a puff of black smoke and escaped from the penta-elemental undead formation at the fastest speed in his entire life. As to Leviathan, who had exploded beside him, he didn't even bother batting an eye. Outside the formation, Hanchuo, who was sensing the changes to the penta-elemental undead formation with full attention, learned via his connection with the 5 elite zombies that the all-out attack to exterminate Leviathan had exhausted a lot of their energy. Whoosh! Manticore suddenly escaped through the fissure. Both Hanchuo and Little Skeleton sensed the domain of divinity of darkness. They simultaneously cast their gazes on Manticore. The domain of divinity naturally formed on Little Skeleton was easily noticeable. Manticore caught sight of Little Skeleton and Hanchuo after flying out from the formation. Without uttering any nonsense, Manticore did not spare a thought before raising that broadsword of his that had aura of darkness coiled around it and charged at Hanchuo. Naturally, Manticore thought that the bizarre space was entirely produced by Hanchuo using some unknown energy. In his mind, as long as he could distract Hanchuo and keep him preoccupied with his attacks, that strange scene which was imprisoning the other 2 demon kings would simply disappear just like the Shura soul formation before it. It wasn't out of kindness that Manticore would attempt to save Cecrops and Golander. Leviathan's death was suffice to prove to Manticore that Hanchuo was a major threat. He knew that if they didn't kill Hanchuo now, none of those who ventured into the void would walk out alive. At this moment, Manticore no longer sought the riches and treasures of the void, rather, he wanted to safeguard his interests by all means necessary. Hanchuo was the only real source of danger here. He believed that if he were to attack with all his strength, Hanchuo would inevitably be unable to maintain that space restricting Cecrops and Golander. Courting death. When Hanchuo saw Manticore recklessly charging at him, he cackled instead of showing any signs of fright. The Demon Slayer edge was revealed. Just then, an aura of destruction mixed with bloody rays instantly launched out a dozen meters forward. Killing intent was also rolling within the energy. Little Skeleton, who had been riding on a bone dragon, expanded his domain of divinity. An intense element of death was sent gushing towards Manticole. Simultaneously, as little skeleton hurled the long and narrow bone spear in his hand, an enormous amount of the element of death gathered and divine energy in his body flowed into his bone spur. Then, the bone spur was deployed through the law of activating magic. A streak of chilling white light shot towards Manticole. All of a sudden, Manticole had the energies of destruction and death locked onto him with 2 attacks arriving in an instant. The situation was far from encouraging to Manticole. However, as he assumed that if he could disturb Han Shuo's concentration and leave him unable to cause mischief in the space behind him, Cecrops and Golander would also be able to escape and come to his assistance. It was with this thought in mind that Manticole did not retreat when faced against Han Shuo and Little Skeleton's attacks. He stubbornly pressed forward. Absolute darkness would flood in wherever his broadsword passed. Even Manticole himself disappeared into the darkness. But what a pity, Han Shuo's miraculous consciousness had firmly locked onto Manticole long ago. Perhaps, this kind of concealment method might be useful against other gods. But in Han Shuo's eyes, it was just laughable. The Demon Slayer Edge and Little Skeleton's bone spur, guided by Han Shuo's consciousness, sliced and stabbed at Manticole with incredible precision and speed. How is this possible? Manticole suddenly let out a despondent cry from behind the twilight. Soon after, clanks sounded from the absolute darkness. Hee, you think your little stealth tricks can work on me? Don't blame me for this, you're practically asking for it. Han Shuo ridiculed with an arrogant smile. Han Shuo and Little Skeleton stood still on their grounds as they controlled their respective weapons, Demon Slayer Edge and Bone Spur, through thoughts. The weapons rapidly flew and maneuvered through the darkness. Sharp noises of metal being struck together would repeatedly tremor from within. It agonized Manticole to take on the precise, bizarre attacks. Especially since every strike of the Demon Slayer Edge containing multiple types of energies would leave nicks on the broadsword that he took pride in very much. This obviously meant that the Demon Slayer Edge was even more terrifyingly incisive than his broadsword. Manticole was just sullen. No matter how much he pondered, he couldn't make sense of how these 2 weapons among the absolute darkness he created by activating his domain of divinity to its extreme could aim and shoot at him with such incredible accuracy. With this, Manticole, who was supposed to take the offense to Han Shuo and Little Skeleton by means of concealing his body, was now completely on the defensive side. He was helpless and at his wits' end against Han Shuo and Little Skeleton's attacks. Manticole, didn't expect this, did ye? Haha, at first, I really had no interest in your abyss realm. However, given that you all will forever disappear very soon, well, I guess I'll have to volunteer myself to fill the vacant seat and take down this world for myself. The Demon Slayer Edge avatar that possessed an independent soul suddenly uttered a distinctly human voice as it attacked Manticole. Manticole was greatly flustered and frightened. He could no longer restrain the appall in his heart. His movements were affected as his heart was in disorder. He managed to barely block a strike of the Demon Slayer Edge, but was penetrated by the bone spur, allowing the divine energy of death to flow into his body. His eyes were filled with fright. In a flurry, he diverted a portion of his divine energy to resist the energy of death invading his body. The bizarre scene of Demon Slayer Edge talking while ferociously slicing at him caused Manticole even more alarm. Are you afraid? Hee, don't be. You'll be dead soon anyway, the Demon Slayer Edge jabbered on and on to perturb Manticole's mind. Those sarcastic comments that fell in Manticole's ears were like a voodoo hastening his death, causing him to feel even more flustered and helpless. Outside of the absolute darkness, wearing a sinister smile, Han Shuo very slowly withdrew a pearl of annihilation from his space ring. After he delivered a message to Little Skeleton, a strange light streaked across the space. The pearl of annihilation was suddenly shooting at Manticole as he did his utmost to fend for his life. Simultaneously, the Demon Slayer Edge and the bone spur that plagued Manticole like a ghost demanding vengeance for its unjustly death suddenly disappeared without a trace. The pressure on Manticole was suddenly released. However, he was rather puzzled. He couldn't understand why the two most annoying weapons would suddenly vanish at this most critical moment. Oh shit! Manticole shrieked when he saw a ball flying at him. Having clearly witnessed Golander and Cecrop's previous bitter experience, he understood just how much of a headache that ordinary-looking sphere would cause once it exploded. Manticole tried to escape, but unfortunately, before he even moved an inch, the Pearl of Annihilation detonated. The earth-shattering bang was quickly followed by a wretched shriek of misery. After the rumble subsided, Manticole suffered cuts and bruises from head to toe. Blood flowed out from his body in tiny streams. Furthermore, the most formidable soul piercers left a terrifying amount of corrosive energy within his soul. Manticole knew that by now, he would have no chance of prevailing. Looking at Hanchuo and Little Skeleton closing in on him step by step, Manticole forced an ugly smile with great effort. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Mr. Hanchuo, Leviathan is dead. We can work together to take over Leviathan's territories. You lacked understanding of the abyss, but I can help you with that. It's true, you need me." Manticole needed time to purge the corrosive energy dealt by the soul piercers. Against Hanchuo and Little Skeleton approaching step by step, Manticole felt truly frightened. At this moment, he knew that even escaping from the two would be very difficult. This person who had always been proud, arrogant, and treated Hanchuo as a high-level cannon fodder, at this very moment, had no choice but to fawn and curry favor. In fact, he did not hesitate to cast away that demeanor of a divine and sovereign existence just to survive. Hanchuo gave him a smile full of despise and disdain before shaking his head and said, "This is not a good proposal. There are all too many who understand the abyss well. For example, Bord and Zinnia. I believe that once you're dead, they would be most willing to serve me. By the way, truth be told, my only intention was originally to leave the Abyss realm as soon as possible. It is you four who pushed the situation to this stage. Hanchuo, you really won't give me one bit of opportunity to live." Manticole pleaded with bitter agony. However, after a short pause, he put on a sinister face and before Hanchuo could reply, he said, "Don't you forget, your women and your apprentice are still in Black Jade City. I'm a low god. Even though we are separated so far away, I can still acquire a connection with my believers. I can turn them into shredded meat with just one thought. Don't you regret? I personally manufactured the Pearls of Annihilation myself, and I'm extremely clear about the effects of the soul piercers. Your soul is now in great chaos. There's absolutely no way that you can communicate with your believers. No need to bluff," Hanchuo said after having a belly laugh. The Demon Slayer Edge had stealthily snuck behind Manticole. While he was rattled, the Demon Slayer Edge pierced through Manticole from his back. "When it comes to concealing presence, you truly are no match against me." Hanchuo shook his head and lamented. Right after, Hanchuo and Little Skeleton jointly slaughtered Manticole by ruthlessly destroying his divine soul and divine body altogether. Chapter 574, Reaching Heaven in a Single Bound. GDK 574, Reaching Heaven in a Single Bound. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. With Manticole and Leviathan dead, all that remained were Cecrops and Golander. Even without the help of Penta-Elemental Undead formation, the duo of Hanchuo and Little Skeleton could handle the two. At that moment, a sudden strange realization surfaced from Hanchuo's soul. It took Hanchuo a split second to realize that his avatar cultivating in the element of death had finally evolved into a low god. Upon completion of the molding of its divine body and divine soul, a domain of divinity of death naturally took shape around it. Whoosh! That avatar draped in a dark black magical robe, carrying along an intense element of death, zoomed over and stood still beside the other Hanchuo. Bizarre divine energy was slowly circulating within the body of this avatar. After completely absorbing the divine soul of that mid-god, this avatar now possessed unbounded potential. Possessing 3 pieces of divine essence that he could absorb someday later, Han Shuo carried even greater expectations for this avatar of his. "Congratulations, father," said Little Skeleton sincerely when he saw that Han Shuo had formed a low god of death. Han Shuo smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he sensed an unusual change happening within the penta-elemental undead formation. Raging flames and arctic cold bizarrely coexisted at this moment. The domains of divinity of Golander and Cecrops were squeezing against each other, causing their terrifying might to constantly expand outwards. The penta-elemental undead formation that had been pushing them to a tight corner, for some reason, turned back to employing defensive measures. Water and Fire Elite Zombie transmitted an extremely greedy aura. "Father, we can reap everything they own. All we need to do is wipe out the awarenesses within their souls," Fire Elite Zombie hastily transmitted. Han Shuo was astonished and pleasantly surprised upon receiving Fire Elite Zombie's message. He asked, "Are you saying, you can take over everything they have, including their divine energy and divine soul?" "Yes, father. As long as the self-awareness within their divine souls is gone, we will be able to obtain their everything," Water Elite Zombie answered impatiently. "Good, very good," Han Shuo exclaimed. "Withdraw the defensive energy of the penta-elemental undead formation. We will attack them together." As soon as his thought was delivered, Han Shuo's main body, his 2 avatars, and Little Skeleton struck at the same time. They sent their wild attacks with all their strength at Golander and Cecrops trying to retrieve lost ground. The 3 low gods, in addition to Han Shuo's main body, accumulated their powers to the maximum, and while the 2 demon kings were still confused and in disarray, they pounded at their domains of divinity. The utterly exhausted Golander and Cecrops had consumed more than half of their divine energies inside the penta-elemental undead formation. The sudden ferocious strike extinguished the scene of fire and ice they had created in an instant. As light rays shone brilliantly, Golander and Cecrops' domains of divinity unexpectedly began to crack. They could no longer isolate and stop energies of other elements flowing into the domains. The 2 demon kings had exhausted a great amount of their divine energies to defend against this wave of attack. After the round of attack, Han Shuo and Little Skeleton did not pause for a moment before sending even fiercer attacks that continuously pounded on Golander and Cecrops. At the same time, that avatar belonging to Han Shuo, which had recently become a low god of death, released the necromancy magic soul tremor with all its strength, which thumped the divine souls of Golander and Cecrops furiously. The consciousness of Han Shuo's main body wasn't idling either. Attacking jointly with the release of soul tremor, Han Shuo's consciousness pierced into the Demon King's divine souls, causing heavy injuries in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 trails of shadows rapidly shot towards Golander and Cecrops while they were at their weakest. Han Shuo's sharp eyes recognized the 2 shadows as fire and water elite zombies. The scene that followed was peculiar, to say the least. When water elite zombie shot onto Golander's body, the former abruptly turned into liquid and bore into Golander's brain through his 7 apertures. Fire elite zombie similarly transformed into clouds of fire. It first set Cecrops' body on flame before making its way into his skull. Golander and Cecrops struggled agonizingly at first, then finally stopped moving. Hammered by the soul tremor spell and Han Shuo's consciousness, the divine souls of the 2 turned extremely weak. Following that, they suffered destructive blows from water and fire elite zombies, which caused their awarenesses to gradually scatter and wither. Some miraculous transformation started happening to water and fire elite zombie. As they were both refined from Han Shuo's blood essence, he very clearly sensed that the 2 were taking over everything that the Demon Kings had by force, although he had no clue as to precisely how they did it. Their divine energies, divine souls, and even their divine bodies, were being assimilated by the 2 elite zombies as that astonishing transformation continued. "Father, give us a hand. They still have awarenesses that have yet to disperse," water elite zombie suddenly transmitted. Han Shuo, who had his attention focused on the astonishing transformation, suddenly sensed that both Golander's and Cecrops' awarenesses were trying to launch their final counterattacks. When the two demon kings discovered that their awarenesses were gradually crumbling, both of them made supreme effort to reassemble their souls with the intention of transmitting the self-destruct command to their bodies, intending to cause mutual destruction. These two demon kings were first barraged with a pearl of annihilation and suffered agonizing pain from the soul piercers. Soon after, they were trapped and tormented inside the penta-elemental undead formation. With all that battering, their divine energy, body, and soul, were all in extremely weak conditions. Using all their might, Little Skeleton, Hanchuo, and his two avatars jointly attacked the demon king's bodies and souls. To be able to persevere and keep their awarenesses from scattering even after receiving these strings of attacks, this proved just how terrifyingly strong their will to survive was. After quickly processing those thoughts, Hanchuo's consciousness and his avatar cultivating in the energy of death simultaneously launched violent attacks towards Golander's and Cecrop's soul the very next moment, doing their utmost in not letting their awarenesses to reassemble. Hanchuo understood that if Golander and Cecrops weren't stopped, and if they were to reassemble their awarenesses and deliver the self-destruct command to their bodies, water and fire elite zombies would not only fail in gaining an advantage but even lose their lives. Moreover, as the two demon kings were located near Hanchuo and Little Skeleton, they would likely bear the effects. Therefore, Hanchuo had no choice. He exerted all his strength to attack the awarenesses inside their divine souls trying to reassemble, frantically stopping their suicidal counterattack in the face of death. Gradually, the two demon kings gave weaker and weaker resistance. Under the all-out attacks of Hanchuo's souls, followed relentlessly by the invasion from water and fire elite zombies, their awarenesses in their last strive to reassemble started to weaken bit by bit. "Thank you, Father, this is great. They are both done for. Haha, wonderful, wonderful," Fire Elite Zombie transmitted incoherently. His level of excitement was just a scream away from unreasonable. "Focus on the task. Take over everything they have." Hanchuo berated. He knew just how dangerous it was to forcibly occupy another's soul and was deeply afraid that the two might invite calamity by celebrating too soon. Even Hanchuo himself dared not to relax by the slightest. His consciousness and the soul of his low god of death avatar locked onto Cecrops and Golander, on guard and ready to defend if the two were to try to counterattack once more. Time passed unassumingly. After a long but undetermined amount of time, Hanchuo discovered that Golander and Cecrops' awarenesses were gradually vanishing and the souls he locked on gave him an extremely familiar feeling. Hanchuo finally loosened up as he realized that their joint attack had completely scattered Golander and Cecrops' awarenesses. All that was left of their divine souls were their memories and realizations of the elemental energies of water and fire, which were slowly fusing with water and fire elite zombies. "These two fellas really are extremely lucky. Father, with this, both of them are going to grow even stronger." When is it going to be my turn?" Earth Elite Zombie grumbled and complained to Hanchuo. Hanchuo was speechless. He knew that Earth Elite Zombie did not have an Earth attribute treasure. And now, seeing his brothers gain even more benefits while he had still gotten nothing, it was unavoidable that he would feel upset. All that Hanchuo could do at that moment was to console him. Hanchuo remained very much astonished even at this point in time. He inwardly remarked, "Personal gain at the detriment of others, this characteristic of demonic arts is indeed powerful. I'm not the only one who can take over another's soul by force using demonic arts, the 5 elite zombies can do that as well. I sure did not expect that." If this trend continued, if Earth and Wood Elite Zombie were so fortunate to have the opportunity, perhaps they too could forcibly occupy other souls and become gods in a single leap. If Water and Fire Elite Zombies could take over the low god souls of Golander and Cecrops that cultivated in the element of water and fire respectively, did that mean Earth and Wood Elite Zombies be able to take over the divine energy, divine body and soul of gods cultivating in the element of Earth and the Edict of Life? The Yuan energy of Earth that Earth Elite Zombie cultivated seemed to be parallel to the Earth elemental energy in this universe. Although there were some differences, the energies seemed to be homologous. Similarly, would the yuan energy of wood that Wood Elite Zombie cultivated be able to merge with that strange energy full of vitality of the Edict of Life? Of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with the exception of yuan energy of metal, all other energies seemed to have a corresponding elemental energy. Could there have been a god out there cultivating in the rare energy of metal? Would Metal Elite Zombie be so fortunate to come across one? Gazing ahead as Water and Fire Elite Zombies transformed, strings of questions rose from the bottom of Han Chuo's heart. He seemed to see the scene of his 5 elite zombies becoming gods one after another, and operated the penta-elemental undead formation to produce power so terrifying that even the creator couldn't imagine. Chapter 575, Obey or Die. GDK 575, Obey or Die. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Water and Fire Elite Zombies continued to absorb Golander and Cecrop's energies. Their divine bodies, divine souls, and divine energies were being assimilated with the 2 elite zombies thought the process. After a long while, Water and Fire Elite Zombies finally emerged from Golander and Cecrop's bodies. Their enormous elemental energies had all been transferred to Water and Fire Elite Zombies, with their bodies now turned into mortal flesh without any vitality or a trace of life. Han Chuo knew that Water and Fire Elite Zombies would require a long period of time to completely digest the energies they absorbed from Golander and Cecrops. It was just as crucial that they were not disturbed during that process. Sensing how chaotic the energies inside Water and Fire Elite Zombies were, Han Chuo thought for a moment, gave some instructions, and performed incantations to deliver the 5 elite zombies back to the netherworld one by one. Of the 5 abyssal great demon kings, 4 had been slaughtered by Han Chuo. Now, in the whole of Abyss Realm, there was no longer any being that could threaten Han Chuo. Take good care of Fire and Water Elite Zombies. Let them digest those energies quietly. Han Chuo turned to Little Skeleton and instructed after the 5 elite zombies left. Don't worry, Father. I know what I ought to do, Little Skeleton replied. With the crisis now resolved, there was no need for Little Skeleton to stay behind. After a flash of light, Little Skeleton vanished before Han Chuo's eyes. Following Little Skeleton's departure, Han Chuo's avatar of death and destruction transformed back into the skeletal staff and the demon slayer edge before concealing themselves within Han Chuo's body. All those chaotic energies that had erupted from the shattered boundaries faded away and vanished. With the domains of divinity all gone, Han Chuo immediately sensed the presences of those demons around him upon expanding his consciousness. After thinking for a moment, Han Chuo yelled, "All the demons in the area, come to me!" Before the 2 factions of demon kings clashed, there were over 40 demons in total. However, only 30 or so survived the chaotic bombardment of the meteor shower and spatial edges that came from the triggered boundaries around them. The 4 demon kings originally thought that their opponent would be each other and therefore had ordered their demons to get far out of the way. After all, these demons would be dead without a doubt if they were to remain in their domains of divinity. Besides, at that point in time, as the demon kings counted on them to serve as cannon fodders for opening up new paths, they let the demons evacuate. After Han Chuo summoned them, the 30-something demons around him gathered towards him. It didn't take long before all the remaining demons under the 4 former demon kings had arrived beside Han Chuo. Mr. Han Chuo, what happened? Bord and Zinnia, who survived yet another round of calamity, hastily questioned as soon as they arrived and saw the desolate environment around them. Han Chuo scanned the crowd gathered around him with his bright eyes. He could see the puzzlement and astonishment written across their faces. What's going on? Why has the baptismal radiance that Lord Golander bestowed upon me disappeared? An astounded demon on Golander's side impatiently questioned Han Chuo. When those words were spoken, everyone's puzzled gazes gathered on Han Chuo. The baptismal radiance was a type of master and slave contract that a low god could apply on their disciples. This kind of branding would allow the god to receive an unending stream of the power of faith from their believers. Their disciples could even apply this brand to weaker commoners on behalf of their master, allowing their masters to obtain the power of faith from commoners. Every low god could deploy an altar for baptismal radiance ceremony using their divine energy and divine soul. Once it was sprinkled over those whose happily opened up their souls, a contract would immediately take shape in their souls. Those who accepted the contract would, from that point onwards, become a believer of that God. They would enshrine and worship that God, offering their selfless power of faith. Faith wasn't something material. It didn't cost much to those people to offer their faith. The very same thing, however, when offered to a God, would be extremely useful for advancing their divine energy and domain of divinity. Generally, the baptismal radiance inside those believers who had accepted the contract, would forever remain in their bodies unless they converted to another faith to worship another God. Of course, if the God they believed in were to die, the baptismal radiance in them would naturally vanish as well. Once one accepted the blessing of baptismal radiance, no matter how many material planes away they were from the God they believe in, their baptismal radiance would not fade. Therefore, when the baptismal radiance vanished from the souls of these demons who consecrated the 4 demon kings as their gods, with them converting their faith to another God out of the question, there was only one possible explanation left: the gods they believed in were all dead. Perhaps the demon kings of the abyss were too mighty and ferocious in their minds, or maybe their faith was deep-rooted, or possibly because they had entrusted their spirits for too long. Although they knew that this was extremely likely to be the case, they did not think in that direction. Instead, they looked at Han Shuo, bewildered and awaiting his answer. Looking at these people who could be considered as characters of great power and influence in the abyss realm, Han Shuo truly felt pitiful for these people. These beings had dedicated their entire existences for the 4 demon kings. And yet, all that they got in return was being valued as mere cannon fodders. Moreover, under the deliberate acts of the demon kings, they would never ever have the chance of becoming real gods. After giving the crowd a glance with his cold eyes, Han Shuo callously said, "I believe that each and every one of you must have sensed the baptismal radiance inside you had extinguished. It is with great sadness to inform you that all 4 of your demon kings are dead." A great ruckus surged through the crowd of demons at once. Although they weren't completely convinced, their faces nevertheless turned pale upon hearing Han Shuo's words. Their hearts were crammed with despair and shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? How could Lord Golander be dead? Impossible, you have mistaken. Our Lord will not die. He will not. The Lord is dead. What should we do? We are done for. We are all done for. All kinds of noises came from those demons. The news of the death of their 4 demon kings had shocked them all. Accustomed to act at their master's bid, these demons were completely at a loss for a moment. Their minds and emotions were jumbled in a hideous mess. Their hearts were in a chaos that could seemingly never be calmed. "How did my lord die?" That demon under Golander suddenly glowered at Han Shuo and shouted. "I killed him!" Han Shuo said callously. "How did my lord die?" a demon under Leviathan yelled. "I killed him too!" Han Shuo again answered. When Bord and Zinnia opened their mouths to say something, Han Shuo waved his hand, looked around, and proudly announced, "No need for more questions. I killed all 4 of them." Upon hearing those words, all the demons shut their mouths. The scene momentarily sank into a dreadful silence. Each and every one of them stared at Han Shuo in disbelief and absolutely couldn't accept the fact. "Impossible! Just you? You can't even kill one. How could you say you've killed all 4 lords all of a sudden?" one of the demons cried. 2 streaks of light flew out from Han Shuo's body and rapidly appeared beside him. His 2 avatars transformed into 2 additional Han Shuos. The low god aura in the energy of death and destruction was abruptly released. Han Shuo's 3 pairs of cold eyes scanned another round through the crowd. Afterwards, that avatar of death started to arrange an altar before the crowd. "Your 4 demon kings wanted to get rid of me and joined hands in assaulting me. Naturally, I wouldn't let them have their way. In the end, they are all dead, while I have survived," Han Shuo explained in neither a hurry nor slow manner. When he saw that the crowd was still stunned and unconvinced, he again started to talk. Such are the facts. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, because facts won't change with your beliefs. Right now, the baptismal radiance inside your souls has vanished. The populace previously under the rule of the 4 demon kings have all lost their faiths. The abyss realm shall not see a day without a ruler. I shall reluctantly volunteer myself to act as your new god. No. You are not worthy. I will not accept. Never. That demon under Golander was extremely resentful towards Han Shuo and immediately rejected him. Han Shuo's avatar of death, who was in the middle of deploying an altar, pointed at the demon from a distance away. The energy of death densely covered the demon's body in the blink of an eye. In the next instance, every bone in his body began to protrude and finally pierce through his flesh. And with one swoop of attack, his soul was annihilated in no time. He was cleanly and effortlessly killed. What a noisy one! Since you would not offer me your power of faith, your existence is no longer required, Han Shuo said indifferently. After that, the avatar deploying an altar coldly continued, I will be completing the deployment of my altar very soon. By then I will activate my baptismal radiance. You either obey, or you die. Choose wisely. In the abyss realm, the one with the biggest fist had the most efficacious words. Han Shuo knew this rule well. Skipping any rubbish talk, he directly made known his absolute though overbearing power. We are willing, just as Han Shuo had expected. Borde and Zinnia, who Han Shuo had looked after throughout the journey, after a short moment of hesitation, became the first to accept Han Shuo as their lord. Chapter 576, I killed them all. GDK 576, I killed them all. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Demons previously under Leviathan and Manticole had made some interaction with Han Shuo along the journey, therefore they had a pretty good impression of him. Having witnessed what happened to that close-minded demon, they quickly got hold of the actual situation. We are also willing, declared the demons without letting Han Shuo wait for too long. Han Shuo remained silent as he occupied himself with getting the altar ready, not even batting an eye at those demons previously under Golander and Cecrops. After obtaining that mid-god's divine soul, deploying such an altar posed no challenge to him. This so-called altar was in fact just a type of unique magical matrix. By leaving a bit of his divine energy in his divine brand, the altar could be energized to release baptismal radiance. Once a believer opened up his spirit and accepted the radiance as it touched his soul, a contract would be formed and his power of faith would be offered to the god. Han Shuo unhurriedly deployed the altar. All those demons under Cecrops and Golander had hesitant looks even when the situation was very clear to them. No matter how the 4 demons king lost their lives, Han Shuo's might was not to be questioned. Given the current situation, they had only 2 choices: obey, or die. The abyss worshipped the strong. Only characters truly at the pinnacle of strength and whom were practically undefeatable could keep these demons under control, and Han Shuo was obviously such a character. After the baptismal radiance of the 4 demon kings vanished from their souls, their reliance on the 4 demon kings also greatly diminished. Although even at this moment, they were still rather skeptical about the claim that Han Shuo had killed all 4 demon kings by himself, they could sense the low god energy of destruction and death from the avatars of Han Shuo's. They came to realize one simple fact: Han Shuo indeed was stronger than any single one of the 4 demon kings. Confronted with the threat of death, and abiding by the abyssal law that the mighty were to be respected, they didn't have a long time to hesitate. A rather cowardly demon took the lead and declared, I'm willing. No one would denounce this demon for being a coward. On the contrary, some of those demons previously ruled by Cecrops and Golander who had been on the fence let out an obvious sigh of relief to see someone else take the lead. They declared their positions in succession, wearing humble and respectful looks. At this moment, Han Shuo had finally finished deploying the altar. His low god of death avatar raised his head and looked around before smiling to say, a wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad, you guys are rather tactful. You know, it really is 1,000 times better to follow me than to follow those 4 bastards that are now dead. What could those selfish and narrow-minded fellow provide you with? Nolan was murdered by Leviathan merely because she had been bestowed a piece of divine weapon of light, all because he wanted to prevent the possibility of her becoming a god independently. To serve under those 4, you were nothing more than puppets and pawns. He paused for a moment, then stared at the demons and uttered word by word, "Truth be told, you lot are rather pathetic." At Han Chuo's words, the faces of the demons turned dim. Taking the whole of Abyss into consideration, these people possessed great power and influence, they were lords of cities. To be able to cultivate to the realm of demons, these people were surely no fools. They were more aware of the truths that Han Chuo had spoken of than anyone else. This would be the 3rd time they ventured into the void. Some previous and recent events made them understand that the 4 demon kings had simply never treated them like people. However, the Abyss realm was such. The 4 demon kings high up above possessed absolute authority. Having handed over their faiths, they did not make a complaint even when they came to understand that fact. But now that the baptismal radiance was extinguished and the 4 demon kings were dead, for the first time, these demons could finally consider what Han Chuo spewed carefully. Seeing the demons pensive to the eyes, Han Chuo said coldly, "I'm not a good guy either. I'm just as selfish and savage against my enemies. However, towards my own people, I will not be mean and cruel as they were. Let me pledge to you all right here I will not be so petty to scheme against my own people. And, if any of you have the capacity to advance to be a real god, I will not stop you in any way." Really?" A demon looking at Han Chuo with disbelief asked, his voice trembling. "You all will see." Han Chuo said in a deep voice. "We believe Mr. Han Chuo. From our interactions with Mr. Han Chuo these days, we know that Mr. Han Chuo indeed takes care of his own people very much," stated Bord and Zinnia. "Saving you two definitely hasn't ended in vain," Han Chuo thought. Although people of the Abyss realm were savage and used to conflict, from another point of view, they were very easy to tame. Moreover, once tamed, there usually weren't a problem in matters of loyalty. "I will now begin activating the energy inside the altar. You all get ready." Soon after, Han Chuo's low god of death avatar energized the altar arranged in front of him. The next moment, brilliant, yet gentle rays radiated from the altar, shining down on those demons like water sprinkles. Those demons in the minds to submit to Han Chuo gradually opened up their souls and welcomed the baptismal radiance into their spirits. A wonderful feeling suddenly emerged from Han Chuo's heart. It was as though a dozen or so incorporeal threads had somehow connected him to the demons before him. Some faintly discernible energies very slowly and gently flowed from the demons to Han Chuo's energy of death avatar. These energies were extremely weak, so weak that Han Chuo couldn't even detect them without trying to feel it. Compared to the divine energy within Han Chuo's body, those strands of energies were insignificant and disregardable. However, Han Chuo understood that the dozens of strands of the power of faith were indeed adding to his divine energy that tiny bit, allowing his domain of divinity to grow ever so slightly more powerful. These were just a dozen or so demons. The populace previously under the rule of the 4 demon kings was numbered in the millions. If every one of them offered their faith, as many a mickle makes a muckle, and it would surely provide a considerable amount of energy. Han Chuo's direct disciples bowing before him could utilize the baptismal radiance left in their minds to preach Han Chuo's good news, converting more people to be his believers. Han Chuo stored the altar into his space ring after he withdrew his divine energy and dismantled it. All the demons before him accepted the contract and became Han Chuo's disciples. With the presence of this handful of demons, all the power of faith of the citizens living in the 4 demon kings' territories wouldn't be able to escape from Han Chuo's grasp. In addition, Han Chuo had a different idea in mind. He had some extreme resentment against a certain people back on Profound Continent. He had not originally wanted these abyssal creatures to set foot on the Profound Continent. But if these abyssal creatures were to be all under his control, well, that would be a different story. The saintess of the Church of Light and the six-horned tribal king of the soul race back on Profound Continent, who had previously made him scuttle in defeat, were now not even worthy opponents in Han Shuo's eyes. Perhaps because the saintess of the Church of Light and the six-horned tribal king of the soul race had cultivated to their height of base god independently, they were a little stronger than these demons under Han Shuo's control. Moreover, the saintess seemed to even be able to deploy the domain of divinity. However, Han Shuo, now a low god, when recalling the battle back at the Church of Light's sacred mountain, noticed that the domain of divinity the saintess deployed was actually made through clever manipulation of aura and elemental energy. Although it had some effects of the domain of divinity, it wasn't a true domain of divinity. The saintess of the Church of Light and the Soul Race tribal king possessed merely the strength of base god. At present, they truly were no match against Han Shuo. When I return, I don't care if it's the saintess, Snow Celestial, or that primordious dragon, I'm going to finish them all. Han Shuo's face turned gloomy when he thought of the hatred towards those loathsome characters carved in his bones and engraved on his heart. My lord, what should we do now? Asked Bord and Zinnia suddenly. Han Shuo noticed the changes in how the two addressed him and understood the place he now took in their hearts. The time they had in the void before the Stardust current was to return was limited. It was a matter of course that Bord and Zinnia would give thought to Han Shuo after becoming Han Shuo's disciples, hoping that Han Shuo could settle the matter here as soon as possible. Han Shuo furrowed his brows and was about to say something when he suddenly sensed an aura of destruction approaching. Without thinking, Han Shuo understood that the last abyssal demon king, Bekiemos, was coming his way. Sure enough, shortly after, Bekiemos, the last great demon king of the Abyss realm, wearing a green malevolent mask, suddenly landed before Han Shuo's eyes. This Bekiemos was covered in a strange-looking green armor and the terrifying aura of destruction from head to toe. His face was completely hidden behind that sinister green mask. What's the matter? You all have promised me not to fight in this place as not to trigger too many boundaries. Why didn't you all listen? Bekiemos said coldly in his hoarse voice while looking at the crowd with his green eyes. After finishing those words, Bekiemos seemed to be rather puzzled. He asked, "Where are the 4 demon kings?" "Dead." Han Shuo said calmly. He continued after a short pause, "They are all dead. I killed them all." Chapter 577, Another Cemetery of Death. GDK 577, Another Cemetery of Death. Please continue reading on. Ox. Vel. M. Dead. Bekiemos's unmasked deep green eyes shone with stunned disbelief. Staring intently at Han Shuo, he asked, "You killed them?" Han Shuo looked at him suggestively and replied, "That's right. I killed them all." Han Shuo had previously learned from Leviathan and Manticore that Bekiemos was the first demon king of the Abyss realm to attain godhood. Bekiemos was enigmatic and mysterious. He would rank top among the 5 abyssal great demon kings, possessing strength that far outstripped the other 4. However, the most puzzling thing about Bekiemos was that he kept a much lower profile than the other 4 demon kings. Given his strength, he could easily snatch up the most believers through struggles and conflict, yet, he did not do so. The 4 demon kings had actually learned of this place called the Void from Bekiemos. He would venture alone by himself, not taking a single demon along. All these actions left an impression on Han Shuo that this man was very mysterious and strange. As such, the moment Bekiemos had landed in front of him, Han Shuo concentrated his full attention on sensing the presence emanating from Bekiemos, sensing his might through the aura of destruction enveloping him. Although they were all in the realm of low god, they could still possess different levels of strength. Bekiemos, who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, must have stayed in the realm of low god for quite some time. From his body, Han Shuo sensed power much mightier than any single one of the 4 demon kings. It was at this moment that Han Shuo finally understood why the 4 greedy demon kings had never dared trespass upon Bekiemos' territory and respected his wish to be left alone. Power had decided it all. As Han Shuo was sizing up Bekhimos, the strongest and most ancient demon king of the Abyss realm, Bekhimos' astonished green eyes were gathered on Han Shuo as well, secretly trying to get a glimpse of where Han Shuo's strength stood. At that moment, Han Shuo's two avatars had yet to return and conceal themselves in his body. Therefore, the low god energies of death and destruction were instantly and very clearly detected by Bekhimos. What a shock! Demon King Bekhimos, who rarely, if ever, had any fluctuation in emotion, in utmost astonishment as he looked at three carbon copies of Han Shuo standing before him. After a while, the surprise in Bekhimos' green eyes gradually faded. He drew in a deep breath, and spoke slowly in his raspy voice, "I believe what you have said. It appears that Manticore and the other three really have died at your hand." Bekhimos came to this conclusion partly because he could not sense the presences of the other four demon kings, and partly because he had noticed that the target of worship of Bord, Zinnia, and the other demons had changed. Han Shuo had limited knowledge regarding Bekhimos and had no idea if he would be a friend or a foe. But Han Shuo did not fear him. After a brief thought, he smilingly said, "Actually, I had no ill will against the four demon kings. It was only because they would not let me live, that I had no choice but to fight. There's nothing you need to explain." Bekhimos stared through Han Shuo and said with little emotion, "There is no right or wrong in the abyss. All that matters is your strength. If they are dead, so be it. If you have the strength to kill them, then you may, regardless of your reasons." At those words, Han Shuo was rather taken aback. After a pause, he asked in confusion, "Then, why did you come here?" "Because you all made such a racket over here, that even the boundaries over at my side were affected. I only came here to advise them to stop fighting. If too many boundaries are triggered, it could cause a chain reaction and by then, no one will be leaving the void alive," Bekhimos explained, paused for a moment, and continued, "It looks like I have no need for concern now. Perhaps it's better this way. Those four's constant struggle against each other has turned the abyss to such a havoc. It may be a good thing that they're all dead." Seeing Bekhimos' indifferent attitude towards the lives and deaths of the four demon kings, Han Shuo was rather puzzled, but did not question it. "Well, seeing as there will no longer be major disturbances here, I can be at ease." "Right, good luck to you, may we meet again." To Han Shuo's lack of speech, Bekhimos asked no more and, with an indifferent nod, prepared to leave. "Wait!" Han Shuo hurriedly yelled to stop him. Bekhimos froze for a moment, before his gaze again fell on Han Shuo, and asked, "Is there any other matter? I want to ask for a favor." Han Shuo chose not to beat around the bush and, staring fixedly at Bekhimos, got straight to the point. "What is it? Tell me about it." Bekhimos neither accepted or refused, retaining his aloof demeanor. "I would like to know where the transportation matrix is located in the void. I heard from Manticore that your lordship is the only one who knows its precise location," Han Shuo asked seriously. "Oh." Bekhimos looked at Han Shuo with surprise and replied, "I've heard a little about you, you are planning to use the transportation matrix to leave the abyss." "That is correct, sir, I humbly request your assistance." Han Shuo's attitude was always very amiable when he sought others' help, and he smiled as he spoke with sincerity. Bekhimos was silent for a while, with green eyes staring at Han Shuo for a long time, as though trying to see through him. Finally, he nodded and said, "Follow me." The moment he said those words, he took into the air and flew by the same path he came from. "Right, you guys follow too." Han Shuo turned around to give his orders to his demons and returned his two avatars to his body. With his consciousness locked firmly onto Bekhimos, Han Shuo took into the air. Bekhimos had far greater familiarity with the void than the other demon kings. In the fog-heavy valleys, he carefully avoided many boundaries, flying towards his destination along a path he had carved out himself. After flying for a short while, Han Shuo noticed that the path that Bekhimos had carved out was much longer than those of the two factions of Demon Kings combined. He was a little surprised, but then remembered that it was Bekhimos who revealed the void to the other 4 Demon Kings. Those 4 had been to the void 3 times. As the oldest Demon King, Bekhimos must have ventured to this place many times more. As he thought of that, Han Shuo grew even more curious about Bekhimos. Just as Han Shuo was internally marveling at Bekhimos' mysteriousness, he suddenly sensed Bekhimos coming to a stop. His figure flashed through the dense mist, and Han Shuo stood shoulder to shoulder with Bekhimos. "Watch out! Not a step forward!" Bekhimos' voice suddenly sounded. When he saw that Han Shuo made no other movements, he pointed his finger at the area before them and said, "This is the interplanar transportation matrix of the Abyss Realm. It is in great disrepair. Due to the death of the planar guardian, no one knows how to use it." When Han Shuo did not reply, Bekhimos couldn't help but look at him in curiosity, and immediately saw that Han Shuo's expression was full of shock and disbelief. Bekhimos then said, "This is the interplanar transportation matrix you are looking for." Bekhimos hesitated for a moment. When he saw the unusual change in Han Shuo's eyes, he suddenly became rather emotional. His voice was mild and gentle as he asked shakily, You know this transportation matrix?" The ground was covered with white bones, strange drawings of high-level undead creatures all over the ancient, broken walls. Desolation, silence, and darkness filled the structure before them, more than half of which were destroyed. This was another cemetery of death. How could Han Shuo not recognize it? Although this cemetery of death only had one wall left and did not have the mysterious chamber that led a few levels below ground, it still had a mostly intact enormous transportation matrix. Han Shuo, whose heart was crammed with astonishment, did not notice the change in Bekhimos' voice and nodded, saying with certainty, "Of course I recognize it." "Ha, didn't expect this, but this really is a cemetery of death." At those words, Bekhimos' green eyes were full of strong emotions and he hastily asked, "Then, do you know how to activate this interplanar transportation matrix?" Han Shuo was rather surprised, as this time he had detected something else in Bekhimos' voice. The powerful emotions had made Bekhimos' voice become less hoarse, even elegant, as though that was the voice of a woman. You're female." After staring blankly for a while, Han Shuo asked with some disbelief. "No." Bekhimos resolutely denied with his voice restoring its original raspiness. He stared coldly at Han Shuo and again asked, Can you activate this transportation matrix?" "I won't know until I try," Han Shuo answered after thinking for a moment. "Then go ahead and try, I'll wait here." Bekhimos seemed impatient. Han Shuo was rather puzzled. He noticed that from the moment he showed recognition of the dilapidated cemetery of death, Bekhimos started to act rather strangely. Not only did Bekhimos' hoarse voice suddenly become more refined as a result of that agitation, but even his aloofness, his apparent indifference to everything, had greatly changed. Han Shuo understood that Bekhimos was greatly concerned with that transportation matrix before them. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "You need to use this transportation matrix?" Bekhimos kept silent for a long while. His green eyes full of complicated emotions. Finally, he nodded coldly and answered in that hoarse voice, "Yes, I want to go home." Chapter 578, Interplanar Transportation Array. GDK 578, Interplanar Transportation Array. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Go home. Han Shuo cried out in surprise. He stared at Bekhimos with glowing eyes and asked, "You're a foreigner to the Abyss Realm as well?" After giving a faint sigh, Bekhimos' green eyes were filled with sadness that recalled fondly of the past. In a deep and low voice, he replied, "That's right. Just like you, I wasn't born in the Abyss Realm. I have stayed in this place for countless years. I have no friends or relatives here. You have only arrived in the abyss realm for a short while and might have yet to know such unending loneliness. Sigh. Han Shuo's grew curious upon hearing this. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and said, I understand how you feel. Separated from the world you are familiar with, that kind of loneliness and solitude is indeed very painful. The distance between Beccimos and Han Shuo seemed to suddenly pull closer after Han Shuo said those words. Beccimos looked at Han Shuo and continued, It is. My friends, families, and everything I'm familiar with, is in another world. In this world, however, everyone and everything is strange and unfamiliar. Our worshippers, these ant-like existences are absolutely not ones that gods like us could pour our hearts to. The abyss realm really is a little too small. Staying for 1 or 10 years in this place could still be tolerable. But thousands of years, that kind of loneliness and constant torment, try to imagine that. Trapped alone in this unfamiliar country along with abyssal creatures as backward and primitive as ants, for thousands of years. Han Shuo began to imagine that for a moment and faintly understood how Beccimos felt. He nodded with creased brows and suddenly became extremely sympathetic towards Beccimos. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo said in a deep voice, I'm indeed familiar with this interplanar transportation matrix. But as to if it could be activated, I need to try it before I can be sure. To help me is to help yourself. You should try it as soon as possible. The void is not a place one can stay for long, Beccimos said hurriedly. He became rather anxious and impatient when the interplanar transportation matrix was mentioned. The clock is ticking. The stardust current will return sooner or later and the void along with this valley will again be filled with it. Han Shuo naturally understood Beccimos' worries. With Han Shuo's consciousness as mighty as it was, he had no fear towards the corrosiveness of the stardust current on his soul, although this may not have been the case for his 2 low gods of death and destruction avatars, who didn't cultivate demonic arts as his main body did. His consciousness was invulnerable towards the stardust current, but that didn't mean it was the same for the divine souls of his 2 avatars. Although they could be concealed in Han Shuo's body, Han Shuo had no absolute certainty and dared not to take chances with his 2 avatars that were formed with great difficulty. Therefore, Han Shuo only hesitated for a quick moment before getting ready to attempt activating the interplanar transportation matrix inside the dilapidated cemetery of death. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just then, over a dozen shadows arrived and landed behind Han Shuo. They were the demons that Han Shuo had just tamed. As their speeds were too slow, they had been trailing far behind and they only finally caught up to Han Shuo. Stand right there, don't move. Han Shuo lightly yelled with his main body. After finishing those words, a shadow slowly floated out from his chest, which twisted in midair before turning into another Han Shuo walking step by step towards the cemetery of death ahead. There was an invisible boundary present around this dilapidated cemetery of death as well. Perhaps because it had been too long, or maybe it had previously sustained damage, compared to the boundary around the cemetery of death back on Profound Continent, this one was much, much weaker. When Han Shuo's avatar of death started to approach that invisible boundary, a sudden feeling of extreme familiarity rose in Han Shuo's heart. Before Han Shuo had time to think about it, that deep black magical robe draped over his body suddenly glowed a faint green. The boundary that enveloped the interplanar transportation matrix, most kindly split open to make an opening that allowed Han Shuo to pass through. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment but quickly returned to his senses. Delighted, he exclaimed, it turns out to be this fella. I surely did not expect this. Haha, things are going to be much more convenient with this. From the flash of green light on the deep black magical robe, having the experience of opening the cemetery of death on Profound Continent using the skeletal staff, Han Shuo immediately understood that the previous owner of that deep black magical robe, the mid-god whose divine soul was fused with Han Shuo, had also been the owner of this abyssal cemetery of death. When Beccimos watched Han Shuo stepping into the structure without having to forcibly bombard the boundary like he himself had previously done, his pupils suddenly constricted and he hastily asked, "What's going on?" As I've said, I have some understanding of this place. Don't worry, I've got this. That low god of death avatar continued stepping forward while Han Chuo's main body standing beside Bekimos opened his mouth and talked. Bekimos was stunned for a moment. As though suddenly recalling something, he stared at Han Chuo and asked, "You are also a lich?" Han Chuo was stunned. He turned to look at Bekimos and asked, "How is it you know of this appellation?" From the memories left by the original owner of the skeletal staff, Han Chuo learned that characters who cultivated in the elemental energy of death were called liches, while the overgods that cultivated in this energy were called Lich King. Bekimos' knowledge of this appellation must mean that he originated from a material plane where the concept of godhood was extremely clear and unambiguous. Of course I would know that. Back then, I was sent here by my family and came along with these liches. This interplanar transportation matrix was procured by that mid-god lich. All of us came through that transportation matrix, Bekimos explained. After hearing those words, Han Chuo's curiosity was provoked beyond restraint. He looked at Bekimos with great interest and asked, "Could you please briefly explain what happened back then?" "There's really nothing to say about it," Bekimos sighed, thinking for a moment before slowly continuing. "As you are also a lich, you must have come from a high-level material plane, and should know about some wishes of the overgods of death and destruction. In order to gain more energy, the overgods of death and destruction dispatched their subordinates to spread death and destruction over all major material planes. I'm one of them. My family, as to temper me, sent me to join the mission. These liches are among our allies. Our objective here is to gain complete control over the Abyss realm. However, when we arrived, we discovered that there already were mighty existences in the Abyss. We people could be considered as invaders. Right here in this unique valley, we fought a great battle with them. Although our side possessed slightly greater strength, no one had anticipated that there was such a peculiar thing as stardust current. In the end, as neither sides were aware of this danger, they were all engulfed by the stardust current. Other than me, not a single god escaped. You were really lucky," Han Chuo said as he looked up and down at Bekimos in a strange manner. A trace of sorrow flashed in Bekimos' green eyes. He shook his head, sighed and said, "It wasn't luck. It's merely because my identity is rather special and the strength I possessed is of no use. My family clan utilized their influences to place me in the expedition, so that I could claim some contribution. I had always stood far away as I observed the course of events and did not directly participate in that great battle. As an observer, I could clearly see the changes to the valley. I didn't even know how terrifying the stardust current was at first. It was only when I saw that people were dying one after another that I realized the situation. Unfortunately, as I was too far from them, my warning came a little too late. Everyone was covered by the stardust current and there was nothing I could do, but to escape from the void." "I see." Han Chuo nodded. His gazes at Bekimos became even more bizarre. From his words, Han Chuo understood that Bekimos' original identity ought to be rather noble and his family clan must have possessed quite some power. Otherwise, he sure wouldn't be able to sit idly in such an expedition and reap the credits without being actually involved. "After I escaped from this place, I kept waiting outside and observing silently. Gradually, I figured out the rhythm of the stardust current, and even came back here several times. For some reason, all sorts of boundaries formed inside this battlefield. That interplanar transportation matrix that the most powerful lich had deployed was sealed. I do not possess much knowledge about the interplanar transportation matrix and couldn't use this dilapidated interplanar transportation matrix to leave the Abyss realm. For many years, I have tried looking in this place for ways to leave, but have yielded no results. The reason I told those four about the presence of the void, is because I hoped that they would make more discoveries in this place. However, they did not seem to care about matters of this aspect. All that was on their minds were divine weapons in this place and whatever that could upgrade their strength. After so many years, I have become utterly disappointed with them. Even if you hadn't killed them this time, before I try to leave, I will have gotten rid of them one by one, Bekinos said in a ferocious voice. Why? Han Chuo was startled. If I could not leave the Abyss Realm through an interplanar transportation matrix, then, the only option left would be to directly fly out from the Abyss Realm, or by doing interplanar travel, and seeking for another material plane with advanced life forms that has an interplanar transportation matrix. However, interplanar travel is extremely dangerous. Only those of high god strength could do it. I'm merely a low god. The journey from a low god to high god is truly lengthy, so lengthy that I wasn't even willing to think about it. However, after wasting thousands of years, I truly have no other way but to do so. Previously, I had cared not about the power of faith, because I hoped that the 4 demon kings would be able to help me. But since they couldn't, for me to progress faster, it's only natural that I would take back all the things that belonged to me, Bekinos coldly explained. It was as though the 4 demon kings were merely puppets he fostered, with their life or death fully controlled by him. I think you wouldn't need to wait much longer, Han Chuo suddenly said. Upon finishing those words, the ancient interplanar transportation matrix inside the dilapidated cemetery of death before him suddenly began to shine and twinkle. Chapter 579, The Return of the Stardust Current. GDK 579, The Return of the Stardust Current. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Bekinos, who had agonizingly waited who knew how many years for this moment, had dazzling lights radiating from his pair of green eyes. His mouth opened wide as his body trembled subconsciously. For a moment, he was so emotional that he couldn't say a word but heavily panted as he stared ahead. In those memories left behind by the original owner of the skeletal staff contained the instructions for starting and operating an interplanar transportation matrix. This interplanar transportation array that he found was basically the same model as the one in Han Chuo's Cemetery of Death, with absolutely no distinction. Moreover, the mid-god divine soul that Han Chuo had assimilated was precisely the former owner of this abyssal interplanar transportation array. With all this, Han Chuo had all the credentials needed. Having a good understanding of an interplanar transportation array, Han Chuo would naturally be able to activate one with ease. It was after a long while that Bekinos recovered from that enormous shock. As he gazed at the sparkling interplanar transportation matrix ahead, he mumbled, "It's activated. It's really activated." Han Chuo's heart too was stuffed with ecstasy. Han Chuo clearly understood that the changes to this dilapidated interplanar transportation matrix ahead signified that he actually stood a chance of going home. Profound Continent had everything he knew and was familiar with. There lived not just those he loved, but also those he hated to the bone. Now, gaining access to this abyssal interplanar transportation matrix was tantamount to establishing a path between Profound Continent and the Abyss Realm. Not only could Han Chuo return to Profound Continent, but later on, through the Cemetery of Death in the Dark Forest, he could even return to the Abyss Realm. What a wonderful thing! Bekinos, who couldn't be any more emotional, looking at the interplanar transportation matrix twinkling with light, he said with unrestrainable joy, "I have enough energy ores." After inserting energy ores and putting things in order, the interplanar transportation matrix can then be operated. We should do that quickly. Han Chuo nodded and replied with a grin, "It seems that both of us will have our wishes granted. Thank you so much. I will remember this favor of yours." Bekinos was in a really good mood. A trace of elegance was again revealed in his voice. "You're welcome." Although Han Chuo found the softness revealed in Bekinos' voice to be strange and had no idea if this person was actually a male or female, having stayed for such a long time in the Abyss Realm, Han Chuo had encountered much stranger characters. He couldn't be certain of Bekinos' true gender, or perhaps genders. Not good. "My lord, look up!" Bort suddenly shouted at the top of his voice. Both Han Chuo and Bekinos were jolted. When they looked up, they saw that gleams of light had suddenly appeared in the foggy sky over their heads. Immediately, they knew that the situation was about to go south. Han Shuo hastily asked, "Is the Stardust current returning?" Bekimos was frenetic. He anxiously replied, "Yes, it will return very rapidly in an extremely short amount of time. But I've waited for too long and I can wait no longer. What should I do? How long does it take to return?" Han Shuo immediately asked with an unperturbed mind. "Very soon, faster than you can imagine and certainly before you can refill all the energy ores." Bekimos' heart was in utter chaos and he spoke in an extremely anxious manner. "Then what are you waiting for? Leave this place immediately!" Han Shuo yelled. He instructed Board, Zinnia, and the rest of his demons, "Forget everything else, evacuate immediately." I cannot accept this," Bekimos said in a furious, emotionally stirred-up manner. While Han Shuo's avatars of death and destruction were withdrawing towards Bekimos, Han Shuo's main body entered the cemetery of death. The avatars that cultivated in the energy of death and destruction each grabbed one of Bekimos' arms and dragged him flying outside, saying, "We must leave this place immediately. In any case, you have already waited for so long. Why can't you wait a little longer now?" Bekimos' arms covered with green armor felt soft and tender to the two Han Shuos. It was as though the green armor wasn't present at all. This gave Han Shuo a strange sensation. Bekimos' mind in chaos. He shook off Han Shuo's hands and impatiently asked, "Is there any possibility of making the matrix operational before the Stardust current returns? You yourself have said that it's impossible." "Let's go, we can't stay here any longer," Han Shuo rapidly answered. When most of the demons had started evacuating, Han Shuo shouted to Board and Zinnia, "What you are standing around for? Do you want to die here? Quickly leave through the path we came from. Your humble servants dare not to leave before your lordship does." Board and Zinnia simultaneously answered. "There are no pesky rules that my followers need adhere to. The most important thing is self-preservation." Han Shuo berated before he shouted, "Leave." After hearing Han Shuo's words and seeing the resoluteness in Han Shuo's eyes, the couple no longer insisted on staying. They bowed towards Han Shuo before flying away behind the other demons. "Come with me, we leave the void for the time being. But we will be able to return soon after. I promise you that." The two avatars of Han Shuo's again dragged Bekimos flying outside. Bekimos had finally now come to his senses. He understood that staying in the void would mean certain death. Precisely for this reason, he thought of Han Shuo's guarantee as merely comforting words and did not take it seriously. However, as Han Shuo's two avatars were dragging him outside, he saw that the other Han Shuo remained in the interplanar transportation matrix with a calm face. Bekimos was rather stunned. He pointed at Han Shuo's main body further and further away from them and said with an alarmed voice, that you, why isn't he leaving yet? Don't worry about him, although that version of me is currently in poor strength, although this Stardust current can kill so many gods, it has no effects on that me." "Impossible!" Bekimos shrieked. He glared at Han Shuo and shouted, "Not a single god has ever escaped from the corrosion of the Stardust current, no one. If that body of yours remains, he will surely die. I know what I'm doing, don't you worry." Han Shuo did not give a lengthy explanation. He ceased to drag Bekimos by the arms when he began to fly outwards as well. Gradually, the Stardust current appeared from a distance. Han Shuo's two avatars, Bekimos, and Han Shuo's new-found disciples all hastily exited through the original path from whence they came. The only living thing that remained in the void was Han Shuo's main body, inside the cemetery of death at the center of the foggy valley. This Han Shuo cultivating in demonic arts had an infinitely wonderful consciousness which was absolutely invulnerable to the effects of the Stardust current. After everyone else disappeared, Han Shuo calmly and unhurriedly withdrew a large number of magic crystal ores from his space ring. The energy ores that Bekimos mentioned were, in fact, magic crystal ores. They could provide the energy required by the interplanar transportation array to be operational. Those magic crystal ores he took out were of the highest quality, containing a considerable amount of energy. There were large and small notches all around the transportation matrix meant to be filled with magic crystal ores. Han Shuo's consciousness was unafraid of the corrosion of the stardust current. Unhurriedly and very carefully, Han Shuo placed the ores into those notches. After that, he slowly adjusted the interplanar transportation array with the memories in his consciousness. Just as Beckheimos had said, the speed at which the stardust current returned was extremely fast. Not long after Beckheimos and the rest had left, the quick and violent stardust filled this valley of the void. Naturally, those soul-corroding energies started to attack Han Shuo's consciousness. However, Han Shuo's wonderful consciousness constantly regenerated what was disintegrated. He wasn't harmed even by the slightest degree. It was after a while of Han Shuo's careful and concentrated effort that suddenly, a piece of the magical console at the interplanar transportation matrix suddenly started to flash with glorious light. Han Shuo was greatly delighted as he knew that the magical console was specially used to input the coordinates of the destination material plane. It lighting up signified that there was enough energy filling those notches to conduct interplanar transmissions. In other words, this interplanar transportation matrix was now truly, fully operational. Every interplanar transportation matrix had its own coordinates. Han Shuo had learned long ago of the general knowledge that teleporting to another material plane would require the coordinates of the destination. Back then on Profound Continent, when Han Shuo learned from the Calamity Church that the huge transportation matrix could conduct interplanar teleportation, he put some effort into studying that transportation matrix and therefore knew the coordinates of the Cemetery of Death back on Profound Continent. Seeing with his own eyes that the magical console of this interplanar transportation matrix was shining, Han Shuo felt extremely exalted at heart. He was ready to input the coordinates of his Cemetery of Death back on Profound Continent using his mental strength. When Han Shuo thought of the fact that he would be able to return to Profound Continent through the interplanar transportation array very soon, he became overwhelmed with emotion. Even his two hands holding a few pieces of magic crystal ores were trembling. However, at this moment, the entire valley underwent a transformation. For some unknown reason, energies from the countless ancient seals and magical matrices found throughout the valley that was once the battlefield of gods began to shoot out in disarray. Beams of light were formed and violently shot towards the only living thing in the valley, Han Shuo. Chapter 580 GDK 580, Destroy to Rebuild. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo was startled. Due to the unusual environmental conditions, of those gods who lost their lives to the stardust current, some lost their self-awareness and left behind their divine souls which retained only their memories. There were also some whose divine energies were somehow miraculously transformed into divine essences of various energy types. However, the majority of them had their divine energies attached to those seals and boundaries, which slowly changed under the effects of the stardust current. Back then, at death's door, these gods deployed boundaries and magical matrices in order to stop the soul-corroding energy of the stardust current. Unfortunately, their last-ditch efforts were futile. Their boundaries and seals which covered the entire valley remained and stood even after their deaths. However, the stardust current caused some kind of mysterious transformation to the divine energies that they had left behind. Perhaps it was the return of the stardust current, or maybe it was Han Shuo's initiating of the interplanar transportation matrix. The energies remaining inside the boundaries and seals throughout the entire valley suddenly formed energetic beams that shot ferociously at Han Shuo. Han Shuo was greatly alarmed as he understood just how terrifying these energies were. He no longer paid attention to the interplanar transportation matrix beside him but sat cross-legged at once and deployed a protective shield in an instant, enveloping his entire body. Han Shuo's consciousness could resist the corrosion of the stardust current, but his body might not be able to withstand the power of these terrifying attacks. Especially, as these energies consisted of various different energy types, they could possibly bring about some unknown effects. This left Han Shuo no choice but to defend with all his might. He concentrated his attention, and adjusted the rhythms of his breathing, heartbeat, and even blood flow. The demonic yuan in his body, operating at peak performance, turned into sparkling black lights and gushed into the protective shield. Pop pop! Pop pop! These beams, which resembled shooting stars, violently bombarded on Han Shuo's protective shield. These energies that had degraded substantially remained to be extremely formidable even after countless years. Perhaps 1 or 2 beams were tolerable. But several dozens of energetic beams coming all at once, that kind of bombarding power was so fierce and unbearable that Han Shuo nearly choked up blood. Not good! Han Shuo cried out in his heart. From the fierce shelling on his protective shield, through the consciousness sensing of the tens of thousands of energies all around, Han Shuo knew that this time, he was in deep trouble. The protective shield that Han Shuo was painfully holding up looked as though it might rupture at any moment. He was consuming the demonic yuan in his body at an alarming rate. If this situation continued, Han Shuo knew in his heart that he wouldn't be able to persist for long. When those beams of bizarre energies in the form of intense beams made contact with Han Shuo's protective shield, splendid rays of light would blossom. Han Shuo, sitting quietly in front of the interplanar transportation matrix, was doing his utmost to activate all the usable energies in his body, unceasingly injecting them into his protective shield, forcibly resisting the strike of the numerous energetic beams. Gradually, Han Shuo sensed the reserves of demonic yuan in his body were on the brink of exhaustion. Exhausting at such a rapid rate, even the demonic infant, this fountainhead of energy, seemed to grow powerless and couldn't persevere much longer. For a moment, Han Shuo was at a loss. He thought to himself, will this main body which I rely on for survival be destroyed like this? This is unacceptable. Even at this stage, Han Shuo had not lost his composure. At the very least, there was one thing that Han Shuo could be certain of: even if his body was destroyed, his consciousness would not be obliterated. With this premise, in this critical moment Han Shuo racked his brain for any possibility of preserving his body and tried to find a way out of this most dangerous situation. All kinds of demonic techniques flashed through Han Shuo's mind one after another. His countless realizations towards demonic arts were evoked one by one. Han Shuo's pair of eyes that were closed shut suddenly opened. A bizarre luster shone from their depths. The most innovative of ideas come in a time of lack. A mad idea suddenly crossed his mind. Based on some vague comprehension he had about the 9 Changes realm, his trust and understanding of demonic arts, Han Shuo came to a bold decision. The unending streams of demonic yuan pouring into his protective shield were severed by Han Shuo in an instant. The very next moment, the protective shield that had been withstanding those intense rays shattered into speckles of light and vanished. Without the protection of his protective shield, the tens of thousands of energetic rays landed directly on Han Shuo's physical body as he sat cross-legged. As expected, Han Shuo's flesh was lacerated. The numerous streams of energy simultaneously assailing at him immediately caused severe damage to his body. His limbs, bones, and organs, every inch of his body was drenched in blood in a flash. Some weaker parts were even penetrated to reveal a hole. Chunks and chunks of flesh fell off his body. All the remaining demonic yuan was diverted to firmly defending Han Shuo's demonic infant at the expense of all other parts of his body. The pain as though being hacked by 1,000 knives came from his head to his toes. Han Shuo clenched his teeth and persevered in spite of the pain. His demonic yuan was unwaveringly protecting his demonic infant. He did not let out a single shriek even as the injuries on his body multiplied every second. As the hundreds upon thousands of energetic beams that fell onto Han Shuo's desolate body were not homologous, they started to clash against each other when they met inside his body. This caused all kinds of strange noises to thunder from within. Every inch of Han Shuo's body began to tremble. The pain became 10 times greater as all kinds of energies started clashing against each other at full force right inside his body. Han Shuo, who had persistently endured with his teeth clenched, could no longer bear the pain. Right in this most mysterious valley of the Abyss realm, Han Shuo suddenly stood up, his body dripping with blood and riddled with holes, and his flesh falling off piece after piece. His inhuman body raised its head towards the sky and started to roar. The Hanchuo at this moment looked nothing like a man. He looked much more like a bloodthirsty demon, a mentally deranged demon. More and more of his fresh blood sprayed out. Even his extremely tough meridians started to burst one after another. Having been in the business for so long, Hanchuo had suffered severe injuries to his body a few times before, but never ever had the injuries been so thorough. It could be said that besides the demonic infant which Hanchuo was guarding with all his strength, every single cell in this vessel of his was destroyed by the barrage of hundreds of thousands of energy beams. Loud shrieks of pain erupted from Hanchuo's hideous and terrifying mouth, but no one could hear him. Gradually, the altered energies remaining inside the boundaries, seals and magical matrices shooting at Hanchuo grew weaker and weaker, and Hanchuo's demonic yuan was exhausted more and more. After an undetermined period, the stardust current that enveloped the entire valley subsided. The vast expanse of fog that lingered around the valley throughout the year had somehow dissipated. Not a single one of the boundaries and seals that densely covered every corner of the valley remained. While some magical matrices remained standing, they had depleted all their energies. The valley at this moment seemed to have lost its strange powers and no longer contained any danger. At the center of the valley, in front of the interplanar transportation array, a body drenched in blood that looked nothing like a human was lightly squirming. After some time, it slowly turned motionless. It was as though this person who had been struggling his utmost to survive had finally lost its life. However, the pool of blood all over the floor, for some reason, most bizarrely began to flow in reverse. As though drawn by incorporeal energy, drop by drop the blood flowed back into that mangled figure. The blood seemed to have come back to life. It dragged and moved the chunks of minced flesh and severed meridians back towards the horrendous body. Then, they slowly reattached to the body. Energy around the countless holes inside the body was slowly broken up, recombined and gradually twisted into a new type of energy that circulated the body in mysterious orbits, which ultimately gathered in the lower abdomen. The peculiar transformation was still happening. The bloody holes were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His blood, flesh, meridians, cells, all those that were previously destroyed, started to grow back inside his body. Those energies that were newly recombined, poured into his blood, flesh, meridians, and cells bit by bit. These fundamental blocks that made up the body, became unprecedentedly powerful and tough. This process, however, was rather slow and had lasted for a long, long time. It might have been a day, or perhaps a year. But in the end, the process was complete. Not a trace of blood could be found around or on him, and not a piece of severed flesh or wound could be seen. It was as though the brutal and bloody scene that had taken place in the valley was merely an illusion. But when Hanchuo expanded his consciousness, the entire valley appeared within Hanchuo's mind without the slightest obstruction. Although Hanchuo looked calm in the eyes, he was greatly pleasantly surprised at heart. 9 changes, oh, 9 changes! Sure enough, a wild transformation is required for the metamorphosis to happen. Hanchuo lowered his head to look at the interplanar transportation matrix, and raised his head to look at the sky. After weighing for a while, he circled the valley once at high speed. His space ring kept flashing as though he was collecting certain things. After a while, he suddenly turned into a streak of light. At a speed hard to catch with the untrained eye, he cut across the sky and flew out from the void. Chapter 581, I'm Thy God. GDK 581, I'm Thy God. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Outside the void, Bekimos, with confliction in his eyes, gazed at the stardust current that was blocking the entrance. Standing beside him were Hanchuo's 2 avatars, wearing a normal expression as though not having the slightest worry. Bekimos heaved yet another long sigh. Hanchuo's low god of death avatar shot a glance at the sighing Bekimos and advised with a smile, "You have waited for so many years, why have you lost your patience now? You are not me. You won't completely understand how I feel. I have told you, I have ways to take you into the void safely without having to wait for the next time it opens. I really can't imagine that. You will see. The empty conversation did not continue for long. Han Shuo kept silent for a while before he suddenly asked, "What kind of a world is the material plane you came from?" "It's a high-level material plane. There lived many mighty characters, experts powerful beyond your imagination." After a short pause, Beccaios turned to Han Shuo and continued, "My hometown is a plane flooded with gods. If you want to advance your strength, you will be there sooner or later." Han Shuo nodded thoughtfully. Soon after, he smilingly replied, "Perhaps after I have taken care of certain matters, I will have a tour of your hometown." Han Shuo and Beccaios had been conversing a lot during this time. Through Beccaios, Han Shuo learned certain things he never knew. He also understood that Beccaios' hometown was a high-level material plane where gods gathered. The more Han Shuo learned of that plane, the most astonished he became. Compared to Profound Continent and the Abyss Realm, the existences of Beccaios' home world were, without a doubt, far mightier and had much more complicated relationships. To an expert like Han Shuo, whose insights and strength were gradually advancing, that world carried an enormous attraction. However, Han Shuo would absolutely not pay attention to other things before resolving the issues back on Profound Continent. "If you come over, I will explain it all to you." Beccaios looked at Han Shuo and added, "My family clan actually holds quite a status. So long as I return, my words carry some weight." Han Shuo smiled and nodded. He thought, if I really were to go to that material plane in the future, with Beccaios' assistance, I will be able to blend in there faster. It appears that giving Beccaios a hand does have its benefits. "Right, how much longer must we wait?" Beccaios asked. "It won't be long. I have ordered my subordinates to gather the materials. Most matters have basically been resolved." During this period, Han Shuo's low god of death avatar sensed that tens of thousands of strands of the power of faith were gently flowing into his divine body bit by bit. From this, he understood that after Bord, Zinnia and the rest of the demons had left, they indeed had faithfully executed his command in recapturing the citizens formerly under the 4 demon kings. With the death of the 4 demon kings, those demons inside the void that had accepted Han Shuo's baptismal radiance became the mightiest group of people within the territories of the 4 demon kings. These existences were formerly the lords of cities, or direct guards of the 4 demon kings. With these people running all things necessary for Han Shuo, he could effortlessly reap the fruits without having to worry about sowing them himself. "After I leave this place, you can take over the cities and populace that were previously mine." "I wouldn't mind at all," Beccaios said in a deep voice as he looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo was stunned. He creased his brows and asked, "That's the power of faith, it's useful for your cultivation. Why would you give me that?" "Consider it as my gratitude for you activating the interplanar transportation matrix and helping me find a way home," Beccaios explained. When he saw that Han Shuo was still doubtful, Beccaios continued, "In the past, as to make the 4 demon kings help me, I gave them 4/5 of the Abyss realm. So why would I care about merely 1/5 of the Abyss now?" Beccaios continued after a short pause, "Besides, war will always erupt if there is more than one religion on a material plane. It's better that I just hand it all to you. Back then, when you all traversed great distances to come to this realm, wasn't it for the purpose of obtaining all the faith in this material plane?" Han Shuo asked with his eyes staring fixedly at Beccaios. "Haven't we obtained it all?" Beccaios answered with another question. Han Shuo was stunned yet again. He asked, "Why would you say so? You are a lich cultivating in the elemental energy of death and knows how to use that interplanar transportation matrix. You gaining everything in this world is, in fact, more or less the same thing." After a short pause, Beccaios looked at Han Shuo and said with certainty, "Your 2 bodies, one cultivates in the elemental energy of death, another cultivates in the edict of destruction. You will be one of us sooner or later." "Oh? It might not necessarily turn out so. Han Shuo was shocked for a moment but soon shrugged off the prediction. Once this interplanar portal is activated, this place will be rediscovered. And when I return, naturally, I will have to report back everything that happened in the Abyss Realm. At that time, certain characters high above will dispatch people to make contact with you. The two of your bodies are on our side. You have no way to avoid that. Bekkimos explained as glistening lights came from his green eyes. When he saw that Han Shuo gradually comprehend his words, he sighed, and added, "The reason I'm telling you this is so you get an idea of the situation. When the moment eventually comes, you will have to choose which side to stand with." Han Shuo apathetically nodded and said calmly, "This place is mine. No one will take it from me. As for which side I will stand with, I'll cross that bridge when it comes." From the information that Bekkimos revealed, Han Shuo vaguely understood certain things. Furthermore, from certain insider stories he learned from the skeletal staff long ago, he naturally understood what the overgods of death and destruction had done. As he was cultivating in the element of death and the edict of destruction, it seemed as though his standpoint was destined from the very beginning. However, apart from these two energies, his primary cultivation was still demonic arts which he had attained to the Nine Changes realm. The conversation continued. Han Shuo gradually learned even more from Bekkimos. He gained some idea as to what might happen in the future. He also understood that if he were to make good use of the powers of the two overgods, it would be extremely beneficial to himself in the future. He couldn't help but begin to inwardly scheme a little. Time flew. A few more days flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Han Shuo and Bekkimos were exchanging and discussing their realizations towards the Edict of Destruction. Most of the time, it was Bekkimos doing the talking while Han Shuo was being the listener. Occasionally, Han Shuo, who cultivated in several types of sinister energies at once, would give some original and fresh understanding, causing Bekkimos to feel very much amazed with Han Shuo's unique perspective. "They are arriving soon," Han Shuo's low god of death avatar suddenly spoke. At last, Bekkimos was visibly emotional. He looked at Han Shuo and impatiently asked, "The other you, when is he coming?" "Right now," Han Shuo said with a mysterious smile. Upon finishing those words, a human figure suddenly shot out from the stardust current ahead of them. When Han Shuo's main body arrived, his two avatars simultaneously got into motion. After two streaks of light flashed, they became concealed within Han Shuo's main body. "It's been several days. You have been staying in the stardust current all this time?" Bekkimos asked in an amazed and astonished tone. Han Shuo nodded and smilingly answered, "Some changes have occurred to my main body. I needed some time alone to adapt to the new changes. I could sense that compared to before, you are now much, much stronger," Bekkimos suddenly remarked after looking at Han Shuo silently for a while. Han Shuo put a smile on his face but did not reply. This breakthrough from carnal realm to the Nine Changes realm meant his strength had multiplied several folds without doubt. For the time being, Han Shuo had no idea what kind of strength his main body in the Nine Changes realm actually possessed. However, the terrifying destructive power of the few demonic arts techniques he was currently trying to master made him full of self-confidence. A short while later, a light whoosh suddenly came from the distance. Rustles sounded from far to near. Finally, a group of people revealed themselves from the lush vegetation. The party was headed by Bord and Zinnia. Following behind them were Jasper, Hemina, Sylph, and Sanguis. The few people in the Abyss realm that Han Shuo cared about were all present. Bord and Zinnia wore a solemn and respectful expression, and had been very humble towards the four throughout the journey. Jasper, Hemina, Sylph, and Sanguis all looked ineffably emotional. When they arrived before Han Shuo, Jasper, with her bright eyes staring fixedly at Han Shuo, asked as her voice trembled slightly, "That thing? Is it true? Master, the matter that Lord Bord relayed to us, is it true?" Sanguis was incredibly emotional as well. he immediately asked upon arriving. Hemina and Sylph did not say a word, but their intense appall was visible through their eyes. Their bodies were lightly trembling, as though they couldn't believe something had actually happened. Han Chuo stared blankly at first. After looking at the few's expressions, he immediately came to understand exactly what they were asking about. He smilingly nodded and affirmed, "From today onwards, I will be your god. The 4 demon kings are dead. Their everything, now belongs to me." After a short pause, Han Chuo grinned and glanced at Bekhimos before he continued, "Soon enough, even Lord Bekhimos' territories will be mine. That is to say, the entire Abyss Realm, everyone and everything in it will be mine." Chapter 582, Are you a male or a female? GDK 582, Are you a male or a female? Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Outside the void, on an expansive piece of empty land, banners of all colors were erected. Ditches were drawn on the ground, forming complicated, abstruse and irregular patterns, with bloody shadows fluttering about. Han Chuo was at the center of it with his eyes closed. He did not say a word but kept sending off beams of light from his hands to the disorderly banners. A gloomy, chilling aura slowly overflowed from the banners. Some bizarre energy attached to the bloody shadows caused them to gradually gather at the ditch in front. All of a sudden, miserable and horrifying shrieks came from the ditches as sinister lights shone brilliantly. It was as though some transformation was happening to certain items within. A distance away, Bekhimos, Bored, Zinnia and the rest all looked at the scene puzzled and had absolutely no idea what was happening in there. Only Han Chuo's apprentice, Sanguis, who had gained some general knowledge of demonic arts, vaguely knew of the situation. "What is Han Chuo doing?" Jasper mumbled with her brows deeply furrowed. "Master is refining tools," Sanguis answered softly. Everyone including Bekhimos cast their curious gazes on him. Jasper asked, "Refining tools? What are those?" "It's similar to forging weapons, but much more complicated. In addition to requiring certain unique materials, it also takes demonic yuan and blood essence. It's very wonderful," Sanguis explained subconsciously as he observed Han Chuo shooting out a stream of blood from his finger. The party remained confused even with Sanguis' explanation. Even the last demon king of the Abyss Realm, Bekhimos, couldn't understand what Han Chuo was up to. Their brows were deeply creased. Sanguis did not explain any further but with glistening eyes, concentrated his attention on observing how Han Chuo refined a demonic tool. Every gesture and mantra Han Chuo made was deeply engraved in his mind. "Can I really get through the Stardust Current?" Bekhimos doubted in his heart. His green eyes gathered on this mysterious and enigmatic Han Chuo, placing all his hope on Han Chuo. Han Chuo is truly magical. He always achieves inconceivable things. Ever since Hemina and Sylph learned that Han Chuo had become the master of the Abyss Realm, their adoration for Han Chuo reached even greater heights. In their hearts, Han Chuo wasn't just omnipotent, but also the mightiest existence in the world. Suddenly, a few strange dazzling lights erupted from Han Chuo's body which, one after another, fell into the ditches beside him. In the next instance, those ditches seemed to be connected with lights. From within, a few gleaming objects, radiated splendid lights that shot at Han Chuo from all around him. The bloody shadows surrounding him fell into those items one after another. After a short while, the items flew into Han Chuo's hand. Han Chuo, who had his eyes shut and kept silent all the while, suddenly opened his eyes. He drew a smile on his face and flew about with a blurred figure. The colorful banners of all sizes around him all vanished into his space ring. Next, with his silhouette barely visible, Han Chuo arrived beside Bekhimos. He took out a sparkling, translucent bracelet and handed it to Bekhimos, saying, "With this, you can get through the Stardust Current without a hitch." Bekhimos was confused and baffled. He received this seemingly ordinary widget, and skeptically asked, "This little thing will let me pass through the Stardust Current?" Han Shuo nodded and said with confidence, "Don't worry, it surely can. This is called a soul bracelet. It can protect your soul from external corrosive energy. However, it's time limited, so you need to cross through it quickly. Why should I believe you?" Bekhimos did not simply accept Han Shuo's words to be true. His fingers were gently stroking the soul bracelet as he looked Han Shuo up and down with uncertainty. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. The rest of us will take the lead while you slowly ponder about it here," Han Shuo said smilingly as he explained to Bekhimos how to use the soul bracelet. It wasn't that hard to refine this little demonic widget. If Han Shuo wanted to, he could refine one that was reusable and inexhaustible. However, Han Shuo had now considered the Abyss Realm as his private property and wasn't willing to let any god easily trespass upon it. As it just so happened that the Stardust Current, this natural barrier, sat right around the only interplanar transportation matrix on this material plane, Han Shuo would of course know how to make good use of it. While Bekhimos held the soul bracelet in silence, Han Shuo withdrew a few more and handed them to Sanguis, Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph. He proceeded with explaining how to use the soul bracelet once through. "My lord, we are willing to leave this world with you." Borde stepped forward, knelt on one knee before Han Shuo, and petitioned. Han Shuo shook his head and replied, "That's not necessary for the time being. The two of you have the closest relationship with me. It's better if you stay here in the abyss to spread my religion to every corner of this world and manage things here for me. Don't worry, perhaps I will return soon and take you two with me, and help me eradicate my enemies." As Han Shuo had no idea of the current situation on Profound Continent, he did not rush in having Borde and Zinnia leave with him. If he could return to Profound Continent successfully, the Abyss Realm would be the same as a gargantuan holiday home of Han Shuo's. By then, he could do whatever he wished. Besides, at the moment, the most crucial matter for the two was to convert the entire populace of the Abyss Realm to worship Han Shuo. "As you bid, my lord." Borde did not have any objection to Han Shuo's explanation. "You two may leave first. Sweep away all the remaining forces of the abyss. I hope that when I return, there will be no resisting forces left in the abyss." Han Shuo nodded and instructed. Borde and Zinnia did not say anything, instead respectfully performing a salute towards Han Shuo and silently flying away. Han Shuo raised his head and looked at the Stardust Current hanging in midair. Han Shuo's two avatars suddenly floated out from his body and each of them grabbed onto one soul bracelet with their hands. When Han Shuo was prepared to step into it, he saw that Bekhimos was still hesitant. Han Shuo thought about it for a moment before he suddenly asked, "Are you going or not?" Bekhimos did not answer. He gazed at the Stardust Current with his green flickering eyes. Han Shuo understood that Bekhimos probably wasn't afraid that he might deliberately harm him, but he was truly too terrified of the might of the Stardust Current. That was why he did not have full confidence in the soul bracelet he refined. "Master, if he isn't leaving, let's make a move first ourselves." Ever since Sanguis followed after Han Shuo, having gone through one round of bloody massacre, his guts grew bigger and bigger. Sanguis wasn't that afraid even when facing Bekhimos, a demon king. Han Shuo inwardly remarked, "A Sanguis body is indeed remarkable. His tenacious will and confidence have developed a lot. Compared to Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph, who have followed me for a longer time, they were still fearful when faced with Bekhimos." The three ladies, Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph, carefully held onto their soul bracelets. Some timidity was still visible in their eyes as they gazed at the Stardust Current with their heads raised. After weighing in his mind for a moment, Han Shuo instructed Sanguis, "Activate your soul bracelet. I will take you to circle one round in that stardust." "Yes, master." Sanguis was indeed extremely daring. In spite of being fully aware of the frightening power of the Stardust Current, he immediately agreed. With the party watching attentively, Sanguis bit his finger and dripped a drop of his blood into the soul bracelet. After a flash of bloody light, the soul bracelet whooshed and concealed itself within Sanguis' body. Soon after, a faint halo appeared over Sanguis' head. Han Chuo grabbed onto Sanguis with his main body and flew into the stardust current. As soon as the two entered, the halo above Sanguis' head started glowing vigorously. The glittering halo seemed to be blocking the corrosion from some sort of energy. "I'm just fine in here, see," the corners of Sanguis' lips curled to make a faint smirk before he sneered at Bekimos. Bekimos' green eyes were filled with shock. He exclaimed, "You are actually all right? Inconceivable, inconceivable! What are you waiting for?" Han Chuo lightly shouted. Bekimos no longer hesitated. He activated the soul bracelet in accordance with the method explained by Han Chuo and shot into the stardust current. The three ladies stopped hesitating as well. Along with Han Chuo's two avatars, they activated their soul bracelets and flew into the stardust current. The party headed towards the void with Han Chuo's main body leading the way. After some time, the group, clicking their tongues in wonder, safely arrived at the entrance blocked up by the stardust current. After taking some more time, they returned to the valley inside the void where the interplanar transportation matrix was located. How could this be? What happened? Bekimos inquired Han Chuo with an astonished look on his face when he saw that the fog, boundaries, and seals had all vanished from the valley. Nothing much. Perhaps the energy temporarily disappeared after being swooped by the stardust current, Han Chuo explained without thinking the matter through. He reinitiated the interplanar transportation matrix, and said to Bekimos, "Give me the planar coordinates of your home world." An extremely long string of numbers was hastily reported by Bekimos, with him then impatient stepped into the matrix. Before the transmission began, Bekimos reminded, "Han Chuo, if you were to come to my home world, remember to look for me using the method I told you." "Understood," Han Chuo said as he waved his hand. Right before he was going to send him off, Han Chuo smilingly asked, "One last question, are you actually a male or a female? What do you think?" Bekimos said in sweet-sounding and refined voice. She seemed to be smiling with her green eyes and appeared to be in a great mood. "I knew it," Han Chuo said smilingly and energized the interplanar transportation matrix for Bekimos. The space-time in the surroundings wrapped as it gave off a splendid flash of light. "Let's go." After refilling the magic crystal ore, Han Chuo, Sanguis, Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph stepped into the matrix. Soon after, the interplanar transportation matrix was energized. Chapter 583, I'm back. GDK 583, I'm back. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After a bright flash of light, the scene around them transformed. Although he tried to be mentally prepared, nonetheless, when Han Chuo saw the surrounding which he knew so well, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. At once, he howled with laughter at the top of his lungs and shouted, "I'm back!" Right underneath his feet was an interplanar transportation matrix. To the sides were several storerooms. Outside the wide-open doors was a sky that stayed murky dark all throughout the year. The air was filled with an intense element of death, the ground covered in bones as white as snow. There's no doubt about it, this is the cemetery of death. Sanguis, Jasper, Hemina, and Sylph walked down from the interplanar transportation matrix. They marveled and glanced all around curiously. "Master, this is your home world?" Sanguis asked as he looked at the floor of bones while tasting the scent in the air. "Yep. It's just that this place is completely enveloped inside a boundary. The true appearance of this world lies outside of the boundary," Han Chuo replied. After weighing over in his mind, he instructed, "I have no idea how long I have been away from this world. I need to find out the current situation of Profound Continent. The few of you stay in here for the time being. I will come back for you all when I have familiarized myself with this place." The few did not have any complaint about Han Chuo's words. They had long noticed that Han Chuo was excited and knew that he desperately wanted to understand the changes after he left. After informing Jasper and the others about the things they needed to pay attention to, Han Shuo had them step away from the interplanar transportation matrix. He returned to the center of the transportation matrix and activated it in short-range mode. With a flash of light, Han Shuo vanished from the cemetery of death and arrived at the secret underground chamber excavated by Earth Elite Zombie deep below the City Lord's Manor at Brettle City.